5 minutes.
Live and direct. We're back. We're back for day 3 of the Neuroscience Summit 2022, presented by Top Talent Agency right here on the Los Angeles Tribune Television Network. I'm excited for day 3, folks. So far in the first 2 days, we have counted tallies of people from over 17 different countries that have tuned in, that have left comments, that have let us know in the virtual auditorium, that have sent emails, that have posted on social media from all over the world, live and watching the replays now for those folks that couldn't make it live in the virtual auditorium. And I'm just so incredibly honored and thrilled to be amongst such thought leaders from literally different parts of the world that have been a part of this event. I'm going to start with the CEO of Top Talent Agency, somebody that throughout the course of his career has really been a pioneer in the field of publishing, marketing, bringing people together, and just quite frankly, leadership. That's David Fagan. And David, I want to just kick off by asking you your thoughts thus far. Yesterday, of course, you and I had a chance to speak with Michael Beckwith and address him and his community. And from my understanding, his congregation was watching live in Los Angeles. And so we really reached so many different demographics and touched so many people yesterday through our program. I want to kick off by just asking you your thoughts thus far here at the Neuroscience Summit 2022. CEO David T. Fagan, please.
Well, thank you. And you gave me some pretty nice compliments there. And this is what I would say about those compliments. I've had those achievements because of the mentors in my life. People like J. Conrad Levinson, the father of guerrilla marketing, Michael Levine, the list goes on and on. But if you are ever looking for some good mentors, they're here on this. That's what I'm seeing. Man, if you ever were trying to get access, and we know the importance of access, the value of access, to me, it is, more valuable than money, right? And that's a whole conversation in itself. But you get access to the leaders, to the mentors, to the, people say this term thought leaders. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that term, but it's true. Right? They're leading with these not just original thoughts, but echoing the thoughts of the greats, continuing the legacy of people like Napoleon Hill, Marshall Thurber. I mean, just some really amazing people. So I think you would agree as well, Mo, that you've had some amazing mentors in your life, whether it's just a book. Some people say, oh, David, what do you mean by mentor? Somebody giving you their book, you buying somebody's book. It's like you're spending time with them inside their brain, right? These are their thoughts. These are their ideas. And so there's more than one way to have access to a mentor. And what the Los Angeles Tribune is bringing together for people and the kind of access that they're giving to people. Michael Beckwith is not somebody you're going to see in a whole lot of other places. Nothing wrong with being in a lot of places. Good to the marketing crew of all the greats out there. But someone like Michael Beckwith, he's a really busy guy. He prioritizes different things. He doesn't get on a lot of stages. He doesn't get on a lot of events. So the access that people are getting through this type of broadcast, and it really is more of a broadcast than an event, is just phenomenal. And I'm excited about it. And it's hard for us, Mo, to get all these people together to meet each other, right? In general, just throughout the week. Hey, I really want to introduce you to this person and this person to that person. So what's also kind of cool and fun is backstage in the green room and then even live on stage, we're connecting, Jim Poole with Mas Sajade, and, we're connecting, Joe and Sharon, and, some of these people know each other, but maybe they haven't even talked to each other in a while or years. And so they get on here and like, hey, it's been a while. Good to see you. So it's a lot of fun energy and enjoying the access and bringing it to the community and connecting people. It's just great stuff all the way around.
It certainly is. And I want to also remind folks in the virtual auditorium, as always, let us know what part of the world you're tuning in from as we get the ball rolling and as people start joining us that are a little late here to the program. So with that being said, I do want to check in with Carissa and Ava as well before we go back to David. Just some general thoughts and feelings thus far, now that we're at the halfway point of this 4-day extravaganza. And I know that that word has not been used for years, so I'm bringing it back into English diction. Carissa, please.
Oh, wow. It's such a pleasure to be here again today. I was just having a conversation with Ava right before this. I feel even more energized than I did the last couple of days. I thought by this point I would be a little sleepy, but I had my smoothie bowl. I'm ready for today. And I know that we have a lot of other guest experts that want to come on. And we have a lot of unique questions that we're going to ask them today, kind of shifting the ball a little bit differently and mixing it up a little bit. So I'm feeling passionate. I'm feeling thrilled. And I know we have so many other people to come up today. How about you, Abba? How are you feeling?
Oh my gosh, I am so thrilled. I'm so thrilled. This is a big day. It's a huge day. It's actually one of our biggest days in terms of speakers and experts. And I am so excited to really be able to see all of them and watch them and their nuggets today. So looking forward to it.
And we have Isabel.
I'm here.
I'm here. I've been here, but I'm here now with you guys. And I'm so excited to be back on.
Yay. Well, thank you so much.
Isabel, thank you for all the work that you do in the backstage. We actually wouldn't be able to function without you doing all the things that you do. So thank you.
Yeah. I love being a team player, being a team member, no matter if I'm in front of the camera or behind the camera. I love being in front, though, having all the great conversations, but to really help make things move forward, keep the wheel well greased and moving forward. It's always great to, still be here with you guys.
Thanks.
Mo, you're muted.
I just was so excited that the microphone got muted. But here's the thing. I'm going to step back in a couple minutes and take notes, because I know this next speaker who's going to join us, I've actually personally been literally hypnotized by this gentleman. And so I'm speaking from personal firsthand experience that this gentleman really understands a lot of things about the mind that I don't understand. I never thought I could be hypnotized, but someone was able to do it. So I'm excited to sit back and listen and learn from this individual. Although I don't know, David, if it was the person we're going to be hearing from next that hypnotized me or a close friend of his, but we'll discuss that later. Before I do that, I want to just address a few folks in the virtual auditorium that have shared with us where they're coming from. I can't go through all of them, but I just want to say hello to Coral Springs, Florida. I want to say hello to Salem, Oregon. I want to say hello to our friends at Nova Scotia, Canada. Hello to Al from Malaysia. We have friends from the Agape community that are tuning in again. We want to welcome all of our friends at the Agape community and Michael Beckwith's community. And we want to say hello to, I'm just going to say the country of Canada on that one. I'm not even going to try. Let's go to Virginia. Hello. Hello to Southern California. And we have folks that are literally traveling as we speak from Texas to New Mexico on the road that are tuning in while they're traveling. So hello to our friends that are tuning in on the road. Just a testament to the time period that we're in, where we can reach people all over the world with the technology that we have. Hello to Austin, Texas. We want to say hello to Painted Post, New York. I'm learning about so many city names during this summit, David. I didn't know there was a city called Painted Post, but now it's on my bucket list. I want to say hello to Park City, Utah. I want to say hello to Taos, New Mexico. We have another friend of ours also in Taos, New Mexico. Hello to Austin, Texas. There's no way I can go through all of them, so I'm going to be wrapping up soon here. Bear with me. I just want to acknowledge some of our folks in the virtual auditorium. Hello to Baja, California, and we have our friends in Bangladesh. Yesterday, we had so many comments from people in Bangladesh, and so I just want to give a special shout out to our friends in Bangladesh. It was one of the most attended as far as viewers go. Outside of the U.S. and North America and Europe, Bangladesh was at the top of the list.
And it's nighttime for them.
Absolutely. We want to say hello to Spain. And with that being said, real quick, Cincinnati, Ohio. Hello from Aruba. Wow. Okay. Ooh, hello to Florida, Miami, Florida, Dade County. Hello to Wisconsin. Kathy from the Bronx. Jennifer from Mazatlan, Mexico. And let's see, Chris from Colorado Springs. And with that being said, I cannot get through all of the folks all over the world at the virtual auditorium, but I just wanted to acknowledge our dear community here that is participating actively, and for those that will be working on this program retroactively in the future. And with that, I'm going to step back while David and Isabel take the reign and introduce Gerald Rogers before we bring up David and Isabel.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we've got a great lineup today. We're kicking it off with Gerald Rogers. We'll bring him up in just a second, and we'll kind of share a little bit of information about him. He's probably one of the more complex guys to introduce, right? He's got some. You've heard of someone having an alter ego. I think he's got alter egos, not like a big ego, but just lots of egos, right? He's going quantity on this one. I can see him laughing backstage right now. But no, I've known Gerald for years and years and years. I think I first really got introduced to him in 2015. I always love to talk about the accolades and the success and the achievements. But more than that, more than him being on things like the Today Show, more than him, doing things like running massive groups and events in Burning Man, more than all that, more than taking people and couples to faraway lands and internationally based organizations and changing lives, more than the hypnotist show that he does from time to time. Just one little thing he does, just a little thing he does. I wouldn't even say Gerald's a hypnotist, but that's just one talent he has. Gerald just has a big heart. He is one of the most loving guys we know, one of the most forgiving and caring guys we know. I think a lot of people will go around and talk about how to make money. He could definitely help you with that. But more than anything, he is somebody who cares about changing lives. He cares about helping somebody become the best version of themselves. And that's kind of become a hot term, right? Become the best version of yourself. I would say become a version of yourself that could be the best that you didn't even know existed inside you, right? I think that sometimes we kind of think we know what the best version is and we're trying to be that. I think Gerald has a way of showing you a version that maybe you didn't even know existed. And so without any further ado, I'm going to bring Gerald up here. Gerald, in that very diverse introduction, did we get at least something right? No, we got it all right.
I love hearing about that. And I love that all of us have all these dynamic parts of us, and I think what I'm passionate about is helping people activate their superconscious, which is essentially the element of the highest and best self. Like, how do we show up in our superhuman gifts and really reclaim who we truly are? And so yeah, thank you for the introduction.
Yeah, no, great to have you on here. So let's, everybody's very curious. We can tell them now, or we can tease this to the end, but people talk about you doing a hypnotist show or being a hypnotist. Do you want to just address that up front, or do we want to save that till the end?
Yeah, it's interesting because my journey as a transformational leader, like, I've always been passionate about understanding the mind, right? I've always been passionate about understanding how we work and what keeps us from working optimally, right? And so for me in my own personal journey, when I felt stuck or felt like I knew that there was more potential, but I knew I was self-sabotaging, it put me on this path. And first I started studying the conscious mind, which is where most of us enter personal development, right? Our thinker mind, which is like trying to figure things out, understand, find new strategies. And that's where I entered. And then I realized that the conscious mind only represents like 3% of who we are, right? And so then I started diving into, okay, what about the subconscious? And that threw me into this world of understanding NLP and then eventually hypnosis. And then as part of my transformational events, I was like, what if we actually demonstrated the power of the mind through a stage hypnosis show? And so I immersed myself in learning how to actually guide people on this like magnificent and hilarious journey of the show and really tapping into the power of the subconscious. And then my journey over the last couple of years is like going deeper. It's like, oh, there's actually a third brain, which is even more important than all of that, which is our superconscious mind. And so my mission is to take our understanding of the conscious, the subconscious, and then activating the superconscious. And our hypnosis shows, the power of the mind show is one of the ways we help people experience that.
Yeah. So for those of you listening, Gerald stays pretty booked. We've had the privilege of having him on some of our cruise ship events, or one cruise ship event, and then also at our recent PubCon in Las Vegas. But I would say out of the last 6 or 7 times we've invited him, he's been scheduled elsewhere. So not an easy guy to get on your stage or at your event. But if you want somebody who truly does that infotainment, that entertainment side of self-improvement, Gerald does it better probably than anybody else that I know. He really makes it fun and groundbreaking. It's almost like tricking you into learning something. You think you're just there for a good time, and then all of a sudden, like starting to put together the pieces. Like, wait a second here. I've been painting the fence and waxing the cars, and oh my goodness, he's like Mr. Miyagi. I just learned karate. Little Cobra Kai reference there for some of you. But Gerald, what's next for you? I know you just wrapped up a big Burning Man event, and maybe you can tell us about the group that you took there and why you did that, and and then maybe what's next for you kind of moving forward in terms of what you're doing inside of your legendary community.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think all of my work, my purpose, my mission is helping people live their mission most fully, and how to step into being the most powerful version of you on the planet. And so all of the work, whether it be doing a Burning Man camp or hosting our high-end Warriors of Light summits, or even like the masterclass that I have on November 3rd coming up, teaching people how to activate the power of their super conscious. It's all designed with that same purpose. It's like, we all know that deep inside we have more potential. We all know that deep inside there's something that is yearning to wake up. We all know that we have a purpose or mission to have on the planet. And we all know that for some reason we're falling short of that, And so our Burning Man camp, for instance, it was called Legendary, the playground of the gods, and at some level, this is how I view all of us in this game of life. We're all these divine, eternal, infinite beings that sometimes forget, and sometimes we lose sight of who we are, and we think that we're just merely human. And so I'm really passionate about creating spaces for the remembrance, spaces for people to like really, really tune back into their divinity and activate. Like in the superconscious realm, that's when we're fully attuned to our intuition. That's when we get into flow state. That's when we feel our inherent supernatural healing gifts and mystical powers emerge. And it all comes by just remembering who we are.
Yeah, and it's definitely a way to almost kneecap yourself and hold yourself back when you are either consciously or subconsciously self-sabotaging the great opportunities that are in front of you, whether it's connecting with a client, the opportunity to find a new mentor, traveling to new destinations to see what possibilities are out there. But when you're able to connect with someone like you who can help move that out of the way, can help them step outside of themselves and see their full potential, is so gratifying and so satisfying to see, because then they're really thinking in flow state. Yeah. They're coming into their full new chapter of their life, that they can see that difference. So it's and to truly see that difference.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And what's important about this for everyone to understand is, like, we all, like, if you're watching this, if you're here, it's because you want something to change in your life. You want a new possibility, whether it's more money or a deeper relationship or more fulfillment, more vitality in your life, whatever it is, you're here because you're looking for change. And what's important to understand is the conscious and unconscious mind don't have the power to actually create that change. What I mean by that is our conscious and our unconscious mind are all wrapped up into an old identity of who we used to be. And who we used to be is sufficient to create what we have right now. But if we want to create something more, it's like Joe Dispenza, one of my deep mentors, has talked about. It's like, we're either creating from a past present reality or from a future present reality. The past present reality is our unconscious and subconscious and our conscious minds, right? This is what we've known and what we believe ourselves to be. But if we really want to experience something new in our life, it requires us to tap into this superconscious or this 5D state of being something we have never been before, of being able to create from our future self, not from our past self. And in that space, then all of a sudden, we have to rewrite a new identity for how we're showing up in the world and what we're creating.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gerald, we're going to have you up and kind of involve you in some of the different, conversations today, have you answer questions as well as maybe even ask some questions, but we want, your insights. We want your views. You know, we want to maybe catch things that maybe we're missing. You know, what are you seeing? What are you experiencing? I don't know how much you've caught over the last couple of days, if anything at all. I know a lot of people are doing a lot of different things here, but you know, when you got on today, just because I know kind of how you're wired and what you're thinking, what did you do to kind of prepare to get on today? And what were you hoping to share? Did you have something specific, or were you kind of waiting to see and kind of be in the moment? And I might already kind of know the answers, but I think that the audience might find it interesting. Like, how does somebody like you prepare for something like this?
Yeah, and this is really important. And this is like part of my message, you know, about the superconscious. Like the superconscious can't come from the knowing part of our brain. So the more we prepare, the more we think, the more we create an agenda of what's supposed to happen, the more it limits our superconscious. So whether it's showing up in an experience like this or showing up to the 3-day breakthrough event that I'm leading next week, my only job when I show up is to forget everything, to like be completely in the unknowing. I have no idea what's supposed to happen next, because it's only in that state that I can let the divine flow of wisdom and inspiration of what's actually supposed to be delivered in that moment to emerge. If I'm attached to the knowing part of my brain and I'm attached to my agenda, then it actually blocks the superconscious and the flow of divine wisdom from actually being delivered in the way that it could be.
Yeah. No, it's great. You know, there's something that I learned from you that I can give you credit for, that you were definitely a part of, you know, my journey on, that I found very interesting. And, you know, before I tell you what that is, you've got to understand this first. I come from a world where everybody wants the answer. They want the answers. And even if I don't know the answer, like my kids, it's like, Dad, just make something up. You know, you're probably right. You know, just, you know, kids ask a lot of questions, right? So I'm just in the habit of always answering, always wanting to have the answer. And I was really always taken back that you're this great thought leader. You help all these people, but I hear you say, I don't know, more than anybody else. You're like, I don't know. You know, or you kind of like have this thoughtful, like, if you don't know, so I'm thinking, wow, you know, I think you'd like at least make an educated guess, or like, but there is this power in saying, I don't know. And it kind of creates this searching, but I love your authenticity. And
can I share something?
How did you get to that road? Go ahead.
I think this is really important, because we all have that I know part of our brain. And the challenge is, the moment we say I know, it actually restricts us from learning and experiencing something new, right? Like it puts us in that knowing part of our brain, which is where we've been in the past. And there's actually the power that we have of stepping into the unknowing. The power is in the unknowing is possibility. It's creativity. It's wonder and awe and like expansion. And the knowing part of our brain is certainty and security and like what we've had in the past. And so I've really, really learned, even as an expert, that like is really committed to always learning and growing and like being able to serve people in their path of stepping into the most powerful version of themselves. I've realized the power actually is helping people step more into the unknowing. And for me, I think the word I don't know is extraordinarily powerful, because that puts us into the learning part of our brain and finding new possibilities where we can actually discover something that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
And coming into a space where you can just authentically be, I don't understand what's happening. I myself am still trying to figure this out. Coming into it with that mentality gives you new grounds to learn new things. If you're constantly comparing what you are newly learning to what you've already learned, is going to stunt your growth. That I think more people are realizing as they're going on this journey. Mm-hmm. For you, Gerald, what was a really aha moment when you really started getting into this process that you've developed?
Yeah, it's really powerful. There's 7 core principles that we teach in terms of activating the superconscious. Like, I'm not going to go through them all right now, but each of them is designed to help get us into full alignment with our internal superpowers. And one of the principles, which is related to the third eye or the pineal gland, is the space of unknowing, which is never-ending expansion. So never-ending expansion comes from having the beginner's mindset, having this willingness to search and to discover more. it's interesting. Over the last couple of days, I've actually been immersed in another event. One of my dear friends and mentors is hosting and putting on, and I've been to probably 200 seminars and workshops and retreats. I've facilitated almost 175 workshops and seminars and retreats, and so it's really easy for my brain to trick me into, oh, I know that, right? Because I've heard it before, I've trained it before. But the goal, the mission for all of us that are really committed to living up to our potential, the last few days as I've been in this event, as I'm sitting with all these other participants, is like, oh, right, like to be in the complete like beginner's mindset and to realize that there's so much that I'm still practicing and discovering and learning more. And the more I live in the space of never-ending expansion, the more I can like really, really stay tuned in to what I don't know, the more I feel this like this emergence of the fire. Like one of the other principles we talk about is purposeful production, which is driven by what we're here on earth to create and this life force energy that we have. And that life force energy is fueled by having a space for growth and expansion to exist.
Yeah. So here's a question you probably haven't gotten on something like this before, but who knows? Maybe you have. We know, and we're good friends with Allison. Allison, formerly known Larson, for some of you who might know, but Allison, Maya, Rose, Rogers, for some of you maybe know her a little bit better now. What has she done and how has she contributed to who you've become over the last couple of years?
Oh my God. Wow. Like there's so much I could say about that. Like there's something about like uniting the divine masculine with the divine feminine that activates so much inside of us. And for the first time in my life, I'm in a relationship where she expands me, where she encourages me to be more of me. Every other relationship I had prior to that, I felt like I needed to shut down parts of me in order to be safe in that relationship. But she has space for all of me, and she operates so much from this divine goddess energy. And in that goddess energy, she like embodies intuition. She embodies these supernatural healing gifts. Like she just has this deep inner knowing. And just my experience of being in partnership with her and witnessing the way that she navigates life, the way that she moves, is like, it's really helped me tune in more fully to the God within me, right? Like this is like the ideal in any relationship. Like when our partners can help us be more unified. And what's beautiful about like when we find that right relationship, it's like these two independent beings, but our energies create like this almost kundalini activation within us that help us to experience our God selves in each other's presence. And she does that like more magnificently than any woman I've ever experienced before.
So last question, and then we're going to kind of transition into some other people and some other things and kind of keep you around a little bit here off and on over the next, couple hours, maybe, as long as you can go, keep you kind of in the back room and bring you up from time to time. But something we're asking all the experts, and this is a neuroscience event. We're really kind of diving into the brain and the different ways we talk about the brain and the mind. We're talking about, brain health, brain wealth, and there's a lot of different ways to kind of go about it and discuss it. And you brought up some of those today, consciousness, super consciousness. But one of the things we're asking all of the experts, or as many as we can, is we have this thing that a lot of people refer to as our heart, maybe even our gut, right? But some of that we're referring to in the heart or gut maybe is actually happening in the brain. And so the question is kind of like, where does heart and intuition stop, if it does at all? And where does the brain kind of come into play, in your opinion? Or, is it all the same? How is it different? When people talk about kind of like the Jiminy Cricket on their shoulder, or their consciousness, or that little voice or small voice, or, is that something in the brain? Is that the way you see it? Is it something else? Is it something different? Give us kind of your personal thoughts and beliefs on that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question. David, thank you so much for asking. I think there's First off, I want to say this is a big topic, right? Like
Mhm.
understanding the operating system for how we exist as humans and how we show up in our potential. It's a big thing. And for anyone that's interested, I'll be doing like a full in-depth free masterclass in a couple weeks on activating the superconscious. So if you go to superconscious.eventbrite.com, totally free, just a masterclass where we can really dig into this. But here's what's important to understand. People are like, where does the mind actually exist? The mind exists everywhere. We have a gut brain, we have a heart brain, we have intellectual, like a brain, right? Like we have all of these different things, and all of them carry intelligence. In fact, every cell in your body carries intelligence. Like it all holds intelligence. And what's important is like each part of our internal system has its own role, right? Of course, we have these different parts of our brain. We have the cerebral cortex, we have like the frontal cortex, we have the reticular activating system. All of these have roles in terms of helping us survive as humans and to grow and to learn and to store memories. But our intuition happens at a place beyond all of those conscious elements, right? And our gut plays a part of that, our heart plays a part of it. And really it's about tuning into, you know, like the superconscious. The best way I can describe it, like this is the best analogy I have. So the conscious mind is like, compare it to like the screen of your computer, right? It's everything you visually see. So it's like this very small part of your brain that actually has awareness of what's going on, right? It's just what's in your visible field. The unconscious mind is like everything that's in the hard drive and the software programs. And so it's all of these stored data and information and beliefs and the autonomic nervous system. All of these things are run in the subconscious. And that's also, you know, carried in these different parts of our brain. But the superconscious is like the Wi-Fi network. It's like what connects us to all things everywhere and connects us to divine source. And so when we actually are able to access that super conscious part, which is embodied in every one of our cells and everything out there, then that's when we actually tune into intuition and all these other superhuman gifts that we have access to.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I know there's a lot more to that. That's why you do all these classes and all these retreats and spend time with people. I set you up for that big question. I realized, boy, you know, Gerald could just be like, I don't know, David. I don't know. So I appreciate you.
I have no idea. I have no, but it's true. Like there's a part where I can't explain it. I can't, like, there's no scientist in the world can even understand how we grow fingernails. Like there's no explanation for that, right? Because that's something that is existing in the superconscious field, right? So I don't know is probably the best answer.
No, you had a much better answer.
Some things can't truly be explained. You have to really experience it.
Yeah. That's great. Well, thank you for coming on. We're going to keep you in the background here for a second. We're going to bring up a few other people. I'm going to bring up Carissa here in just a second. And Mo's going to come and join us here in a second. And Carissa, I saw a lot of your comments. Gerald's speaking your language, isn't he?
Totally. I am resonating with everything that you're saying. And something that I do really appreciate is so much of what we're still realizing about energy, about the mind, we don't actually know fully yet. So I really appreciate your balance between I'm an expert and I have this knowledge, as well as we're still discovering so much of this. So thank you so much for standing for that and being true to that.
Yeah, I think that's really important. It's like, who is God? Try to explain God, right? Like we can't explain God any more than we can explain how our brain works. Like it's all ineffable. But I love that humans have this desire to try to like box infinite ideas into little tiny packages, but we don't understand.
Hey, that's my job, man. I'm just doing my job over here. Someone's got to do it. Mo, how did we do?
Well, you know, I'm just, I've been sitting back and listening and really in awe of some of these principles and ideas. And I think that for me, the summary of what Gerald started this conversation with, and we're going to have Gerald be a big part of today. So we'll be, we're doing some esoteric dives today, because part of the purpose of this program is to experience all modalities of neuroscience. And so aspects of neuroscience that you might not be able to come across in a mainstream typical standard medical journal, we're going to discuss on this specific scientific panel, because in my personal opinion, a lot of the ideas from many of the experts of this summit that are relatively new for a lot of the folks in the audience won't be new ideas 10 years from now, won't be new ideas 20 years from now. In fact, I think that if we preserve this summit, and the great thing about summits like this, David, that are international broadcasts, is they're historically archived. 20 years from now, we're going to look back at some of the things Gerald was saying, and people are going to say, duh, because it's cutting edge information, cutting edge modalities that I think slowly most human beings are becoming more and more accustomed to. And I think that even if our work, David, with putting together these sort of events can take a fraction of 1% of credit for helping change the consciousness of humanity, that's good enough for me to wake up. And I just wanted to take a second to acknowledge David Fagan, because this whole summit was actually his idea. And so I know that the big, beautiful Los Angeles Tribune logo is so gorgeously posted up there, but we have to give credit where credit is due. And this whole Neuroscience Summit was really the brainchild of David. And so what I want to do, David, is I want to ask you what was the motivation for this brilliant idea from your perspective to share with the audience, because I think that thus far it has been so powerful, so incredible, and really needed. I think that the marketplace needed a neuroscience summit. And I'm just amazed that you have the intuition and sense to know that intuitively, and decided to specifically do a neuroscience summit as we end this year, heading into next year. So you see what I did there? You give me a question, I give one back to you.
I did see what you did there.
Go ahead, please.
Well, no, people like Gerald, Mo, Carissa, all of us, we probably get to spend more time than the average person with some really brilliant brains, right? With some really amazing individuals, souls, whatever it is you want to call it, conscious. And so much of the time I just think, man, this is more of what the world needs, and why doesn't the world want it? Why doesn't the world get it? Part of the reason is because, people struggle with proof, evidence, and I get it. Some people need that more than others, right? And because there is so much new science coming out, if the science and the word science and the research and the new case studies can help people embrace what they need to brace, then let's do that. And the simple fact of the matter is we know how people make decisions. We know how people's brains work. Sometimes things need to be wrapped and delivered in a certain way so that they can better, accept them, right? I know we've got some dog lovers here. Sometimes we got to give them their medicine, but you got to wrap it up in some food. We got to kind of trick them a little bit, right? So, in a very loving way, it's kind of like we're kind of sugarcoating what people need. And if you kind of need to know the science before you can experiment with it yourself, great, let's do it. You want the science? There's more science coming out every single day. Now, science is only going to take us so far, and we still have a long ways to go. And like Richard has been saying, and Moss and Gerald and so many other people have been saying, science still isn't there yet. And there's a lot of things science still doesn't understand. And science is actually trying to catch up with us. Human beings, like, we have these beliefs. We know that they're working. Now it's like we're just trying to do research to prove that it works, right? Yeah. So like we have the hypothesis, we're noticing the things, and it just takes years and years, sometimes decades and decades, maybe even centuries and centuries to kind of say, okay, we knew this existed, but now look, now we can prove it, right? And I'll leave you with this one last thing, Mo. A lot of people talk about, Bannister, the first one to run the 4-minute mile. It's impossible. It's impossible. Nobody can do it. Nobody can do it. All these people are trying. As soon as he ran that 4-minute mile, got that world record, it wasn't like 6 weeks later, somebody else broke that. And then a few days later, a few weeks later, somebody else. All of a sudden, the mentality switched. right? What happened inside people's brains? We knew it was happening. We saw it happen, but now, only now, are we starting to kind of find the science and the research that says, oh, okay, so there's this power in our beliefs. And we've seen this kind of Bannister law and effect happen so often that now we can say the odds are, if you believe this or you see somebody else do it, right, even if it's kind of a placebo effect, we can now do it.
Absolutely. And, I just want to, before I get into that, because there's some important points made, and I want Gerald to also get back in the conversation with Carissa, just want to quickly remind everyone that the views expressed on this program do not reflect that of any corporation or institution, myself included. Views expressed are only my own. And so you mentioned science. And David, one thing that I think we have lost touch of is the fact that what makes science so incredible, and us as a species so lucky to have science as part of our lives, is the scientific method. Mm-hmm. Science is not a dogma. And I think that where we have gone lost as a civilization is when we turn science into a religion, or science into something that is now still. Meaning, This is what science says so-and-so is, and now we must worship this conclusion. Whereas the beauty in science, and my friends that are truly scientists would agree that it's the scientific method. It's the constant, consistent, relentless questioning that makes science so beautiful and potentially the greatest thing that we have as a species. I say potentially because when it's used correctly. And so science, in my view, is a process. It is not meant to be a destination where people can use it as a dogma. And so I think that that's so important for folks to know, to consistently question and use the scientific method for all parts of life, medical parts of life, you name it. I think that to constantly question things. And that's why I'm so proud of the work that Top Talent Agency, that the team at the Tribune, that we're doing, because we're a free speech platform. And, we believe in having a whole host and a whole myriad of experts speak, debate, have different points of view, because that is part of the scientific method. It's the consistent probing. And so with that being said, I want to go back to Gerald. I'm going to step back for a few minutes and have Carissa, Gerald, and David continue the conversation. But Gerald, you spoke about this idea of the superconscious. And those folks, as a master practitioner of NLP, I have a understanding of the layers of the conscious, the unconscious, the superconscious. And I'd love for you to sort of break down those three layers for the audience that might be new to that idea. Please, Gerald Rogers and Carissa.
Yeah, and I think this is really important, and I really appreciate your conversation, Mo, about science, right? Like science, it's a gift to us. Really, at its core, science best serves when it's in the unknowing, where it's just curiosity. It's like we have a hypothesis, and let's prove this hypothesis to see if it's right or not. And we'll hold it's true once we see it, only as long as we don't have other information. And science at its best is held with an open hand, always open for an upgrade. And I think this is really important because the superconscious is not explainable. It's so much of it is not physically measurable. So the conscious mind, like just here's an example. So right now, put your awareness on the sensation on your right finger, right? Just like feel with your right finger. Like right now, your awareness is put on that space, and all of a sudden you notice how it feels, the temperature, the sensation, and all of that happens. Well, that all immediately becomes into your conscious mind because your awareness is able to do that. And our minds have a very, very limited ability to take that information in. Was that feeling, was that sensation there a moment ago, right? Like your left big toe. Now that you put your attention on that becomes aware, but that sensation was there before. But the conscious mind is only able to like perceive a few of the bits of information that are available at any given time. The unconscious mind, on the other hand, is receiving all all of the information that's available, all of these millions and billions of bits of information, the temperature, the sights, the sounds, the feelings, all of these sensations are being registered, and our unconscious mind is filtering out 99.9% of the information so that we can actually operate in the world, right? It'd be way too much if our brain was actually conscious of all these things in the first place. So the unconscious mind is all of these internal beliefs that we adopted since we were little children, all of these things that created this identity of who we are in the world. And what's held in the unconscious mind is this blueprint for how we experience the world, how we experience our life. And within the unconscious mind is this self-image or our identity. There's one of my beloved mentors. He wrote this book called the Psycho-Cybernetics. And Psycho-Cybernetics is an old book, but it she teaches these transformational principles. And in this book, Maxwell Maltz shares this principle. He says, you can never outperform your self-image. You can never outperform your self-image. You can never outperform your identity. So whatever that internal idea of who you are, the internal story of who you are, generates and drives every result in your life. From the money that you have, to the shape of your body, to the level of love and passion you experience, it's all generated through these unconscious beliefs. And then the unconscious system also generates, our autonomic nervous system and allows our heart to beat without us consciously thinking, okay, beat again, right? And so it's doing all of these things it's like the iceberg where actually the analogy I use, if you imagine a ball, right? The outside of the ball is the conscious mind. It's just what we're visually aware of in the moment. But everything inside is the unconscious mind, right? But the superconscious is everything outside, right? Where we actually step into this unified field and we recognize that we're not just our bodies, we're not just our minds, but we actually have access. This is how, you hear stories of mothers having the intuitive hit of their child that's, miles and miles away, and they know in that moment they need to go to them, or where we have these inner knowings or these spiritual gifts or these miraculous healings. All of this happens beyond what's occurring inside our physical body, and it's there's so much, it's an infinite world that exists that's beyond our limited perspective of who we are. Carissa, what would you like to add to that?
Okay, so thank you so much for diving into that. Something that I know I have a limited time with you, so I want to extract something out of that and ask you a question that I don't think I'll get the same answer if I asked you this, as well as the other 20 guest experts we have for the rest of the week. I think you're going to answer this very differently. So you're talking a lot about beliefs and how they sort of shape, our experiences and our identity and things like that. And what most people don't know about Roger Bannister, I want to circle back to what David was saying a moment ago, is that the 2 weeks, maybe even month before he ran that race, he was actually resting. He wasn't training harder. He wasn't monitoring his time with his race necessarily. He was hiking in the mountains with his friends, things like that. And I say that and I bring this to awareness because I think my belief is that we're stepping into a new paradigm of success and what it means to have the success that we want. This older paradigm, which a lot of people still believe, which is okay, is that it needs to be always hard work. You have to rise and grind. And while I do believe in effort, I think that we're starting to recognize that the energetics in our mind play a big role in the way that we attract things. So I'm curious about I got to experience a little bit of your magic and your gifts at PubCon, and you were very playful and you were very entertaining in the way that you offered transformation to people. What do you believe about play, about rest, about fun, and its connection to success, whether it be what you're experiencing in your own life, or maybe some of the people that you get to help, or just what you're realizing in the collective shift in consciousness?
Yeah, this is actually super important because one of the parts of the superconscious is flow state, and flow state happens most when we're playing, right? You've seen this with little kids. Little kids, unquestionably, they learn. They're at the highest space of learning and growth in their life. Why? Because they're playing. They're enjoying life. They're not thinking. They're not trying to analyze. They're not trying to strategize how to actually develop the skills. They're just immersed in the experience of living. And I feel, for me personally, when I'm stuck, it's because I'm thinking too much, right? When I'm stuck, it's because I'm trying to navigate creating something new from the knowing part of my brain, and it just doesn't work that way. But when I actually can set that part of my brain aside, and I can just laugh, or I can go do an adventure or do something that pushes me, there's a lot of science built around flow state. You know, Mihai Csikszentmihalyi and all of these like thought leaders have like dedicated their life to understanding flow state, but it's about pushing ourselves to the edge of what is known, and like releasing and just being in the moment and deeply present. And when we can do that and allow our hearts to be open with gratitude and joy and wonder and awe, then all of a sudden like these miracles start happening that we can't explain. And then we start learning things that weren't available to us when we're stuck in the trying or forcing part of our identity. So I think in answer to your question, the childlike part of our souls that wants to play and laugh and be silly and just be in the moment and be present and go with the flow, that is essential for us to activate the fullness of our gifts.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that. And yeah, in positive psychology, flow state has been very highly studied. A lot of athletes will say that they get into flow state before they, go into a game or whatever it is. Can you break down what you believe or what you've researched around what flow state is? And then how do you get into flow state personally?
Yeah, it's such a once again, another big question. And when we do our free masterclass later, in a couple of weeks, superconscious.eventbrite.com, we'll actually have time to practice it, right? But flow state happens once again when we get out of like the control part of our brain and we can relax and surrender. Surrender has like, it's interesting because a lot of people get stuck in like surrender being a weak thing to do, but actually surrender is one of the most powerful things you can do, because then you can be fully in the present in the moment. And so one simple tool to be able to activate the deeper levels of flow and presence is just by like slowing down and focusing. And like, I want everyone to do this with me right now. And you'll just see, like, it'll help drop you out of your head, get your energy back in your heart. You've been bombarded with so much information, but I'm going to invite you to like reset with me and just take a big deep breath in and just feel that energy moving through you and just be present. And as you exhale, just release and let go of anything that doesn't serve, and let go of all of the energy in your brain that's trying to figure things out and trying to understand. And just practice moving the energy from your head to your heart. Take another big deep breath in and release. And the next step of this presence game is see if you can identify 5 different sounds in your environment. 5 different sounds. Just like pause for a moment and just see. What do you hear? And the moment you do that, then all of a sudden you get out of the part of your brain that's always thinking about the past and worried about what happened, or like thinking about all these things that went on, and it's not worrying about what you have to do later or what you need to like. That simple act drives you into the presence, and the presence is an activator for the flow state. And then from there, getting embodied and pushing yourself. And this is why high adventure activities are an activator for flow state. And there's, I'm a big proponent of psychedelics. Psychedelics actually have this amazing capacity to activate our superconscious and get us into flow and learning how to like really be embodied in that moment. And then there's music that can activate that and can drop us into this moment. And there's environments, and really the flow state is about like being super tuned in to the present moment, doing something that you love, and being able to like feel this energy of the universe like flowing through you in a moment. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, that's very helpful. That mindfulness practice, you could actually take it. I love that. It's actually something that I learned when I got my master's degree in psychology. It's a mindfulness practice. You can identify 5 things that you're hearing, 4 things that you're seeing, and you kind of go through all the senses. And this is a really great exercise for all of you. We've been talking about stress and our official sponsor, Newcomb, who I know we're going to have Jim up here in a little bit. One of the greatest ways to combat stress is to be really present in the moment. And so that exercise that you offered that can get people into flow state is actually a really great way to combat stress as well. And I know for me, one of the best ways that I can get into flow state is to dance, do nonlinear dancing. So music and movement that's not structured can really support that as well.
Yeah, all those embodiment exercises and practices are like so critical, and for everyone, it's just like finding that energy that just makes you feel fully alive and fully awake and fully excited, that opens your heart and just allows you to like be present in the moment. Because like when we're deeply present, there's no stress, right? Stress exists either worrying about the past or imagining a future that we don't want. That's where stress exists. But in this moment, all that exists is love and joy and wonder and flow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Carissa, this is great. I love getting different perspectives and different questions from different people. And if you're watching at home, I hope you see that what we really want to create on this broadcast is some life-changing conversations. And think about that, life-changing conversations, 3 words. Those are really powerful. What's that conversation you might have had with a mom or dad? Who is that teacher that maybe said something to you that, just shifted your whole belief system? Who's that coach? Who's that mentor? What's that time that you had this conversation with that significant other? But I love thinking about things in terms of life-changing conversations. That would probably be a good book right there. Life-changing conversations, and nothing but just a series of chapters of that conversation that just changed your whole life. But that's what we want to create here. And Carissa, you did a great job of doing that. I want to add somebody else to the life-changing conversation that we had on the very first day that helped us kick it off. And that is Mark Waldman. And before I bring him up, I kind of want to do this in a sense of, yes, there's some new people here that kind of need to hear who Mark is, but I also want to introduce Mark to Gerald and Gerald to Mark. So, Gerald, I'm going to kind of talk to you, but I'm really talking to everybody. But, I kind of found Mark through some of my own research and some of the other people I know, like John Asseroff, some of the people that we all know that we kind of have respect for. I found them, promoting Mark and talking about Mark's books. And if you don't know, Mark's, at least some of those books have been like Oprah's book club, right? We all think like, boy, how cool would it be to have a book in Oprah's book club? But this is Oprah's neuroscientist, so to speak, or Oprah's neuro researcher, as Mark would probably prefer to be called, more of a researcher than a scientist. But, Time Magazine, New York Times, affiliated and working alongside a lot of other brilliant people, doing a lot of research. Mr. Mark Waldman, welcome to the conversation today here. Thank you for coming on and joining us. Mark, you've done some amazing work, and we had some kind of fun debates. Well, has this changed or has that changed, or what do we see from this degree, or I don't know, I don't know. I think everything we've ever learned is wrong. And boy, that it takes us back to day one. I think that made some people a little uncomfortable here, because normally we get on here and it's a little bit of a love fest. But, I told you when I first called you, hey, Mark, how do you feel about having maybe some different opinions from everybody? And how do you feel about having some friendly conversation where we express, maybe some different beliefs? And you're like, okay, David, bring it on. So, for everybody watching at home, just know that, we knew we were going to do a little bit of this and have some fun with it. But Mark, before we get into all of that, I wanted to make sure that at least one of these times we had you up, that we talked a little bit about the actual research you've been a part of, the actual research you've been leveraging. A lot of us have these beliefs and ideas, and we're seeing evidence of it in our own lives and our own communities with our clients and the organizations. But your background and where you're pulling from is from research like, Harvard doing different studies and things like that. So what I want to know, because things have changed a little bit or expounded a little bit based on what you've told us before, what research should we all know about? Because we're not privy to all the things. I mean, we could be, but you've done it. So we're kind of coming to you for the Reader's Digest version here. Okay. What should we know about? What are some studies that have been done that maybe we'd find interesting? Maybe what's some evidence or research out there that we should know about that we can take back to our communities? Share with us a little bit, Mark.
Well, why don't I lead in by commenting on some of the wonderful things that Gerald was just saying, because the neuroscience of flow and the neuroscience of mindfulness and other forms of meditation practices and mystical practices, he's right on what you're saying. The moment we bring ourselves into the present moment, we turn off these two little tiny areas called your dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. This is it's always weird when you see yourself in reverse in the mirror. So if I'm doing weird things like that, it's not because I have a crazy brain, but I probably have that too. Anyway, these two particular spots here, when they're active, the whole rest of our brain is rather quiet. And this little bit of conscious mind that we have, well, it sees the tiniest bit of the world in reality. So when Gerald was talking about getting into that state of flow and falling into the present moment awareness, those two little areas kind of become quiet, and some of these deeper, more instinctual, more spiritual parts of the brain begin to light up. And that's what most of our research has been about over the past 20 years. Andy Newberg and I have done brain scan studies of nuns who are focusing on feeling closer to Jesus and God. We have Buddhist practitioners trying to have an experience of pure consciousness. And the same thing is going on in the brain. So we discovered that any form of taking a moment, even in just 2 seconds, like closing your eyes right now, and if you do like a yawn and a stretch and just bring yourself into noticing how your body is feeling in the present moment. The yawning is one of the more outrageous things that we've discovered in our research. I think there's now over 400 studies showing that this is one of the best thermoregulatory mechanisms that slows down excessive thinking, helps to bring you into the present moment. So most of the work that we've been doing in neuroscience research and brain scan studies, we can babble on and on and on about these different parts of the brain, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the default mode network, but it doesn't have any value unless you can actually bring yourself into having some type of an experience that we can consciously shift between our imagination and creativity network back to our conscious focused attention network, and then slip back into that blue area on this map, very deep down inside of your brain, which is where we have that sense of, oh, I'm aware that I'm having these thoughts.
Yeah.
I'm aware that I'm having these wandering feelings and brief moments of anxieties and moments of depression. And every time you pull yourself back into simply being aware of what's going on in this incredible brain, that little bit of awareness creates an optimal balance with these other brain networks. That's kind of the state of flow. And we can't stay there, from my perspective, from the research we've done, for more than maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 seconds, but we don't need to. So our newest research, and the advice I would like to give to everybody, is don't feel the need to spend 10, 20, 30 minutes once or twice a day going into some meditation practice. You can create any form of relaxed, mindful awareness and do it for 60 seconds. And we always recommend that you download a mindfulness clock onto your cell phone or computer and set it to ring 3 times an hour. And when you hear that bell, use that to do one mindful yawn, or a super slow stretch, or focus on a deep inner value, or do anything that brings you a momentary sense of pleasure, well-being, happiness. Then throw yourself right back into work. And then 15 or 20 minutes later, when you hear that bell again, you might be in the middle of writing your great American novel, and you hear that bell, and everything in your conscious mind is saying, no, don't stop. But if you do, and this is what I discovered when I was, when you're writing a book and you're reaching a deadline and you still have another 30,000 words to write and organize, and you think you have to just stay focused, that bell would go off, and I would force myself to get up and I went onto the treadmill just for 30 seconds. And in that movement, that constant movement, it again interrupts your ability to stay highly focused, which is what your conscious mind is saying you have to do. And again, remember, that's the littlest, tiniest part of your brain that's not even aware of all this wonderful stuff that's going on. And I would lose whatever it was I thought I was focused on, but I would go back inside, sit down in front of the computer, and the next 2 or 3 pages that came out was flow. It was just beautiful. The words and the writing came without me having to think about it, because I was more in the present moment, connected to myself, connected to my values, connected to my deepest beliefs.
Wow, what an answer to that. I know that if I wasn't on a live broadcast, I'd be taking so many notes right now. And so thank you so much for that. I'm definitely going to rewatch this. And I actually have a question for you that kind of goes in a little bit of a different direction, but you've been talking a lot about different places in the brain and different aspects of the brain. And if I remember correctly, and feel free to correct me, in your book, you talked about how the empathy and I think it was social awareness are newer developments of the brain. Can you speak to what that actually means and why our brain is adapting and what are we adapting to?
Well, when we are born, we have this huge, and by the way, when I say that everything we think we know about the brain is probably wrong, that also means that probably everything I'm saying to you is so reduced and might probably be wrong as well. The wonderful thing about assuming if all of your beliefs are wrong, that kind of brings you into the present moment and you're more aware. And it doesn't mean that you have to be right or wrong about anything. You can see what that deeper place, what you're talking about, that empathy, that intuition part of your brain, which again, with this map, it's called the salience network. This is language that's only come up in the last couple of years and hasn't even made it into popular books yet. When you're engaged in any form of deeply relaxed, mindful awareness, in other words, you're aware of what's going on in your mind, you stimulate that blue area in this drawing, the anterior cingulate and the insula. And it's the last part of your brain to develop. It doesn't come fully online until you are in your late 20s, early 30s, and for some narcissistic individuals, maybe in their 60s or 70s if they're kind of lucky. And this helps to understand why children are primarily narcissistic. The salience network is about social connection with other individuals. And narcissism isn't a negative term. There's healthy narcissism. If I don't have a good sense of me being alive in the world, I'm going to be very lost and very disjointed. It's that unhealthy narcissism when I keep insisting that everything has to be my way and my way is better than your way. Those individuals with that unhealthy narcissism don't have very good functioning with that blue salience network that's in this particular brain. So again, our executive network, our ability to think very clearly, develops slower than our incredible imagination network where we're dreaming of all the possibilities of all the things we might do right or might do wrong. They're very slow in development, but we can nurture them. That's the interesting thing. You can bring mindfulness into the kindergarten level, and you can take just 1 or 2 minutes and you can tell a person, hey, listen to the sound of the bell and tell me what it feels like to hear that bell. What does it feel like to notice the air going in and out of your nose when you breathe? What does anger actually feel like? I mean, these are fascinating questions to ask a 5-year-old. And then they start to think about it in a certain way. And when you do this in a classroom in 1st and 2nd grade, those kids who spend just 1 week doing these simple forms of relaxed, mindful awareness, when they go out into the playground, they play better with each other and they fight less often. And if you stop doing that, they go right back into the kind of just the rough and tumble play of trying to learn how to balance that selfish me with the I want to play with you.
Yeah.
onto the brain.
Thank you, Mark, and great question, Chris. I think you win the award of best question so far today. If there was such an award, I guess I just created it. But that was a good question. Way to pull from the book there. Mark, we're going to be bringing up Andy a little bit later. You know, he is a co-author, in a couple of these big books that you've done. And it's always interesting to me as a publisher, as a publicist, helping two people kind of come together. Like even when you're writing, are you saying we, are you saying I, and you're letting people know it's Mark or Andy? Functionally, it can be kind of challenging, right? So what do you kind of do mostly or more? What does Andy maybe kind of do? How do you guys create synergy between the two of us? Give us a little bit of a preview to Andy when we bring him up later and how you guys created these books.
When we first got together, my plan was simply to help Andy with his books and the development of his book. His first book was called Why God Won't Go Away. It came out in like 2000, 2001. So he's the first individual to start doing brain scan studies of people doing different types of spiritual practices and entering different types of mystical states. And at that particular time, I was a developmental editor for Jeremy Tarcher of Tarcher, Putnam, Penguin. And Jeremy wanted me to come up with a book that was the most radical book on religion and spirituality that you could imagine. And so there were wonderful people like Bishop Spong, who was, this is back in the 1990s. And Bishop Spong of the Episcopalian Church was the first individual to ordain a female lesbian minister. So these were groundbreaking things that I was putting together into an anthology, and I'd stumbled across Andy's work because there wasn't anything else about the neuroscience of God. What happens in your brain when you think about God, what happens in your brain if you're focused on an angry God who is punishing you, all those types of things. And I thought, great, let's put together a book together, because I found out that at that particular time, Andy hired a ghostwriter to work on the book. And a ghostwriter makes a huge amount of money, and I'm making a little bit of money. So I said, hey, Andy, let me help you. Let me be your ghostwriter. A year later, he called me up and we did that. And we played around with different ideas. And the idea that we came up with at first was what goes on in the brain when you're believing? In other words, what is the biology of belief? When we believe, we have a Democrat. It's interesting because the brain of a Democrat and the brain of a Republican are different from each other. And in the process of me helping him write his book, I knew nothing about neuroscience at that time. So I'm living in the world of PubMed, looking at 2,000 research studies a week, writing to him saying, well, is this what's going on? Is that what's going on? I don't know what's going on. And it ended up that our synergy together really worked to help bring in two different perspectives about the brain. So when Andy comes on, anything I will say, he will always say, well, maybe not.
Right.
And we found that in our book that we could talk about spiritual experiences from two very different perspectives, each one's based upon the same brain scan study. And so we discovered, and this is what our audience really liked, that there isn't just one view about the brain. There isn't one view about God or religion or mindfulness or whatever else. We're offering two different perspectives and encouraging our readers to say, hey, aside from all of this information, what do you find personally valuable for you? One of the things Andy always was amazed about with the books that we wrote is that a whole bunch of people would say, Mark and Andy have proven that God really exists. And the other half was saying, Mark and Andy have proven that this is all just something that goes on in your brain. The atheists were happy with the book. The believers were happy with the book. But that wasn't what we were talking about at all. We were looking at neither one. We're looking at how spiritual practices from one end of the spectrum to the other happen. So Andy and I used to have a joke that went on. I can't think and he can't write, and we made the perfect team.
I love it. Yeah, it is interesting when you can create something that makes everybody happy, because people draw their own conclusions out of it, right? And there's probably a brain conversation in of itself. The fact that, you know, people will hear the same thing, but they will form a different conclusion. Yet they both heard word for word what was said from the same person, or read word for word. There's probably some brain studies in that as well.
And because, again, these were transformational brain scan studies at the time, it also created a whole lot of controversy as well. And we discovered something interesting. In the research of controversy, if I present an idea that contradicts your idea,
yeah,
you know, you may be saying, yes, you know, there's all these vibrational frequencies and alpha, beta waves and everything else that have this particular effect on your brain. And then Andy and I come in and say, well, actually not. They don't. This is what's going on. This is what's going on instead. I mean, you know, remember Descartes, you know, is doing this meditation experiment and comes to the conclusion, I think, therefore I am.
Yeah.
And it turns out he sets the whole framework for science, and he was absolutely wrong. It's the other way around. I am, therefore I think. And so, you know, we put that into that book. So when somebody says something to you that absolutely contradicts your belief system, you have two choices. You can start to fight and argue, and you see this in our political arena all the time, or you can go, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So basically, everybody has a private belief system. Belief systems are always limited. That's what we wrote about in our first book. And you have two choices. You can push away you know, something that disagrees with your most sacred values and beliefs, or you can open up your mind and say, that's interesting. The moment that your mind opens up, so if you open up your mind to something I'm saying, even if it's a bunch of BS, and I'm not referring to brain science, in that moment of being open, you actually have turned on all of those important centers in your brain. And in that moment, you actually have genuine connection with that person, even if they hold very different beliefs. And that's where you can form empathy together. And we think that might bring a little more peace into the world.
We're starting to run low on time here. There's one other thing I want to get to. We're getting lots of good comments, questions. Keep up the comments and questions. The Los Angeles Tribune does some really fun stuff, rewarding people for that and who gave the most. And, you know, we throw them up here on the screen, and, you know, there's just been a ton of great comments and questions. One of them that has come up a couple times. Mark, you talk about brain scans, or you talk about some of the research. Can you just tell, you know, the viewers of this broadcast, what does that mean? You know, we're kind of picturing, you know, patches and wires hooked up on people. Is that right? Is it something else? How is it that you're doing these scans?
The first way that the brain was looked at was through EEG devices, which were all those patches and, you know, devices put on. That became biofeedback work. And then right around 2000, a new type of brain scan technology was coming in place called fMRI. And that means functional magnetic resonance imaging. And nowadays, a lot of people have been in an MRI machine or had an MRI scan of some part of your body. fMRI shows what's the activity is going on and how it changes from different parts of the brain. So you're in a big, giant donut with very powerful electromagnetic currents going through, which, by the way, turns out to make a person feel happier. So a whole brand new form of therapy has emerged from that, and they have smaller devices now that you could put on one side of your hemisphere and basically put out a particular type of frequency that can turn off the part of your brain that generates worries and feelings of depression and everything else. Now, Andy uses SPECT scan, In other words, okay, here you are. You can't move when you're, when you're in this big giant donut, or you get blurry images. So one of Andy's wonderful studies was with Pentecostal speaking in tongues, and to get into that particular state, you have to be dancing around and listening to jazz music. So basically, you put a little IV in your arm, and you inject a little bit of this radioactive dye that doesn't really hurt or cause any brain damage, so we say, and the person will dance around and do whatever activity there is, and then when they start getting into that state where they begin to speak in tongues, or if you begin to just have that connection of feeling at one with the universe, then Andy puts in a little bit more of that dye. And for the next 5 minutes, while you're in this altered state, that dye is breaking down in the places that are the most active in your brain. Then you're done. You walk down the hallway of the hospital, different type of donut. You can actually go to sleep in this particular one. And it records and makes the pictures of images of all the parts of the brain that are different from the first scan. So you can't just take one brain scan. You won't see anything because everybody has a different brain. You're comparing how your brain is functioning doing this activity to this other activity or this type of experience.
Yeah, that's great. I'm going to bring Gerald back up here in a second, and we've got a few other people we're going to add to the conversation. You kind of know the drill here, Mark. After day one, you catching the flow of this whole broadcast? What do you think? You seeing how we're mixing it up and bringing people in?
Oh, by all means, when Andy comes on, ask him the same question about beliefs
I will.
that you did earlier, and you'll get a totally brand new, different perspective, and that's what's beautiful.
Yeah,
you take my perspective and his, and don't make the mistake of saying, "Oh, he's right and he's wrong." As far as your brain is concerned, your brain doesn't operate on right and wrong. It's looking for what works best for that unique individual to help them survive in the world. And that salience network, that value network, that empathy and intuition network, it's your social brain.
Yeah. So hang on, Mark. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have Jim pull up in a little bit, and from Newcomb, and me and you talked a little bit about the technology, and I talked to Jim about this and you about this, and so maybe we'll share some differences of ideas, and maybe where we have similar beliefs and maybe where we see things a little bit differently. That's going to be fun, so don't go anywhere. But Gerald, I know that you had some good time with us and kind of been listening backstage. I wanted to give you a chance to give us kind of your last thoughts for the time being, and comment on anything that Mark might have said. But this is your chance to kind of wrap it up and put a bow on it. And anything that you didn't get a chance to say, go ahead and share. And if you want to comment on Mark as well, that'd be great.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I actually have a question for Mark as well. Like, I think the main thesis that I just want to share with people is this. Number one, first and foremost, you are more than you think you are.
Yes.
You have such a limited perspective of what the truth of you is. And when we can actually untap and discover like the immensity of our divine spirits, then we realize that the little tiny identity that we've been living in is actually what's holding us back from creating and living up to our potential. And so
yes, and yes.
To understand about that is you can change, like we can change our brain, we can change our identity, we can change our experience of who we are. We can rewrite the stories. Like we have the power to actually rewrite the past, right? Like one of my favorite quotes is this, is like, it's never too late to have a happy childhood, right?
That's true.
This idea that we can actually go back and we can reprogram our beliefs and we can reframe our experience of life. And by doing that, create a new potential for the future. And so this is what I'm really passionate about supporting and helping other people with, is this journey of building a new identity. I call it soul alchemy, which is the journey of transforming from who we've been to who we're meant to be and activating our divine potential. And so once again, an invitation for anyone that really wants to go on that journey. On November 3rd, we'll be doing a special free masterclass. If you go to superconscious.eventbrite.com, that's totally free, a gift to everyone here. My question for you, Mark, which is, really what I've been so passionate about, like uncovering and discovering and understanding how the brain works. The reason why I've been so passionate about that is because I've recognized all of these areas in my life where I haven't been living up to my potential. And so I'd love for you to just share your perspective, having done so much understanding and science of the brain and how it works and all these different parts. How does someone in a really practical way reprogram their brain and change these beliefs and step more fully into their potential? Like, what are your thoughts in terms of like the process or the journey of reprogramming ourselves?
I think what you said answers the question beautifully. So I'll answer it in a similar way. Your brain is reprogramming itself every second by second. When you say you can rewrite, you can rehab your childhood or rewrite your past. You want to know why? We actually don't have any memories that are accurate about the past. Our memories are being rewritten every time we call them into consciousness. Memories are being used, and in terms of this drawing back here, they come from the deeper parts of your brain down here in that emotional and motivational center of our brain. We have a strong emotional experience. A memory is formed where your brain chooses what it wants to learn that it thinks might be valuable tomorrow. Then, every time you have a similar experience to that original event, that part of that memory is called up. And again, that creative imagination center plays with it. It literally puts it together in a brand new creative way. So our memories are always being reinvented, being recreated so that we can use it in the present moment. There's no past, there's no future. So when you said, bring yourself into the present moment, that's where the magic takes place. And you look at the body, the physiology functions better. And when you look at the brain in that moment, that is actually what would be called optimal psychological health. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And then what I'm hearing and what you're saying, which is really important, is like it all comes down in the present moment. Like the past doesn't exist. The future doesn't exist. And in this moment, we can actually decide what paradigm, what belief we want to operate in the world with. And as we do that, the emotions are reflected in those beliefs.
And personally, it took me 30 years to figure out what John Kabat-Zinn meant about, being in the present moment. I kept having all these ideas about, this is the present moment. No, that can't be the present moment. So I never knew how to get out of my ideas. I was actually teaching a class on mindfulness when it happened. And I'm about to say, and I'm here in, whoa. So I would call it a wow experience. And when Andy and I wrote about it, we kind of call it a mini enlightenment experience. In those moments, all of your belief systems, all of your words, all of your language, all of that busyness going on in your thinking work stops. And when it stops, you can see, wow, there's this other stuff going on, but I don't have any words for it.
I love that so much. David, thank you so much for all the work you put into creating this. Like, it's an honor to be part of it.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you. I'm sure we'll see more of you again soon, but thanks for hopping on and sharing some time with us. And I'm sure we'll see each other in person real soon, hopefully again.
Yeah, absolutely. Love you. Blessings to everyone. Have a magnificent day.
Thank you, Gerald. So, Mark, we're bringing up Jim Poole here, and I'm going to tell you about Jim as well as tell everybody else here about Jim. Jim Poole is CEO, president, one of the key decision makers, owners of Newcomb, patented neuroscience technology. And, we've had him up a couple times and on a couple different events, and we're going to approach things a little bit different today, kind of take it from a different angle. But what you need to know about Jim and the technology that they use called Newcomb, not only does it involve a lot of frequencies and vibrations and a lot of research and science and things that have been put out by a lot of universities and the government, but Jim himself goes into places like FBI and Quantico and helps work with these individuals, everything from people that are dealing with all the way up to stage 4 cancer, professional athletes, and not just professional athletes, but all-stars and Hall of Famers. A lot of research in terms of, what happens to somebody who wants to run for 3 days straight, these marathon type runners. So a lot of research there as well. But their neuroscience, their patented technology has really been growing and taking off and taking on. It used to only be really available to, the high end, the elite. It was not a cheap product. So, if you were a celebrity, you might get it from your doctor. If you were a professional athlete, you might get it from the team's, doctor. If you're in some kind of military elite program, you might get access to it. But now, over the last, year, maybe year and a half now, Newcomb has kind of made this bigger approach to get it out to mainstream public. I don't know if you saw this, Mark, but Tony Robbins wrote a book recently called Life Force. In that book, Life Force, he actually talks about Newcomb and how he uses it and what he thinks he gets out of it and how much he relies on it. And he also just did something with Jim Kwik, the author of the book Limitless, right? Mm-hmm. So Jim Kwik and Jim Poole and Newcomb kind of put together a new product for individuals. So it's a lot of fun for me to bring together two guys that I really have a lot of respect for, and the research that you guys have done and how you're serving people. And so Jim meet Mark, and Mark meet Jim. And,
hi, Mark.
Hi,
David. Hi, Isabel. Hi, the world. How's everybody doing? Different background today, David. I'm now in Miami. I was in West Palm Beach last time. A little bit more.
Yeah. So we got coast to coast with you guys. Mark's in California right now, and we got you in Miami right now. I'm in Thailand right now, so that's why the curtains are drawn back here. It's just nighttime out there. It's about 1:30 a.m. where I'm at. So we've got 2 weeks here in Thailand doing some research, working with some, doing some photo shoot and video for a client. It's tough work, but somebody has to do it.
Thailand. I thought Miami was awesome. Thailand's far better. Come on.
So, Mark, we've got Jim and a few of the other people here booked to speak at some universities in Kenya. Next month, we're going to be in Kenya, and we're speaking at Nairobi University and Kisumu University, and we'll be talking on some of the things we're discussing, today. Maybe we'll try to work a good quote out of you somewhere along the way or something. But before I bring you up here, Mark, and thank you for joining us there for a little bit. I'm going to bring you back in just a second. Jim, I kind of wanted to go about today a little bit differently, and we're going to bring Mark into the conversation in just a second. But people are very impressed, or maybe they respect, maybe that's a different word, because this isn't a hero worship thing. This is just like, okay, this makes sense. I like this. This means something to me. And one of the things that they're respecting or maybe impressed by is all of these, not just organizations, but very successful people that you've been able to work with. And so you've kind of had a unique approach and inside look at the brain of not just successful people, but super successful people. You've worked alongside Tony Robbins. You've worked alongside, Jim Kwik. You've sat in the room with, NBA athletes like Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors as they're getting ready to prepare, right? Tony Robbins is coming in to give these people the big speech, and you're there right there with them, and they're hearing, the frequencies and vibrations and music, and you get to be a part of, helping them prepare mentally, get their brain right. But you've had the chance to be around these really super successful people. So I was hoping you could give people here maybe some insight into what's the difference between a successful person and a super successful person? Like, how are they wired differently? Like, what do they do to maybe take care of themselves, prepare themselves? And I don't want to lead you too much with that. Maybe I'm already leading you here a little bit, but, just to give you a little bit of a realm to maybe start at, what makes them different? What might we learn from them so that we might, tap into our full, potential, and maybe what even have you learned from some of these super successful people? Give us some insights.
No, that's great. So let's talk about some of the cross section of humanity that we've had the opportunity to work with. So when we're talking about working with the Department of Defense, we're not talking about foot soldiers. We're talking about Air Force Special Operations Command, special fighter pilots. We're talking about special forces operators. There are only a few of these in the world at a time. $6 million investment from an enlisted man to a special forces operator. We're talking about Navy SEALs, Border Patrol, BORTAC, BORSTAR, the FBI. And in the FBI, there's something called the HRT, the Hostage Rescue Team. That's one group. Then you talk about 54 professional athletes that we've worked with, 58 UFC fighters, US Open, in golf and tennis, racing. Then I think about celebrity, or I think about, someone like Tony Robbins or Jim Quick. I haven't given a lot of thought to how the parallels I see in their life, but it doesn't take long to figure this out. What I have seen across the board in 30 years and 14 years of running this organization and seeing the cross section of humanity, the people who are winning and achieving the maximum success in their specific field have a focus that is unlike the common person. That is the prevailing parallelism of all of these successful people. I look at any athlete. We all grew up, and if you grew up in America, you went to secondary school, you went to high school 9 through 12, and there may have been some exceptional athletes. Great. In that realm, how many people made it to college D1? How many people from there made it to the professional level? So now you're in the professional level. What does it take to win? Now we say, hey, it's a millimeter or it's a millisecond or whatever. We don't really understand that if we're layperson. But their entire life, their entire focus, their dreamscape, their wake up, their 4 a.m. Aerobic exercise, their workouts, their training, their food, their nutrition, their visualizations, it's all built on one goal. That is the parallel I see, whether you're a special forces operator and you're on a mission in Afghanistan, if you're a professional athlete, if you're fighting in the UFC today. Focus and an ability to hone that focus and take all the extraneous stressful stimuli. The professional athlete does not have a good life. The lifestyle is not good. Why do I say that? They have so many pressures, so many exogenous outside forces, accountants, lawyers, team, fans. So say I'm a professional football player and I'm playing safety for a football team and I get burned for a touchdown in overtime on Monday Night Football game in front of 100,000 people with 14 million people watching it. The amount of pressure is incredible, and they simply are able to just tune that in and be focused. Now, I think there's a sacrifice involved in that, but anybody, and we know this just from words of wisdom from Marcus Aurelius thousands of years ago, you are what you think you are. And if you can singularly think through what you want to achieve, there's nobody on this earth that can't achieve what they focus on. And we see this in some of the early people who, hey, at 4 years old, I knew I wanted to be a doctor. At 7 years old, I knew I wanted to be a writer. Whatever that is, they achieve that success because they didn't let distractions, procrastinations, worry, fear, anxiety, expectations, anticipatory anxiety get in the way of what they tried to do. And they overcame malnourishment, jet lag, whatever it is. They had that singular focus. That's what I've seen across the plethora of, even David, to the monk, even to the person who sacrifices their life to service and meditates 100,000 hours, has a singular focus. Can't hear you.
We're going to be talking about this more, and it's even a question that we'll be asking other people as well. It's going to be one of the themes of the day. One of them, what is the difference between being successful and super successful? And you're right, it does come at a price. And, in a way, like, you want to be successful, show up, right? Do what you're supposed to do. Show up, do what you're supposed to do. You're going to be successful. You can't be stopped. Super successful. I mean, like Hall of Fame, like big stage, big community, best-selling, and I'm not saying that's how we all judge success. There's many different ways to quantify success, but it's interesting to study the lives of the super successful. And, some of those people might include somebody like a Robin Williams, a Kurt Cobain, we can go down a long list of Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, right? Think about, how some of these stories ended. So that you're very right. There is a price for it. And one of the things that I've seen in super successful people Hollywood celebrities, people that have really maybe made it to this, 1% of 1% of 1%, is that they're obsessed, right? There's a certain level of obsession in the super successful. So I'm going to tease that and I'm going to leave that hanging there a little bit. And I'm going to add in Moira Lavelle. Moira's on the East Coast as well. Moira is also a part of the Kenya keynote tour. So you guys are going to be hanging out with a small group of us in Kenya. But Moira, fits into the conversation in so many different ways. Moira literally went from a convent to coaching. Now there's so much more to her than that, but I think one of the fascinating things that very few people understand is Moira actually spent about a decade in a convent, right? She was raised that way. And it's no surprise that, her brain, the way she sees things, the way she studies things, and it was fun listening to some of the stuff Mark said, it does kind of open up some different, my words, not his, I don't want to put any words in his mouth, but some neural pathways. It does open up some other ways of seeing things, studying things, meditating upon things, frequencies, vibrations. I'm still introducing Moira, but Jim, would you say that something kind of interesting happens to somebody in a building where everyone is singing together? Maybe it's a hymn. There's sort of a certain feeling of vibration, of frequency.
When we are all resonating at the same frequency, we are all in tune, and there's a collective that's greater than the singular. That's
yeah. So Myra's got a few books herself. We're going to be publishing another one with her. She's a big part of these upcoming speaking tours. She's got a new show called Mindful Yes, right? YESS instead of NESS. But Moira is definitely somebody who helps people say yes. She's done everything from banking and financial to working, in government type organizations, helping people inside their homes, like therapy type stuff, working on her doctorate now. Moira, welcome to the conversation. We're doing life-changing conversations here today. Welcome.
Thank you so much, David. Hi, Jim.
Hi, how are you?
My Newcomb, and I've been traveling for the past 7 days. I'm actually just came from Arizona. I had my Newcomb. I flew 2 days later to Paris. I'm in Paris right now. You can't even imagine where I am doing my Zoom. my call with you.
Looks like you're in an office, Moira. It looks like you're just.
But I'm so excited to be here. So I make things happen. It just when you were talking, David, I heard you. And the people that are willing to go the 100% plus are the one that going to reach the top. You can't reach the top if you're surrounding yourself by, sheep, surrounding yourself by tiger. David is a tiger. David, I love you, since the first time we met, and I brag about you. And a lot of people ask me, how did you meet David? I'm like, the Holy Spirit put the right people in my way, because, I think that's come from the vibes from the non-Catholic plus the ministry that I'm running right now. And I've been speaking in a conference for 2 days. And now I just finished in a speaking event, and I run back from Belgium, and I came here in an hotel. I sign in, and here I am in Paris talking with David and Jim.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, we were counting up yesterday that we had people from 17 countries so far, on here at any one given time. So that's a lot of fun for the people at the Tribune, and for me to be a part of that as well. We're going to bring Mark back in here in a second as well. But so many fun things to talk about. Moira, I'm going to bring you up for a second here, first and foremost, and Jim, I'm going to bring you back here in just a second. But Moira, I want you to kind of tell us, this diverse background you had. And it's interesting, you've been in business, and you've been in the private sector, you've worked for the government organizations, all this kind of diverse, industries. What's kind of the common thread throughout all these things that you've done? Because I think some people, when they see all the things that you've done, they think that it's all very different. But I think there's actually a common thread throughout everything you've done. Tell us what you think that is.
There's a quote that I like from Martin Luther King that said, "Not everybody can be famous, but anyone can be great." because greatness is determined by service. The common thread, David, in everything I do, it's service. Make the world a better place. Make every life that I choose, I touch, become a better, that I don't leave it the way I touch it. So I do counseling differently, that I approach people with humanity. I changed my way of serving because I feel people need to be touched. People need to feel you are there present. Quantum medicine has changed my way also of changing people's life, giving them an opportunity to see the potential and serve them from there.
Yeah. So you have a very interesting story, and I just want to give you a couple of minutes to tell the story. I'm going to put you up here. All we're going to see is you, but take just a couple of minutes to tell, kind of some of the highlights of your story, the home you grew up in, kind of the background, a little bit of the religion. People are very curious about 10 years in a convent, why you left and where you're at now, and do all of that in 2 minutes. This is a good drill here. Okay. You got to cover a couple decades here in about 2 minutes. Maybe 3. Go ahead and go. Give us your story. Give us the background.
I grew up from a very traditional family where all was about making the best happen. My parents, parents, Haitian, and they always instill on me what it is supposed to be your best. They didn't have a lot of money, but they had a lot of ethic to raise their children. So after years, after graduate at school, my dad always had pride to have one of her children as his children as a nun. So he guided me through the nun school all my life. And my sister was a rebel, so she didn't want to go to non-Catholic school. So all my life, I knew the Catholic school. So for me, it was an easy process. Going to the nun and becoming a nun was part of what I wanted to do. But until I realized there's a part of me that's way bigger than being confined. So I decided to take it a little step further and live a life that a little bit in a different way. So I went to school and then I did my background. It's in finance and banking, working the corporate world for 14 years. That sucked the life out of me. Then I decided to just shift and move to counseling, and then now to become a doctor in integrative medicine. All that combined gives me the way to see people in their full potential. I help people that suffer from diseases and bring them to a state of wellness. And the Mindful Yes show, it's how you combine everything to see you as the best version of the you that's coming, because we are always a better version of us. Today, the next day, it's always coming.
Nice. Thank you. So you've got enough good, powerful feminine energy for all of us here. So Andy, we've got you on now, and Andy, you got a really good introduction from Mark. We hope you can live up to all the things that Mark said. You got to, man, he really laid it out here. But
you should be able to, because like I said, I can't think.
he said he can't think and you can't write. So together you guys made a really good team.
That is true. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you okay.
I couldn't tell if the microphone was working well, but yes.
Yes.
I can write a little bit, but I always write everything in prescription. So, because I'm a doctor, but that's about all I can do.
Didn't you graduate from Harvard?
University of Pennsylvania.
Where do you work at now?
I'm at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia.
Okay. And what's your title there at the Thomas Jefferson University?
I'm the research director at the Marcus Institute of Integrative Health. And we actually have a department of integrative health, one of the first departments of integrative medicine, as far as we know, in the country, at an academic medical center. So there's a lot of integrative medicine groups around, but this is a full department. So we're very excited about that. And we hope that leads to many great future work that we could do.
My point is I think you can write. That's my point, Andy.
I think I can write a
you
little
can
bit.
write.
Yes,
I think you're good.
yes, he can. He now stands on his own and can create some wonderful books without even me being present.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Mark is my
we've got a
muse.
great group here, and we're going to keep us all up here together just for a little bit. So all of my co-producers behind the scenes, let us all sit here together for just a little bit. And I want to give Andy even a more, in-depth introduction here in just a second, because it is quite impressive. But in relation to Mark, they co-authored a book that's been on Oprah's, reading list, a book, Time Magazine, Oprah's Magazine, a lot of big programs, networks. A lot of the people that we respect, are constantly pushing their books and referring their books. So I was able to get to Mark first, and then me and Mark ganged up on Andy, and then we got him on here as well. And then we've got Jim Poole on here of Newcomb. Andy, I don't know, did you get a chance to hear me kind of introduce Jim and Newcomb a little bit?
A little bit, yes.
Okay, a little bit. And of course, Moira knows Jim and Newcomb a little bit as well. So I got all these big brains here on the screen.
By the way, we authored, Andy and I have co-authored 5 books together.
5 books. And how many of them made it into Oprah's book club?
Well, I can lie and say all of them, but how God teaches your brain.
I think 2 of them were mentioned.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
We've both been on Oprah Radio together.
Right.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, you guys have some impressive accomplishments and accolades here. So Jim Poole, why don't you tell Mark, maybe knows a little more about this. Why don't you tell Mark and Andy a little bit, everybody listening, but I kind of want to set it up as you telling Mark and Andy kind of about your technology and some of the research that kind of helped come into that, technology. And I want to give them a chance to kind of, share maybe what they've learned as well, but maybe tell them a little bit more about your patented neuroscience technology.
Love to. In 2015, Newcomb was awarded the only and first patent for balancing the health of the human autonomic nervous system. It's a profound patent that took 5 years of really intense evidence-based research with Harvard Medical School statistical biophysicist, Dr. Chen-Kang Pang. By far the world's leading expert on HRV, has 57,000 medical citations, and the NASA scientist, Fields Medal honor, Dr. Norton Huang. This was all built around a neuroscientist, quantum physicist, naturopath, a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford, who grew up as a rape victim as a child. He had Asperger's, and he had a brilliant mind and a determination to find a way to naturally downregulate the human stress response. And through his trials and tribulations, a lot of trial and error, 32 years of discovery, he figured out that of the brainwave mechanism in the 41 hertz frequency range of delta, theta, alpha, gamma, and beta, if I can find a way using electrical signaling and chemical messaging to allow the brainwave function to gently be guided into theta and keep you there, I can allow the body to do what it knows how to do, restore, recover on a cellular level. So conceptually, that's what it was. Doing that in practice is incredibly difficult. And we've gone through several iterations, but the whole concept of what we do is using the auditory motor cortex to present this amalgamation of physics, algorithms, vibration, binaural signal processing, isochronic waveform, pitch and frequency, mathematical matrices, and a non-linear oscillating algorithm that perpetually tricks the reticular activating system so your brain never figures out what we're trying to do to it. But essentially, using your ears, we present to the brain a signal, and your brain gently is guided from 13 hertz all the way down to 9, back up to 11, down to 10, back up to 12. We're simply asking permission to relinquish control of your central nervous system, and we take you into theta around 9 minutes of this. For the next duration, 30 minutes, 31 minutes, you are literally hovering at 4 hertz, just above deep sleep, skipping off of sleep. You're in that hypnagogic dissociative state where we're actually just we're relaxed. So what did we do? How do we get these patents? We can do QEEG, we can do fMRI, we can do EEG. What we did was we studied HRV with Dr. Chen-Kang Pang. We took 2 defined populations, stage 4 cancer for a year working with them, and the Chicago Blackhawks. We had a single lead ECG device capturing 250 data points a second, 15,000 a minute. 5 minutes before Newcomb, for the entirety of Newcomb, 5 minutes after. Took the data, sent it to Harvard. They pushed it through the Hilbert-Huang transform algorithm, and we could see with incredibly meticulous design, sensitivity, and accuracy, the sympathovagal balance of that person. Literally dropping your sympathetic tone down to almost nothing within 5 minutes, holding you in a parasympathetic state, taking your sympathovagal balance, reversing it. Say you're a 4-to-1 sympathetic over parasympathetic, and by 5 minutes, you're at 1-to-1, and then you're about 1-to-2. So that's what we've done. Now, Newcomb and just stimulation is not going to work effectively with predictability. Neurobiofeedback is not predictable. So Blake, in his infinite wisdom, said, I can't just stimulate you through your auditory motor cortex. I need the biochemical messaging. So we supersaturate the brain with GABA to interrupt the HPA axis and slow down adrenaline to allow the physics to work. So it's a group effort, chemical and electrical messaging, designed to simply downregulate your stress by slowing your brainwave function down.
Yeah. Andy, I want to give you some time you can talk about some of that, but you can also talk about kind of your book and some of the research that you're doing. But this is the Neuroscience Summit. We're talking about brain health and brain wealth. And it is interesting to see, where does, the heart and intuition start, stop, and end? Where does the head and brain, kind of take over? And there's kind of some interesting conversations there. And, there's been people that have tried to create technology and tools to help people, and a lot of that hasn't worked or been disproven. Newcomb's had some success here, but what are some of your beliefs and understandings, Andy, in terms of different ways that we can help our brains perform better?
Well, I mean, obviously, when it comes to kind of the basic brain health, there are some fundamental things that we talk about in our integrative medicine center. It starts with things like diet and nutrition, and that's certainly woefully lacking, unfortunately, in our world and in our country. And I think one of the most important things that people can do is to eat better and to eat foods that are low inflammatory foods that provide the right nutrients for the brain. And so, trying to get the right kinds of nutrients is certainly a very important thing. You are what you eat, as the old saying goes, and there's a lot of truth to that. And a lot of the data actually that have been published over the last 10, 15 years, especially when it comes to things like neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and so forth, there really isn't. There's no therapies for them yet, and the only thing that has been shown to be at all beneficial, at least in trying to help people keep their brains healthy, is to make sure that they have a good diet, a good nutritional program. So obviously that's always an important piece to any brain health program. Another important part are making sure things like exercise and sleep, which are very important to make sure that you have enough energy, to make sure that you're moving enough, that our brains are designed to help our body move. And so moving and exercise and cardiovascular aerobic types of exercises in general, again, have also been very relevant, very important for keeping the brain healthy. And then, a lot of the work that we have done and Mark and I have talked about over the years, various meditation-based practices, stress management, these are the kinds of things also have a great deal of success in helping people to reduce depression, reduce anxiety, help to improve cognition. And of course, there's thousands of different practices, so it's always an important piece to look at the things that work best for each person. And I think that's one of the critical pieces that we talk about in integrative medicine a lot, is the individualization. That there is rarely a one size fits all. There's certainly some programs that can work very well, and some approaches that can work very well for a large group of people. But you always have to think about the individual and what works best, and how that can be tailored. And then there's the kind of approaches that you're talking about, and there are a variety of different ways of trying to stimulate the brain, and trying to get that brain into a better balance. And so it's great to be able to see this kind of work getting out there, and hopefully as we get more research trials, clinical trials, and then a lot of the work that I do in imaging really tries to look at the mechanism so that we can understand how these different approaches work best for people as effectively as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's great. I appreciate that. I know we've got only, small amounts of time. We're trying to tackle, big projects, but because, and Mark and you understand this well, because of attention spans and because of, we want to keep things moving for people, give them the nuggets, have these conversations. So we just are constantly, working people in, giving them some questions, giving them a chance to, share insights. So it means a lot to us. You would take the time, your busy schedule to come here and do that. We've given Mark, a lot of time over the last, couple of days, especially the first day, to kind of share, his thoughts and his ideas.
Well,
Mark,
he and I have had lots of great conversations, and I very much trust whatever he was saying.
Oh, wow. Okay. I like
Unless it was wrong,
like.
in which case I have no idea who he is.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on here, but what's the, we see you as a way to getting towards a lot of the research that maybe we don't have. Maybe we could find it because it's public, but we don't have. And we love Jim Poole and Newcomb and some of the technology and some of the research they've shared with us. Mark earlier was sharing some of the research you guys did, and people who, monks and what they were doing, people talking in tongues, how their brain and, how it worked. But what's maybe new research or additional research that you find fascinating that all of us maybe should know about? Maybe there's something exciting. Maybe there's something that we want to, would help us see things a little bit different, maybe have a little bit of a paradigm shift. Anything out there that you want to share with us?
Wow. Well, a lot of the work that we've been doing has been really trying to get at the mechanism. And I think, maybe the most important thing for people to realize, and I think even just joining you for a short time, this has been certainly a kind of common thread, is that, the brain really works as a whole. And there's a lot of important circuits in the brain. And most of the research that we have done shows that when it comes to various practices like meditation, various spiritual practices, even just the power of positive thinking and so forth, that it's not just one little part of the brain that turns on, but it is many different parts of our brain. And it's our emotional centers and our cognitive centers and the experiential centers. And all of that's important because the brain really does work as an integrated whole. So it is important for people to realize that usually, one little thing, one little piece is not going to be the only answer, but you really need to kind of create a comprehensive program. And that's what the research continues to show, that, you really need to, when it comes to trying to understand the mechanisms, a lot of that research, that novel information really comes from a lot of the imaging studies that myself and other people have been doing to try to understand these mechanisms.
Thank you, everyone, for all of your comments and questions. We are starting to run a little bit over. We are going to have Marie Diamond up here in just a little bit. We're going to wrap this up here, this portion, and some of these people will be back again, more, later on. One of the questions that came up, Andy, was about brain injuries and the NFL and sports and young people and brain injuries. Is that something that you've had the chance to study at all? There's questions about this. Is that something that you feel like or is that not something you really deal with?
No, actually, we've been doing a very large scale study with imaging in patients with concussion, and that's included NFL players, NHL players, as well as a lot of regular everyday people who have had injuries. And to me, the most exciting part so far has been the idea that when you look at the imaging, that again, these are usually very complex issues that are affecting people. It's not just you get like a hit here and then it's just that little area of the brain that's affected. But because the brain moves around and is very, it's very pliable and very fluid, our brain scan studies, when we do, for example, PET scans, we find that there are areas that are both increased and decreased. And we find that the connections between the brain get stretched and pulled and so forth. So, it really can be a challenge to help people find the right approaches to try to rebalance their brain. And part of what we're doing in our study, and we're hoping to be able to publish this data soon, is to show whether things like diet and nutrition and various antioxidants and so forth, at least as a starting point, can be beneficial. But a lot of the kinds of work that you're talking about here at the summit, including some of the work that Jim Poole's done, being able to really look at that and develop that in these kinds of populations would be great to see. And hopefully, again, most likely there's going to have to be some type of multi-pronged approach. As one of my good friends says, if you're sitting on 5 tacks and you remove one of them, how much better do you feel? So, you really got to take care of a lot of different things sometimes for these individuals.
Yeah. Well, Andy, we hope to have you back on again real soon. I'm going to let Moira kind of give her last thought, and Jim, but we'll be bringing you back real soon. So thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, you bet. Moira, thanks for listening in and sticking around. We had a little bit of a rubbernecker bunch up with everybody coming on at once, which was great. I knew it'd be a good conversation, but kind of challenging for the host to get everybody in there. And thanks, guys, backstage, for letting me run this one. We've got a lot of fire. But Moira, go ahead. Give us your last thoughts. Again, we hope to have you up again later on. We're going to have Marie Diamond up here in a second. Jim, I'm going to come to you and let you kind of give a last thought as well. But what's the last thing that you wanted to share with us? Maybe 30 seconds. Give us kind of what you're thinking and what you've been, the conclusions you've been drawing as you've been kind of listening in here. What do you think we all need to hear right now? I know you've got a good intuition for this kind of stuff.
First, thank you, David, Isabel, and Mo for inviting me. Thank you, Jim, for creating Newcomb. And thank you for Dr. Andy to just having medical doctors heading to integrative medicine. Me as a doctor in integrative medicine, I need ally. So I feel like it's so important for us to take care of our brain and remember the brain is not isolated. It's an integration of mind, body, and spirit. And if you can do the connection and not taking the brain, I'm taking care of the brain, but I'm not taking care of the body, and I'm not taking care of my spiritual side, you are doing the thing wrong. Start connecting the dot, because nothing in your body is living in isolation. Everything is interconnected. So I'm excited about an event like this as the Neuroscience Summit that bring together the interconnectedness of life. For me, neuroscience is more than just a word. It's just bringing the things together for all of us.
Well said. That is something that's been coming out. I've been trying to get people to pick and choose and ask the tough question. Where does this start? Where does this stop? But that's as good of his answer as any, that, it's all connected. It isn't really this one thing. I mean, we're kind of talking neuroscience and brain, but it is all very connected. So thank you for joining us, Moira. We'll have you back another time real soon. And Jim, thank you for being on here with us. We'll give you kind of one last word. We know we're going to have you again on tomorrow. We had you on a lot the first day, and we can't get enough of you. But give us a quick 30-second wrap up, and then we'll head over to Mo and Marie Diamond.
Life is amazing. You're amazing. You guys are amazing. This is amazing. Our focus and how we're changing the world is liberating humanity from stress. And it's a really important aspect of our life, our emotional, our psychological, our physical well-being. We don't give it the import it deserves, but we're starting to learn the power of recovery, restoration, sleep. So please wake up, because we know intuitively we don't perform well, we don't sleep well, and we're overly stressed, and we don't have to be that way. So if we make that an important element of our lifestyle, we all win, and our family wins when we're less stressed. So be well, everybody. Take care of yourselves. David, you did a fantastic job. A lot of people, a lot of time. And I can see your stress level, because I can see your cells effervesce towards your neck as you're running low on time, because you're such a consummate professional. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jim. And Jim, if you do have time, I do want you to hang out in the back room for a few more minutes if you have the time, because I know that we're about to have one of the world's foremost experts on vibration, on frequency. I would
love to spend more time. I am I'm the keynote at the Biohacking
Got
Congress
it,
in
got it,
Miami. I'm
got it,
lecturing
got
in
it.
about an hour.
So
but
we'll
I'm gonna
send you the
wait here
replay.
for the next 20 minutes. I'm gonna wait the next 20 minutes and I'll just be late.
Sounds good. So we're gonna now, David. I'm really excited because there's so many different people, David, that want to spend time with Marie Diamond, who's our next speaker, and so many different people that are doing incredible things that we selfishly want to see them in conversation together. I mean, I selfishly want to sit back and watch, even if it's just for 5 minutes. Jim Poole and Marie Diamond share their ideas back and forth the same way that we've seen all these incredible thought leaders and scientists and incredible global authorities have these powerful conversations and bringing people things that they've never seen before. But before we do that, and we're going to bring Jim back in about 10 minutes, I do want to talk a little bit about Marie Diamond. Marie Diamond is one of the world's foremost experts on everything from the law of attraction. Many people remember her as one of the central figures in The Secret film and book, and a lot of folks from that project are friends of ours here at the Tribune. But she's also one of the biggest speakers at Mind Valley today, travels the world, has so many celebrity clients. She's also recognized as and by the way, it sounds like I'm reading a bio. I'm not. This is all coming from the top. For those wondering, she's also, and I have to pronounce it correctly, but Feng Shui. I believe the Feng Shui, the tomato. She's really the person that has gotten credit for introducing those ideas to the West. She was teaching these modalities in Western countries, in Europe, in the United States, all over, when no one else was doing it. And so if you've heard about Feng Shui, indirectly, you've been impacted by Marie Diamond. I mean, her reach is in the hundreds of millions of people with all the different projects and works that she's done. So it's really an honor for us to have her be one of the biggest speakers of this summit, but also a special honor for us for her to be the central figure of day 3. One of the central figures, I should say, of day 3 of the Neuroscience Summit 2022. Consequently, we are going to be joined in just a couple minutes by Dr. Natalie Forrest, who also does so many incredible things. Not only is she one of the leaders here at the Tribune, but she also, for years, has worked in women's empowerment. And herself, Dr. Natalie has also done incredible things in the space of healing. And so we're going to bring several thought leaders together. But first, we're going to spend just 5 minutes with Marie. Marie, I don't know what part of the world you're in. It's always a mystery. You travel so much, but it's a pleasure and privilege to have you here. Welcome to day 3 of the 2022 Neuroscience Summit. And I just want to give you a chance to give some opening comments to our audience of 17 different countries. Marie Diamond.
Thank you so much, Mo, and thank you all the people that are here present. It's always exciting to be at the summit of the Los Angeles Tribune. It's always inspiring and with a great impact to all the world. And I love the fact that you're having this Neuroscience Summit because it's one of the most breakthrough sciences at this moment that really can help to explain a lot of what is going on in change and transformation that is happening, and what we can go beyond, I would say, the possibilities that we can have for the future. And it helps to explain, I think, a lot of the spiritual and energy knowledge that has been living in the East, in Asia. And so it kind of makes it more real and more understandable. So it's such an important summit to have. Thank you so much, Mo, to bring.
Thank you, Marie. And I know that you heard Jim speak about the fact that he's literally about to go on stage and speak in front of tens of thousands of people, and he's the keynote speaker. And so we don't want him to be the reason why he's going to be late, because we're all about creating positive karma and being responsible for good things happening. So while we have about 5 minutes with Jim, I want to bring him on, Marie, because Jim, with the work of Newcomb and sound healing and sound vibration and all of the incredible things that they are doing, we heard Jim speak with some renowned scientists that have a very traditional outlook to these methodologies. And the reason that we want to spend at least 5 to 10 minutes with you and Jim in conversation is because now we want to shift gears and have someone that has a Eastern modality, and you're best known for Feng Shui and the segment that you had in the secret film that was seen by 700 million people around the world is actually one of the most popular segments of that film, where you talk about relationships and the power of vibration, and you're really one of the biggest stars of that movie. So I want to step back, David, let you, Marie, and Jim talk about the power of vibrations and this incredible technology for the next 5 to 10 minutes before we bring in Dr. Natalie Forrest. Please, David.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. Marie, you've been on my list to meet. I should say I'm not going to ask any questions. I'm going to say that you've been on my list to meet. So I just stuck around just to say hi and, put a face with a name. That's my face and my name, because it's not who you know, it's who knows you. For all you at home, it's not who you know, it's who knows you. It doesn't matter if I know who Marie Diamond is. I need Marie Diamond to know who I am. Think about that for a second.
Now I know.
That's right. So Marie, nice to meet you. And I'm here with Mo. I agree with him. We're excited to kind of bring you and Jim together. We think you guys could co-create some amazing things. So without further ado, Marie, I'm going to let you kind of share with Jim, and Jim share with Marie a little bit about what your next big thing is. I want kind of both of you to kind of talk about a little bit of what your next big thing is. Just take a couple minutes, each of you.
Okay. So first of all, it's wonderful meeting you, Jim, and heard a lot about you. And it's amazing that actually the Eastern and the Western is coming together, right? In neuroscience, I think it's so important. What is the next big thing? Like the last 28 years, I've been bringing this work forward, what is called more into the self-help world and the spiritual world. But now it really feels, and based on Feng Shui, we look at cycles, and we are coming into the cycle of 9, and cycle of 9, cycle of enlightenment, and cycle of positive fire and consciousness. And that starts in 2024 for 20 years. And so what I do believe is that consciousness and awakening that is happening is now going to be not just to perhaps a few, let's say 100 of millions of people, but now going really into all of humanity. And so that's my focus, is to get more of this work out, the work of vibration, the work of qi, the work of what the qi is around you, because that's Feng Shui is about the quantum physics of your environment and how it affects your brain waves and how it affects your brain energy, and of course the heart and your body, to make sure that not just a few learn about this, but that it is part of the common knowledge of society. So that's kind of my big next 20 years.
That's impressive, magnanimous, and rather amazing. And anything we can do to facilitate, we would love to be a part of it. We are Eastern mixed with Western. I think Dr. Holloway's background was far more Eastern than Western, and a lot of the etiology of how we built our product offering is from Eastern medicine. In fact, in 2014, Newcomb was approved by the Chinese national government as a replacement for meditation, where they invented meditation.
Interesting.
Under traditional Chinese medicine. They don't like American businesses. So how would a small neuroscience company in America get awarded that approval? Mm-hmm. I'll tell you how. There's 1,400,000,000 people. Stress is compromising their entire healthcare system. And Dr. Chung Kang Pang and Norn Huang were Chinese American citizens who presented their data to the government. I think there's tremendous opportunity. What we do is all about resonance and presenting the brain with a resonant pattern and vibration that allows the brain to guide itself down in a state that we used to be able to get to. 100 years ago, we had self-regulation. We had the opportunity to down-regulate. It took time, but we've seemed to have lost that. The oscillatory matrix of the planet is a little off kilter. So our next big thing is not just Newcomb or focus or ignite or deep sleep and allowing you to change your state on demand with physics. Ours is to combine that state with the words and the wisdom of human beings to lead our thinking. And as we're creating new neuronal coherence and new ideation in our head, getting out of some of our bad habits. The central nervous system is so good at protecting us and is such a normalization of the insanity. We need to stop that. We need to step out. We need to vibrate with better, more positive vibration, and we can do this. So our role is we are on a path of consciousness, and we have chosen to enter that world through managing your stress and your sleep, because even though stress isn't tangible, sleep seems to be. So if I said to a stranger, I can help you sleep better without drugs, that allows me into their home, into their brain, into their life, into their family, into their vibration, then the journey takes hold. So it's been an interesting Trojan horse approach for us for the last 14 years. But in that time, millions of people have transformed themselves by simply getting into a space of down-regulating their stress and opening up their mind through oxygen-rich red blood cells to their frontal cortex and turning the reptilian part of our brain a little bit down. That's what we're doing. And it's amazing. And it's a pleasure to meet you. Your vibration makes me smile. So I don't know what you're doing, but whatever you're doing is amazing.
Well, thank you. And this is really interesting, Jim, because, over the years as a feng shui master, we have seen that, the brainwaves are really changing when we are putting yourself in a different position. So based on the birthday, we can actually check out what are the positioning, the directions of the compass that actually help your energy to go to the frontal cortex and get away of the reptilian brain. And so to go from what we call beta into alpha brainwaves. So we've done some testing on that, where literally within a few seconds, the energy shifts already because of the way they position themselves in a room, what kind of colors they have around them, the less of clutter. So even in China, there's a lot of studies being done around the effect of feng shui on the red blood cells and the white blood cells and blood pressure. So they all have seen the beneficial energy of the vibration of surrounding us and how it affects us nonstop on the mindset and the brainwaves. And so this is one of the things I've been sharing over the years, that everything around us is actually affecting what's inside of us, of course, as there's a unified field between the outside and the inside. And so our subconscious mind is picking up all the time, all these stimulus that are around us. But if we create a calmness and a harmonious vibration around us through colors, through positioning, we have seen the shift happening in the brainwaves. And so I think that's a conversation I would continue having with you one day.
That would be wonderful. Allow me 1 minute to share why this may be happening, because what you're doing is amazing and is intuitively obvious to me, but probably not to a lot of listeners. The brain is an incredible observation tool. And the environment it captures information from your five senses, your intuition. And the cerebral cortex and the thalamus are creating the brainwave oscillatory pattern based on what it sees, feels, touches, smells. So when you change the environment, you change the messaging coming into the brain, and you can change the brainwave simply through chromotherapy, what you're seeing, because we're kind of like a passive bystander in our life, and our brain is built that way, but it doesn't have to be. So, and you've seen this, changing your environment changes how the cerebral cortex and the thalamus change the brainwave. So that's amazing. I'm so excited that they made us meet today. I didn't know this was happening. Thank you very much. I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate your wisdom, and congratulations on all your success and many, many, many more years of amazement.
Thank you, Jim. And I'm so glad that we got to watch these two masters speak for at least a few minutes. Jim Poole, renowned CEO of a major company that's making a global impact. So thank you, Jim. I know you have your keynote presentation you got to give. So we appreciate you, sir. And I'm just so excited. And Marie, the team is so excited to spend some time with you. We're going to bring in Dr. Natalie Forrest, who I know is a friend of yours as well. Dr. Natalie, you have been listening to this conversation thus far. And, you yourself have done so many incredible things to make an impact on the planet. You're a leader in your own right. Marie Diamond is a leader in her own right. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing on screen with these dames and doctors. I don't know how, someone made a mistake and put me on the schedule, because I'm just so humbled to be amongst such incredible, masterful thought leaders. I want to get the ball rolling with you, Dr. Natalie. You're familiar with Marie's work. And I just want to hear some thoughts that you have thus far from the time that we spent with Marie. Please, Dr. Natalie.
Well, thank you, Mo. Well, Marie knows that I don't just admire her and learn from her every day, but I'm just inspired by her real attitude, because we have a lot of people who say a lot of things. I'm using a lot. So we have a lot of people who say a lot of things, but don't live them. And I've been privy to see Dame Marie Diamond actually live what she teaches, what she preaches, and be very down to earth about it. So it's really about bringing it all together, the studies, the vibrations, the neuroscience, and then putting it together in life, because you're not just a leader, you're also a mom, you're a wife. So bringing all that together, to me, is just amazing and such an example. And just want to point out that I'm wearing white because I do believe in what you're saying. Okay, I got a pink candle. So yeah, I'm following advice, I'm learning, but it's just such an honor. And I'd love you to talk a little bit more about your understanding of transformation. How does real transformation happen, in your opinion?
Yeah. Well, thank you, first of all, for the kind words. So, yeah, real transformation, I think, happens on many levels, right? But there's three aspects that I've seen that really are key. And it's something I learned from my grandmaster in Feng Shui. And the first part is really connecting with your soul purpose. And that is not always so easy, but I think most people have kind of an idea what they're here for. Even if they don't know it specifically, they feel like they're here to make a difference. And they can tune into that, finding their destiny by even asking, what is my destiny every day? And seeing how the universe responds to that. So I think connecting with your destiny is definitely very life-changing. And that was for me when I was 15. And when I heard that my destiny was here to enlighten more than 500 million people, even if I had no clue what that meant at that time. But I knew it was my destiny. And that's my first prayer every morning. Like I always ask universe, God, I'm here to enlighten more than 500 million people. Show me how. So I don't know the how, and I don't need to know the how until it's unfolding in my life. So the first thing is to transform, is to find your destiny in life. The second part, and that's where a lot of your beautiful speakers have been talking about, is to adapt your mindset, your behavior, and your actions towards that destiny that you're here for. And the destiny is always to create something positive. That means that's why you need to create a positive mindset, a positive behavior with gratitude and kindness, and also to take positive action steps to move forward, to manifest destiny, and to support people on your path. So that's the second part that we're working on to create transformation. The third part, that is what I started really focusing on, is the environment. And the environment, like the vessel of your soul, is actually also surrounded by an environment. And I don't know about the people coming in your life, but actually your physical environment. That is your home, the place where you sleep, the place where you live, the place where you're with your family. That this is also a location of transformation that can happen. And so I think the first part of finding destiny and working is more the social part of transformation. The second part is more the self-motivation, self-help part. And the third one is more the feng shui, as we're talking about that. So these are the three areas of transformation that is good to work on.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that breakdown. You have many things that you offer. From your brand new app, which is amazing. You also have I'm not sure how to phrase it, but you have a meditation, which is the tubes of light, which is short and precise. And I believe you recommend doing it pretty much every day. And then you also have a number of free world guided meditations. So when we're talking about the brain, neuroscience, surrounding ourselves with like-minded, like-hearted people. How important are those pieces of meditation and connecting globally in meditation to you?
Yeah. So for me, meditation is really the connector with my destiny, with my purpose in life, um, connecting with the consciousness of it. Yeah, because I do believe we are a unified field. And so working daily in meditation to connect in with the consciousness that you are, but also then to work globally with the consciousness of humanity is also as important, because then we're creating a positive, harmonious field for humanity. And indeed, I have a meditation called Tubes of Light, and then people can download the free Mary Diamond app on all the platforms. And there is the meditation is there. So 5-minute meditation that's been downloaded by more than 1 million people over the last 25 years, and that they're doing this every morning. And it's just really to connect in with the power of you, with your love that is there, your gratitude, with releasing all the energy, but also connecting very consciously with who you are and what your destiny is on this planet. Because I do believe if we all would be clear on our destiny and with connecting with our destiny, we would be in a better place. So meditation is for me a very important piece of transformation, but it doesn't have to be long meditations. I don't believe too much into that. I don't have the time. I mean, I believe in it, but I don't have the time for it. So I kind of asked my teacher, my spiritual teacher, give me a 5-minute meditation and I will be fine. So that's what I did, and that I've been passing that one on. But also, it's not just a meditation, but in which direction you are meditating is very important. Yeah. So based on again the neuroscience of the environment, based on your birthday, there are certain compass directions that are stronger for you to meditate. And when some people have a hard time meditating because they're sitting in the wrong direction, and then all the energy will still go to the reptilian brain instead of going to the frontal cortex. And so that is actually when you go to the app, you'll be able, the Mary Diamond app, you will be able to put in your birthday and your gender, and then you will get a diamond compass. Yeah. And the diamond compass, I don't know if you can see, yes, you will see there are directions that are positive for you, and then there are empty spots. Yeah. And the empty spots, when right now I'm facing my success direction. Yeah. So when I'm in my success direction, my conscious stream of flow is much stronger. When I would be facing this way, because if I look at then I'm empty. That means I will go into beta brainwaves. So sitting the right direction, you will go easily in beta, in alpha brainwaves, in theta brainwaves, even, and in delta brainwaves. So it is a positioning of your space in the room that changes your neuroscience profile and reaction. So this is a simple thing. So meditation is one thing, but to bring it in the right connection with Feng Shui is the key point.
Yes. I love that. And, you know, I must admit, I've also followed that. It's everywhere in this house. So we even run into some things sometimes. I want to shift it just a tiny bit, because, of course, we're talking about what is your destiny. And there are hundreds of thousands of people who meditate, who try to find their purpose, who try to find their destiny, and they sometimes get stuck. So how do you help them get unstuck so that it is like, yeah, I need to face this direction. I know my purpose. I know my destiny. I'm game. I'm going to do this. How can we make that happen?
Well, it's very interesting. Feng Shui has an amazing approach on that, based on your personal Feng Shui. Like I said, you can go to the free Mary Diamond app on the Apple phone and for smartphones, and you put in Mary Diamond, the energy number, and then you will actually see that on the compass there is something called success. Yeah. So your success direction is really related with your destiny, with what your soul has come to do here successfully. And so when people then go to the app, you will actually get information. So I'm a connector, and there are all kinds of videos, and that helps to explain you already to connect in with your destiny. Now, the first thing is it's connect with the compass direction. So for me, it's southwest. Yeah. For somebody else, it can be northeast, south, depending. But it's at the beginning of your lifetime. So when you're born, that destiny number, it's called the energy number. It's actually a destiny number, can give you an indication about that. But it's related with a compass. So in my compass direction of success, I always place things about related with my destiny. If you don't know yet, so this is the Mary Diamond. You can even have a masterclass on my YouTube channel that explains all the aspects of it. Yeah. Your success direction is literally the first thing that you need to declutter. If you're stuck with your destiny, look first if there's clutter. If there's clutter, you release it and then start looking what is there at this moment. Yeah. If you have dead flowers there, or you have a garbage bin, or you have images that are just, showing feeling stuck or feeling lonely, then this is actually affecting you in such a way you can't even find your destiny, because it gives the wrong messages, because your home is a three-dimensional vision board, literally. And so whatever you have placed there is affecting your brainwave and affecting the clarity in your brain about your destiny. So once you have decluttered it and took out everything that is not helping your future, I would suggest then that you start placing things there about your destiny, or about the things you want to be successful at, and there are some colors that always work to help to find your destiny, and one of them is royal blue. So royal blue is all about finding your inner power, finding your inner creativity, finding who you really are. And so that color, just putting something in that color, can be a candle, can be a vase, something in that color will actually open up your vibration for it. But also trying to, second part is, I always also say it's important for you to sit in a position that you're seeing the door. Like literally, I'm sitting in a position I can see the door. When you're seeing the door, you're opening up yourself to what the universe is bringing to you. If you're sitting with your back to the door, or you're sitting with your head facing the wall, you actually are closing yourself off from the destiny that is unfolding. So if you're facing the wall, you're actually literally saying, I'm hitting a wall, I'm stuck. If you're sitting with your back to the door, you literally are not opening up to what the universe is bringing you and showing and delivering insights about your destiny. So these are 2 points that I really want to make that totally shifts. And I've done this with, really a lot of people worldwide, more than 1 million online students, and they all have started finding what their real aspect that they want to do, their real purpose. And once you know it, then you can put books about it, or perhaps you have done a certificate, you can put a certificate out of it. So anything symbolically that relates with that success energy of the destiny that you have. And then the destiny starts unfolding even in a greater way for you.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. And when you're talking, it all sounds so easy, but you break it down. And Dame Doria just mentioned it because I've participated in some of your classes, but also you're out there just teaching it all the time and living it. I do have a question about the different years, because you also talk about magical 2021, magical 2022, and of course there are always shifts that are happening. So the time frame that we're in right now, what are your thoughts vibrationally? Where do you think we're going? What is the shift that we're undergoing? And you had mentioned at the beginning of this year that there were going to be a number of challenges and explosive actions taking place. So I want to mention that you did say that. I was there when you said it. So what is this year about, and what can we expect or hope for next year?
So yes, we are in the year of the water tiger, and the water tiger is always a year of conflict. So like the Feng Shui masters have looked for thousands of years, 10,000s of years, and they have checked out how the energy moves, right? It's like an energy flow. And the water tiger year is always a year of conflict. And I told in the beginning of the year, the conflict would happen in the east of Europe. And so I think I even said exactly the date when it would start happening. So because you can actually, in Feng Shui, we can calculate when the Qi is going and what is happening with that. So we are coming towards the end of the water tiger year, and we're coming to the year of the water rabbit. And the water rabbit is really finding always peace and harmony and diplomacy. In the water tiger year, diplomacy is not in hand, because the tiger is always loves to fight and conquer. And so somebody will conquer something in this year. But the year of the rabbit is all about, okay, let's settle down, let's go back to green pastures and green and positive energy. And so peace, I think, will definitely come into the period of the water rabbit. But so long as we're on the tiger year, I don't think that is possible. A lot of wars have started in water tiger years over the last thousands of years. So it was normal that this was more possible. I would say it doesn't have to happen, but the decisions are more leading towards that. Now we are actually at the end of a period of 20 years. And I just mentioned before, we're starting in 2024, a new period, a period of 9, period of consciousness, the period of fire. And so we are actually still in the period 8, and period 8 is all about education. And so we've been looking since 2004. It's when, think about the Google came out, when everything about social media, everybody now wants to be in that field of education. They want to learn, or everybody feels themselves as a teacher and wants to teach something or coach somebody to help them to go to a higher level of consciousness. But interesting enough is that in the period 9, everybody doesn't want only the conscious, but everybody wants to be an influencer. Everybody wants to make a big difference with who they are. And so since 2017, we see that everybody wants to become famous and everybody wants to be in the spotlight. And so that is actually the beginning of period 9. It's like an overlapping energy. So if you think about the whole social media of Instagram and social media like TikTok, everybody wants to be in the spotlight. But that spotlight will be used more and more towards higher consciousness. And we even see that already in the social media field. So it's an exciting time. And I do believe next year we'll get into a better place.
Wonderful. And of course, then bringing neuroscience back, if we train our minds to look in that direction, to surround ourselves with people who think the same way, then we'll help move it forward as well. I do want to mention one thing that we're celebrating today, and I don't know if anybody else, but you and I know it right now, but today is also the day that a podcast has landed. Will you tell a little bit about that as well?
Of course. So 10 years ago, I started an organization called the Association of Transformational Leaders in Europe. And Natalie is also one of our members. And we are now 10 years existing, and we just launched our new podcast called Transformational Voices. And the new episode just came out, where all transformational leaders and speakers from Europe are talking about how transformation can happen, all their advices that they're having. So check out Transformational Voices. We're super excited about that because, a lot of times transformational voices are coming from the US, but there's such a great and depth about transformation and spirituality in Europe. And so I'm very excited that we can do that now. It is time that the European knowledge is shining a little bit brighter.
Absolutely. And of course, you are also everywhere. So even though this is, the European leaders, you're all over the world connecting people globally. And I'm not sure, but I'm looking in the green room and I'm thinking that Carissa might also want to jump in and ask a couple of questions. So just join us, Carissa. I know you have burning questions as well.
Hello, Marie Diamond. How are you? It's so good to connect with you again. Thank you so much for being here.
Lovely to see you again.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is that we've been talking a lot about the brain, and the reptilian brain, based on my own research, is over 400,000 years old. And some of the newer aspects that Mark Waldman and Andy were talking about are around 36,000 years old. But what people don't realize is that feng shui is 4,000 years old. People think it's sort of this new age technology. It's this new age thing where we're like, oh, we're going to rearrange our environments. And so I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about, with it being that like that old of an energy technique, why do you think it's been able to stay around this long? I mean, obviously we could say, well, it works, right?
Yeah.
It works, which is, probably an aspect of your answer, but I'm wondering if you can elaborate just a little bit more on what do you think it takes for an energy technique or something to last this long? Are there certain aspects of it, or what have you learned throughout your education along with this technique that's, giving you reason to believe that it's been around and it's not going anywhere?
Yeah. So I would say it has been around for so long, first of all, because it was kept secret in certain realms of this society. So the secret was that only the ones with wealth and power, the imperial families of China, could use it. And so that was always passed on in the families of the ones that were in power. It's only since the 1950s that actually that information was more and more coming out of China. And there were some, I would say, I call it cheesy feng shui tips that were given to the common people, right? But it's only since the 1970s that actually this information came into to Europe, into the USA, because the Chinese families with that knowledge were more and more coming to the West. So I do believe it was passed on as a secret of knowledge, and that's why it was continuing all the time. But at the same time, we are now in a moment, and I always believe that's one of my purposes in life, is to let millions of people become aware of how your environment is really triggering your brainwaves and triggering your mindset. And so when I started studying all this, I became aware that not a lot of people knew about it. I mean, I remember when in 1994, I was on my first conference with the 7 Grand Masters of Feng Shui. There were only 100 people in the room, and just in the West. And now you have, just by myself, I have reached so many people to talk about Feng Shui. It's really, it's a knowledge that has passed on because it worked for sure, but also because it was kept secret in certain realms. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you for that great answer. And something that I am really hoping for is that you and your work will be able to help other people who may not know about this, maybe in corporations. Like, I sort of have this vision that in companies like Google, they'll have experts like you come in and help them feng shui the environment and really get everybody to get behind this. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing. So thank you so much for that and that answer. And something I'd like to dive a little bit deeper into is sort of what maybe some would classify as a more newer age sort of thing, which is vision boards. I know that you're, at least I've researched about you, you're an advocate for that. I think you might even have some master classes or some talks on it. Can you talk a little bit about the science behind vision boards, or why you think it's so important for people to actually see and visualize? And I know that Dr. Natalie is taking out her board right now. I'd love to hear more about what do you, why is it just cutting out, pieces from a magazine, or what's actually the support behind vision boards? Why are they so important?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm a big advocate of it because it has worked so much for myself over all the years. But what it is actually, I think people have a lot of goals in their mind and think about their goals, but it still stays in their mind. So they're still thinking about it. A vision board is like literally you're putting your goals on paper and you actually work with the 2 brainwaves. So I always say it's good to write your goals on paper, but a vision board is also adding the not just the left brain, but the right brain with the creative aspect of colors and putting pictures out with it. So you're actually bringing the 2 brainwaves together to manifest something. So for me, a vision board is really about writing it down and putting the right images up. Plus, I put on top of it, I started working with the feng shui of a vision board. So where to place your vision board, that's a very important piece, the location of your vision board. I have seen vision boards in all kinds of places, from bathrooms to the fridge, is like to closets. And like, this is like not honoring your vision, right? So for people that have downloaded my app, put it always in your success direction, in your bedroom or your living room or the office, so that it is about your destiny, because you're creating and manifesting your destiny. And then we go into every year, have a major program where I talk about the colors for that year based on the feng shui, the time feng shui, as we call that, because every year there's other colors and other values that are coming strong. The water tiger year or the water rabbit year, and then people add these colors and these symbols on it, and so it becomes a feng shui vision board. It's very, very powerful. We do this for the last 15 years. People have outstanding results with it, because a lot of people just think, oh, I just have to cut things out and put it on paper. No, it's beyond that. But what it does, it helps for you to visualize your thoughts, yeah, and not just one time, but I always say, put your vision board up and connect with it, read it, look at it, like you're becoming part of the vision that you have, because just writing something down, we forget about it. But when we see something unfolding through visuals that we put on the vision board, most of us are about 60% of us are more visual orientated. So just saying a goal or thinking about a goal doesn't help us to visualize. But if we see something visualizing in a form of a visual on a vision board, it helps us to align ourselves with what we really want to manifest. So it's just a very big help, I think.
Wow. Yeah. What I'm hearing you say is the vision board becomes an extension of us, which can be transformational in and of itself, right? We have all of these ideas. I know that there's been talks of you have like 5,000 or 10,000 or maybe even more thoughts a day or whatever it is. I'm sure it's more than that.
More, yes.
Yeah, 100,000 maybe, I think it was. Actually, missing a zero there. And you have so many ideas and thoughts and goals in your mind, so that even the act of simply putting it down on paper can be transformational. But what I'm hearing you say is this vision board becomes an extension of you. It is you, which I think is a really beautiful concept for people to realize.
Yeah, correct. And somebody was just asking, can I put it as a background on my phone? Yes, the more you see it, the better it is, right? So I have it on my computer screen. I have it on my phone. So the more you see it, the more you connect with what your outcome is into the world. And that's why you have to look at it regularly, because some things already you have done, and like, oh, I got that one. Thank you, right? And then I move forward to a next one.
Awesome. Thank you. And I know that we have, maybe 9 more minutes left with you. So I know you won't be able to answer this question maybe into the fullness that I might like, or many people, since you have raving fans in the comments. But speaking of the act of transformation and taking our ideas and putting them on paper, you've talked a lot about transformation. I know that Dr. Natalie Forrest asked a really beautiful question about what that is and what that means to you. You wrote a book about transforming your life. And I think there were like 24 principles or whatnot around how to do that. Something that hasn't really been talked about today in fullness that I'd like to explore is romance, or is partnership. We've talked a lot about health. We've talked about leadership. We've talked about success, but a very important aspect of us being really healthy, well-rounded human beings, I believe, is partnership, is connection, is community. Can you take one of your principles, maybe a couple if you're open, from the book that have to do with partnership and romance, and indulge us with something that we can do practically, and so we can transform our own life? I'm not asking for myself. This is for a friend. So just let me know.
I know your friend. Yes. So yeah, it's so important. In Feng Shui, we talk about the 4 pillars: success and money, health, relationship, and spiritual growth. And so for me, romance and love and family relationship is so important. So one of its principles is actually the word love, to bring in love and kindness into your relationships. And part of that is, of course, trying to be kind to yourself, like being tender to yourself, being kind to yourself, stop judging yourself for all the things that have happened in the past. So that's why the color rose, is actually the color of unconditional love, not judging, and not judging yourself for who you are, not judging others, right? And so you can actually activate that unconditional love and support in your relationship by placing something in rose. And it can be a rose, can be even a fake rose, that's fine, or a rose candle in the southwest of your living room or the southwest of your bedroom. And even if you can do 2 rose candles, that would be even stronger. You will attract more romance this way. Just a simple technique, right? So for you, the southwest, you need to always look, and that's for everybody's birthday. You always need to clean out the southwest of your bedroom and put there romantic images, or in the southwest of your living room, it would be family pictures. The southwest of your office could be a team picture. Yeah. So the southwest stands for teamwork and love and romance for all of humanity, literally. And so that bringing there some rose energy will really help. But also you can, and you will see in the book, is I'm also talking about the meditation, and I work with a lot of colors in meditation. So if you have a hard time to attract romance, is to visualize that color rose, and have even, rose nails on, like color of nails, is to, surround yourself with that rose. Feel that rose is inside of your body. So visualizing rose, even if rose is not your typical color to wear, right? It has nothing to do what you wear, but how you feel. Like rose is a color of unconditional love and support. So I definitely would suggest people to do that.
Oh, what a great tip. I'm certainly going to rewatch this. I was taking like a few notes, and I think I'd love to ask you one more question around this. And I know we're going to wrap up here, but what's the relationship? So I know that what I've researched is that rose actually has one of the highest vibrations. So if you put rose petals into a bath, they can really elevate an experience. And I know that some people say, like, it's more esoteric, that, the rose is the expression of the divine feminine energy. Can you talk a little bit about the vibration and the energy of the rose, and why it's so important in bringing in love that we desire?
Yeah, so you can put rose essential oil, for example. You can do rose petals. You can do rose incense when you go in a bathroom. So it's actually, the rose is one of the highest frequencies. It's always been considered in ancient times with linked with the planet Venus. That stands for the loving planet, right? And so, or if you look at Venus, like as a goddess, so it's all related with that. So think about a rose. When we look at the rose petal, it's so silky, it's so smooth, it's so I would say so beautiful, right? How it's made. And so that actually helps us. So just the color will do the same way, because we don't make a difference in our brain waves and in our minds between the smell and the image. So if you don't work with the image, you can work with the smell. It will have the same result in your environment. And so one of the things I just want to share with people that want to have romance, go to the app, the Mary Diamond app, and on your compass you will see you will have a rose area. Yeah. And the rose area is your relationship direction. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. And so that is where your rose energy is the strongest. Yeah. So generally it's southwest, but for somebody else, for you personally, for me, it's west. Yeah. Somebody else, it can be northwest, northeast. Yeah. And so you also make sure you activate your relationship direction with the right images in your bedroom, in your office, in your living room. And people can go and get the book, the Energy Number book, to explain even more all the details how to do the feng shui. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely get that app. I know, like, she's answering so many questions, and she just keeps bringing us back to the app. So definitely get the app.
No, because it's just, we created for people to start with it, because there's so much free information on it. And if people want, and they can get into the premium level, where literally for the price of a book, you get a whole year, all the information, and get all the steps that you can do every month for activating your good luck.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Yes, Carissa, it's an awesome app. But also, I usually, when I talk with Marie, the first thing I do is I talk about the energy numbers, And you can also find that out on the app, but you can also find it out on the website, and you get a report with it. One thing that while Carissa and you were just talking, Marie, and I think we've got like 2 minutes, that you mention indirectly and directly is the individualization. That has come up a number of times today. Yes, there are some principles that apply to everybody, like directions, energy numbers. There are many people in there. But there's a lot about individualization because we're all different, right?
Yeah, correct. So also because it's connected in with your soul purpose on this planet. So the moment you're born, I always say like your soul came in through a certain flow of consciousness. And Feng Shui, they have found that there is a personal Feng Shui frame that you can use the rest of your life to support your energy as your soul comes into this vessel, into this environment. So it is a personalized system, and there's a calculation behind it. And that's why I always bring people to the app, because I cannot help all of you with my consulting, but in the app you have so much information that you can really start and do amazing shifts in your home by this free app. Yeah.
Awesome. Got anything else, Carissa?
I mean, I could be here all day with Marie if I'm being honest. But I do think we will be wrapping up here in just a minute or so. So I'd love to give you, Marie, if you have any last and final words for us around, the power of the brain, neuroscience, Feng Shui, anything that you'd like to share with our audience.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you, Mo Rock and Los Angeles Tribune and all of the team, the hardworking team, and all the wonderful teachers here. And to understand that the power of the brain is an expression of the power of your soul. And, we're focusing on the brain, but ultimately it is the soul that creates a consciousness and make sure that your brain can function. And if we know more about the brain power, we'll ultimately will be able to connect in and be in that conscious streaming of our soul. And that's why working on stress levels, so important, as Jim was sharing, sleeping well, so important. What I brought in is your environment, how a harmonious environment will actually bring down your stress and get you also in higher frequencies of your brain waves. So the brain is the tool, I would say the instrument that we can measure how our stress levels are, how we can actually grow and manifest with more happiness and, greatness, what we are bringing to this planet. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was awesome. I wrote down the power of the brain. So I took notes. I have my book over here. So thank you so much, Marie. It's always an honor for me to be able to talk with you. I know Carissa feels the same way. And again, you've just provided so much detail, so much insight. And here comes the man of the second.
Thank you so much. Man of the second is a new one. So with that being said, let me leave. It's already been a second. But no, this has been so incredible. And folks in this community are so well aware of the work of Marie Diamond. And like I said in the beginning, if you have ever come across Feng Shui in any way, shape, or form, you have Marie Diamond to thank, because it's her dedication for decades that has made it a popular phenomenon in the West. So either directly or indirectly, many people have been impacted by her without even knowing. And so again, Marie Diamond, I want to thank you so much. New York Times bestselling author, one of Mind Valley's most popular speakers, and one of the most popular contributors to the Los Angeles Tribune on all of our programs that we do. Marie Diamond, if you have any brief closing words, anything else, or are we done, Marie?
No, I just want to give you a big hug, and I hope to see you very soon. Bye.
We'll definitely be spending time soon. God bless. And with that, I'm going to take a very short break, and we'll be back in 1 minute. And again, I was saying earlier that I don't even know how I ended up on the screen with all these dames and doctors, and now we have a lady that's going to be joining us. So somebody made a mistake putting me in the schedule. I don't know what I'm doing up with all these incredible thought leaders, but we're going to take a 1 minute break and be back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Okay, and I'm excited, and I don't know what happened, but Dr. Natalie got replaced for Ava, which is fine. And I just want to take a second to thank Top Talent Agency, all of our friends and partners. Definitely want to show support to all the other incredible thought leaders doing big things, including Kenny Aquino's speaking tour that has so many big names a part of it. We want to give them a shout out. They're doing great work. And, you know, we're about to bring in somebody that's going to help me guide, facilitate, and lead the rest of the day. Of course, many people know we've done multiple different big projects with Ace Productions, Adora Evans. And here's the thing with Adora is when I met Adora, welcome Adora, welcome. When I met Adora, she was not a TV star, okay? Now that she's a television star, she's traveling. It's so difficult to get time scheduled for her to do these events with us. But thankfully, she was able to make it today so she can help guide and facilitate the rest of the day on day 3. So we want to congratulate Adora on her new gig as a TV star for the We Network and Dining Divas TV, and we want to give a shout out to all of the work that they're doing. And I know Adora's been traveling and filming episodes actually this last week, which is why we weren't able to get her on as much as we would have liked earlier. But thankfully, she'll be with us here today. I know this community is excited about that. And so with that being said, Adora, let's talk a little bit about the next speaker that's going to be joining us, because you and I have a lot we can say about her. And let's just get down to business. I mean, Lady JB Owen, I just got finished speaking to a dame. Now I'm going to speak to a lady. So I feel very excited and special today. But just some thoughts, Adora. First of all, welcome. Some opening statements about the event, and then some thoughts about JB Owen. Please, Adora.
Yeah, it's so great to be in the room with you and this beautiful lady tribe that you've attracted. They're amazing. And it's been a minute since we've all been together. This event has been so great. Every time I've tuned in, I'm hearing about cutting edge technologies. I'm hearing about spirituality meeting science. I'm just the Newcomb crew, everybody here, and your host and co-host, so phenomenal. But JB, I'm so excited to chat with, because on our last meeting, she wasn't a lady either. You said, that was a new thing. As she was in this she went from royal ball gown with true royalty and becoming a lady to like an athlete. And the next thing we knew, she was all over the country on a bike. And so I'm very excited to talk with JB with you, and so happy to be here.
No, you're muted.
Are you giving out mugs this time, Mo, when there's a mute?
Yes. So Adora and I will start this conversation. We want to welcome Lady JB Owen to the Neuroscience Summit 2022, multiple time best-selling author. I mean, we just were able to actually witness JB here in Southern California get a humanitarian award for the great work she's doing all over the world. And that's something that we're very big about. And this event is all about neuroscience and the science of. So with JB Owen, we want to focus on the science of giving back, right? The science of helping, the science of contributing. And with that, I'm going to step back for just a couple minutes, because I know Adora is such a pro that she's going to open it up with JB Owen. Adora, Crystal Evans, JB Owen, please.
Well, first, JB, it's so good to see you. And you are truly dynamic, grit and grace, like our friend Amberly, like you embody that. And when Mo said multiple bestseller, you guys, it's over 20 times international best-selling author. And you use the word ignite a lot. Ignite humanity, ignite publishing, ignite where you're putting voices to work for really transforming humanity. And I'm just so happy that we get to share you with our community today and get to have this conversation. So how are you?
Well, thank you so much for allowing me to be here. It's been incredible watching all the speakers, everything you guys have been putting together, the incredible technology, information, wisdom. I'm loving every minute of it. So thank you so much for having me and welcoming me. And it's so great to see you also, my darling.
So I want to give us a little background. Tell everyone what you just did, that huge bike ride, and what it meant for you. And I saw you guys got some items stolen while you were on the ride, but I know it was very cause oriented and you were truly igniting humanity as you were doing that. So will you share a little bit about that? And then we'll go into the neuroscience of giving.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was so blessed when 2020 hit. I was like, I'm not staying home. I'm not sheltering in. And my husband and I decided we would get on our tandem bike and cycle across Canada to raise money for charity. Last year, we cycled to Alaska on our tandem. And this year, we did coast to coast, 10,000 kilometers from Vancouver to Newfoundland, raising money for charity on our tandem bike. And why this is pretty significant really is I had just turned 50, had gained a lot of weight from sheltering in, was never an athlete. And the power of thought, the power of knowing and visualizing and deciding and making those decisions and seeing yourself at the finish line really lends itself to the fact that we got on the bike, never cycling 150K in a day. And we did 98K the first day. Made our way to 150K and eventually to 200 kilometers a day while cycling. And it really goes to what we're talking about, how you can condition your brain, how you can inspire yourself, see it and make it be, have it become, and make it unfold. And so that really is the power of this trip, along with igniting other people's lives, building schools in India, and just showing people it is possible.
That's so wild. And I also hear a relationship. I mean, some people in here are probably like relationship goals that you all could commit to that much time together. And I would imagine there are moments when you're wondering who's carrying the most weight, and like you really have to dive in on how did that impact your relationship? I mean, doing that together, because I know a lot of people really, it's health, wealth, and love, that people are thinking about. And all of those impact our neurology, our nervous system. So will you say?
Yeah, really good point, Adora. We as creatures, we hang out with each other. We start to learn about each other. We start to understand one another. When you're on the back of a tandem bike and you're cycling with your partner, you actually become one. Like, you really understand the fact that they're going to shift gears. They're breathing, you're pedaling together. You're seeing the environment together. You're like a unit. And you start to really assimilate with one another and really get in groove with each other. And I think that happens. I mean, we can extend that into our families, into our communities, into work, where we really have a common goal, have a vision, have an aspiration, really have common values. And then we surround ourselves with the people who are doing the same thing. And then there's so much more success can come of that when you're working together with the people in close proximity. It's so true. Likes attract likes. Work with the people around you, get the support that you need, and you will make your goals.
I love it. This is so incredible. And I know Dora's muted, so we'll go ahead and have her unmuted. But, one of the things also that I think is important to highlight about that incredible experience that you had, JB, is the fact that it was done to also bring a lot of awareness to your work, awareness to humanitarian endeavors, awareness to giving back. And a lot of folks that are watching this are entrepreneurs, leaders in their own right. And we want to take a minute to talk about the importance of why we should inspire others to give back. This is the reason why I appreciate the great anthology and various different books your company publishes, because there's a central theme with all of JB Owen's work, and that's to give back, to do something to increase the quality of life of humanity. And I believe that a true leader sets it as a priority, not a goal, but a priority, to leave the world better off than it was from the moment we got here. Meaning it's a non-negotiable priority. Not, and I tell people, I'm not focused on a pie in the sky when I die. I'm focused on something sound on the ground while I'm still around, right?
Ooh.
And so talk a little bit, JB, please, about some of the good humanitarian and philanthropy orientated works that you're doing, please.
I'm really connected to what I call the triple win. Thanks, Mo. Because what has to happen when we're in business and we're growing a business is we really have to see, how can I benefit? How does this work for me? How do I love what I do? How do I be giving my gifts to others? And then working with my clients and my community and my customers, how do I make sure that they're winning? And then that third win is, how is others winning? How are they going out and creating this ripple effect? And we all reach a place in our success where we realize it isn't just about me. I need to be leaving a legacy. I need to be helping the next generation. I have a beautiful 4 children. What's their lives going to be like? How can I make a multi-person impact far beyond at when I leave this lifetime? And not just in my community, but on a bigger global scale. And so igniting humanity and helping others really is, if I can support you, then I bring you to a place where you're feeling great about you, then you're going to go and support someone else, and that person's going to go and support someone else. And so humanitarian work and helping others and allowing them to raise their consciousness to the place where they feel able to pour into someone else's cup, that really is the power of philanthropy. It's not just about exchanging money. It's not just about giving people what they need in monetary things. It's about really raising their awareness, their consciousness, their belief system in themselves, their mindset, so that they can go out and realize that I can do it, and therefore you can do it, and the next person can do it. And that is how we're going to raise humanity.
Well, it's so important to lean in on this, because those of you definitely check JB out both on Facebook and on her website. We've dropped the link, but you truly are an overachiever. I mean, you have all these best-selling books, you've made millions, you've empowered women in business, you are always up to something huge. The news, like articles go out right and left about you. Sometimes you're doing 2 or 3 events a day, and yet the main thing that you care most about is this raising consciousness through contribution and inspiring other people to tap into contribution. So how do you think contribution impacts our mind and our body? Why is it so important that we give back?
Yeah. For those of the people who don't know, what I do is I primarily publish books, and I don't always call myself a publisher. I love to say I'm a transformational leader, and we create a transformational haven. A lot of us have a story. We have something that has happened to us in our lives. Something has impacted us. Let me give you an example. When I was 12, I loved to wear my hair spiked up and funky. And my dad was from a small town and from a farm community, and that was really hard for him to accept that this weird looking child that blew lipstick and safety pins in their ears. And one day he told me to put a bag on my head. He said, I'm embarrassed to go out with you. You should just put a bag on your head. It'd be easier to walk around the street with you. And that really, really impacted me. That really, really hurt me. I call that an ignite impact moment. And that set me on a trajectory for many, many years, living my life a certain way. Now, many of us have had that. Someone told us we weren't good enough. We couldn't do it. It wasn't possible for us. And we lived our life following that pattern. We set in our minds, that's who I am. Later in life, we call it ignite transformation moment. Something happened to us where we realized, that's not true. That's not my reality. That was his stuff. That was his belief system. That's how he did it. And when you can look at it in hindsight and go back and change and rewrite the meaning that we assign to that story, that's when the science, the neuroscience really kicks in. Because what's happening is when we rewrite the meaning to a story that I gave at 12 years old, that I now at 45 can realize isn't really what happened, there's this incredible domino trickle effect of healing and empowerment that comes from giving that particular meaning a new purpose and a new advantage and a new reason to go forward. And once you have that new meaning, now you kick into contribution. How can I help others? How can I share with somebody who maybe is going through something similar? We all have heard it. Our mess is our message. Well, many of us have this incredible experience in our lives. Maybe it was difficult. Maybe it took us to our knees, but it allowed us to gain the experience and the knowledge that we need, that now we can kick into, how can I help others? How can I contribute? How can I just lock arms with one person and move them forward a little bit more in their trajectory? And when we move into compassion, understanding, empathy, caring, and helping others, what happened over here doesn't really matter anymore. We've rewritten our own history to allow us to be in a place where we want to help others. And you know it, when we help others, they help others, and they help others. And I really believe that is going to fundamentally change how humanity is going forward.
I mean, we're
sorry.
You prove it. You are an athlete at 50. You're an athlete, you're an author, you're a lady, you're igniting humanity. I know you've brought together lots of authors that are about contribution. Mo and I and Barbie,
Yes.
who will be up a little bit later, part of your latest or one of the latest projects. I never know with you. What inspired that collaboration?
Well, I, like many people, we got COVID, slapped us upside this head and made us wake up. And I have kids, and what I found were my kids were really nervous about what was going on with COVID. I have 3 teenagers, and they weren't sure. What did their future look like? What was possible for them? And what I realized was, instead of us worrying about what we can't do, we needed to all start thinking about what we can do. We needed to start changing and shifting our mindset into what was possible. We have the ability to bend our reality. We have the ability to alchemize what it is we want. In our company, we call it ignite moments. We all have these ignite moments that change us and define us and redefine us. They're like the convergence on the road. And am I going to go this way or that way? It's just like when someone cuts you off on the street. On a car, here's your decision. Do you cut them off in return? Do you allow them to, just go their merry way? Do you make an assumption about it? Do you assign a meaning to it? All of that thinking that goes on in the mind takes up so much busyness. It's so much cognitive load on us. In truth, what we know about our own story, if we can move that story into a place where, how do we help others? And just going back to my kids, what is the possibilities for them? If everyone was living in the center of what was possible, can you imagine what they would create? And so as we help our authors and we help our community and we help others who don't even know it, giving them the power of what's possible, showing them what they're capable of, allowing them to reassign a meaning to what may have happened to them and was difficult. And then they can converge into another element of themselves, a better version of themselves, to then go and create their own ignite moments. So in in November, I'm going to meet the Dalai Lama to talk to him about his ignite moment. This has been in the works for months. But here's the power of intention, of desire, of wanting, of knowing, of clarity, of putting things into action mentally, visualizing it before it even happens, knowing that what you're doing is going to make a bigger impact than just you. Well, that's when the universe starts orchestrating things to unfold. And so I'm really excited, Adora. We're headed off to India to be talking to him about igniting humanity and finding out from him and other thought leaders, like all the people on this program, yourself, Mo, Forbes, Les, everyone talking about how do we ignite humanity. Imagine what we can do with a concentrated energy when we all come together to do that.
I mean, what else is possible, right? And
Right.
congratulations. The Dalai Lama certainly represents today a modern day hero for so many people that are up to contribution. And I just, it's incredible what you're up to. You keep talking about igniting moments, and those can be negative or positive, and helping people rewrite them. And it seems like that is still the core story of how you best feel we all gain control of our own thinking and our narrative. Is that right? Even as much work as you've done, you're still there. That's still the latest and greatest, right?
Oh my gosh, I love it. I mean, I really do believe that sharing our authentic, vulnerable story is going to make an impact. For example, I was on a flight to Florida, and the lady sitting beside me, she didn't talk for me for most of the flight, but near the end, she started having a conversation with me. And of course, I asked her what her ignite moment was. She shared that when she was 3 years old, her father had left their home. She went searching for him in her 40s. She knew his name, his mother's name, and her mother's name, and the town that he lived in. So she searched it up. There was 27 Miguel Luises in that town. Instinctively, she just ran her finger down the list and phoned that one. Hi, Do you have a mother named Peggy? Did you marry a woman named Lisa? Yes. Well, I'm your daughter. And that Ignite moment that she shared with me made me feel so much more connected to her. And I said to her, you know what, if this plane crashed, like, I'm saving you. I'm doing everything to save you. Conversely, if I didn't have heard her story and the plane crashed and we just would have ignored each other the whole flight, the plane crashed, I would have saved myself. And what I realized in a very short conversation, I had more connection to her, more sympathy, more compassion, more empathy, more relatability to her. She suddenly became a very good friend. It doesn't take any one of us that long to share our story, and suddenly we feel that common denominator with the other people. And so I'm a huge proponent of sharing stories.
Yeah, and I hear a few things in there. One is those of you watching and listening, that as you share your personal stories, first of all, get connected to your own story and write it in a way that blesses your life and blesses you and empowers you. That's the first thing. That's transformational, period. The second one is then share those moments with other people, because it creates connection, bonding, deeper meaning in the moments that you're sharing. And I hear you just go around eliciting those moments from everyone that you meet, if you're given the opportunity to ask for those moments. So this is a great way, if we never see you again and you applied this one thing, those of you watching, are these three things: rewrite, figure out your Ignite moments and write them in a way that serves you. 2, share those moments with other people, even if they're vulnerable, and that will create connection, community, vulnerability, inspiration. 3, elicit those moments from other people, because you're the one who asked for that moment, and then you ended up feeling so much closer to her. And I'm positive she is in love. She's in love with you. You made her feel so significant and important. And then,
yeah, and this goes a step further. I just recently came back from LA doing some brain training where they put the neurons on my brain and checked it on all the gizmos and gadgets on my brain to show that it's not just an idea, igniting your life through storytelling, igniting others through sharing your authentic story. There's things going on in the brain. The brain is lit up when we share our stories. There's things going on in our body, physiological, endorphins, all kinds of things are happening to us on a physiological level, on a subconscious level. And so telling your story and sharing your story, and we do it. We've had published over 700 authors with our Ignite books. We tell authentic transformational stories that have gone around the globe. And what we're noticing is it's changing people on a cellular level to be seen, to be heard, to connect, to belong, to be a part of a community, and to be telling their story. Because many of us live in shame and blame from our past, from our stories, from the things that we hide from others. And we know, and we've seen it, when people share their stories, their common experiences, they create community. And from community, then we can make impact. And so many policies are being tried to make, and politics and arguments and education and all kinds of things to figure out the solution. And I really want to say, if you really think about it, if you can share your transformational story, see what you have learned from it, see what in your past has really impacted you, and then how you have grown from it, and how you can use it to help someone else. That's transformational to begin with. And then as you learn to bend reality of your own experience of how to create your own future Ignite moments. I wanted to go see the Dalai Lama. I'm going to be speaking at the UN. Manufacturing your future Ignite moments, you no longer have to live anywhere but in the place of the hero of your story and not the victim.
Very powerful. Did you all hear that? Let's see some emojis. Who wants to live? The only place you live is as the hero of your story and not the victim. That's, you're igniting future events. You're rewriting past events, and in the present moment as well as in the future, you lived as the hero. Even looking back at the past, you're like, there's that hero.
Right. How many times has something happened to us, and in hindsight we're like, you know what, that's the best thing that ever happened to me. We have so many authors who have shared stories about overcoming cancer, overcoming abuse, assault, bankruptcy. They realized that Ignite moment actually was the beginning of a powerful trajectory. And so wherever you are right now, I mean, folks, I've got stories. We all have stories. I have climbed my way up to where I am today. And it wasn't easy, but what it taught me was it gave me the perseverance and the tenacity to keep going. And as difficult as my story was at 12 years old, feeling like I needed to live with a bag on my head, I thank my father, because now today I get to every single day work with authors and individuals on stage and in print, and now in our new documentary, Ignite Humanity, as they pull the bag off of their head and reveal the majesty and the wonder and the glory of who they are as they step into their greatness. And that truly is a powerful thing for me to be able to do. And so all the steps that had to happen to get me here, I'm super, super grateful for. And now I realize that I can manifest my future Ignite moments and continue to ignite a billion lives. Really, let's ignite a billion lives with a billion words, and let's do it. Let's have everyone sharing their Ignite moments.
Yes. So as we're wrapping up here, I know we have another guest, Barbie Layton, who is one of your Ignite authors. And look at how your face just lit up when I said that name. How do you feel? That showed so much right there. You feel about Barbie the way we do. And I see that Mo's back. So Mo, I'll let you ask a question.
Well, I've been taking notes and I've been listening, and folks know I have a lot of respect for JB Owen, and JB will be a big part of future projects, future events. And I'm excited to be a part of a book project and also help bring awareness to various different endeavors that are happening in third world countries. And the Los Angeles Tribune is very excited to be a media partner and help bring awareness to these charity and philanthropy endeavors, because those are one of the pillars and values of what we do at the Tribune, especially through our community outreach division, which this program is a part of. And so, JB, I want to just give you the full floor for closing thoughts. And then at the end of your closing thoughts, if you could also just share a little bit about what your experience has been like with Barbie Layton, so we can segue into her section very smoothly. So please, the floor is for you, JB Owen.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, Mo, you are such a wonderful human being. I love hanging out with you. I love the magic that you're making. And the same with you, Adora, and all of the speakers that have been on this program. If you only catch a little bit, take a nugget home from each and every one of them, because you just need one idea to start moving the needle in the trajectory of where you are going. You have a story, and you have an incredible story yet to come. And so decide that you're the maker of your story, and decide that you are going to create the Ignite moments that you want to have, and then be a wonderful support system for those people who are having Ignite moments around you. Decide that humanity is going in an incredible direction. If we all raise our consciousness to where we are headed, we will get there. We just have to see it and make it happen, and those things will unfold. And most importantly, if you have an Ignite moment and you want to share it, we want to hear it, because you deserve everyone, from the man on the street to the man in the Taj Mahal, from the woman, I always say the man, but from the woman on the street to the woman in the Taj Mahal. We all have a story, and it transcends color and race and religion and gender. Your story matters, and people need to hear it. Somebody needs to hear your story, because your story is going to transform their lives. And I'm always blessed and so gracious to be around so many incredible people who are sharing their stories. And you're going to be hearing from amazing individual Barbie Layton, one of our Ignite authors, helping us ignite humanity, really a part of the community, a giver, a sharer, and somebody who wants to raise other people up. She's been so supportive of what we're doing, and you're going to love her talk. And I just want to say thank you to the LA Tribune for all the work you do, all the people that you are reaching, all the speakers that have showed up today. It really is a community and a family. And so if you're on the fringes, dive in, be a part of this community, because when you lock arms with people who are doing great things, we can do so much more together. And I just want to thank and honor both of you.
Thank you, JB. And just to second some of those thoughts, part of the reason we love working with you is because you're helping redefine what it means to be a publishing company. And one of our central pillars is to redefine what it means to be a news and media company. And so that's why I'm so excited about the work that we're going to do to help build schools in third world countries. We're going to take a 1-minute break, and we'll be back with Barbie Layton.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And Adora, I was just so humbled to be able to sit back and take notes in that conversation that you had with Lady JB Owen, someone that does incredible things. And one thing that I'll say, just as a brief recap before we bring on Barbie, is to me, leadership is leading by example, right? Words and what a person says are very important, but not as important as their actions. So we want to commend Ignite Publishing for helping children in impoverished countries and helping not neglect the help that people around the world need. And with that, I just want to hear some thoughts about how excited you are about time that we get to spend with Barbie Layton, who I've had a chance to spend a lot of time listening. I've had a chance to actually attend one of her Mind Valley events that she helped orchestrate in Southern California. And, Marie Diamond was here a little earlier. She's also associated and affiliated with them, and they're doing great work. And we support them because we're all about collaboration, not competition. And so with that being said, Adora, I just want to hear a couple of thoughts that you have before we formally bring on Barbie Layton.
Yeah, Barbie is very powerful. She started as an audience member with us several events back, and then quickly jumped into everything we were doing, sharing what we were doing, a true servant leader who during the past several, what has it been, maybe 12, 18 months, she's on every flyer and every documentary with Dr. DeMartini, with Les Brown, here with JB. And I think it really shows who she is as a service-oriented leader and a super connector, but she's also a healer, a light worker. She does very potent and powerful work. And speaking of leadership, I mean, she's leading through service, and I couldn't be more honored that we get to have her.
And you know what's amazing about that, Adora, is you just listed a whole host of different accolades, and being featured on a billboard in Times Square wasn't even mentioned because it's so far down the list. I mean, think about being on a billboard in Times Square, and there's so many accolades to talk about that's just kind of forgotten about. So with that being said, Barbie, welcome to the 2022 Neuroscience Summit. I'm so excited to step back for just a couple minutes. And I don't know if the two of you are color coordinated intentionally, but this is a moment of synchronicity. And so Barbie, we're going to give you the floor for some opening statements. And I think that we'll give her the full floor for this segment, and Barbie will present something powerful for our audience, actually. And so with that, Barbie, we're going to give you the full floor. Step back. And folks, if you're watching at home, remember to take handwritten notes during Barbie's speech, because handwritten notes facilitate whole brain thinking. And so with that being said, the science of healing, Barbie Layton, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Neuroscience Summit. Oh my God. And yes, I paid attention what Marie Diamond was talking about, wearing the royal blue, bringing that high vibrational frequency. So I want to talk about something that I don't know if anyone has addressed yet. And that is something that's one of my favorite things. And it combines the science with woo-woo. We're going to go into kind of the quantum field, the idea of the quantum leaping, because that's really what I've been doing in the last few years, but very intentionally. Before, I was kind of like one of those people that had gifts where like light bulbs would flash off, or, things would break around me, things would move and things like that. It was like being an undisciplined wizard, like a Harry Potter, where I could not make anything happen intentionally, but all these amazing things would happen to me all my life. So once in the last few years, I ended up having it where now I have it in my finger where I can intentionally direct it in a particular direction and then have those results for myself and my clients that enable them to be able to go out and up level their lives. So I want to talk about neuroplasticity, because that is one of the most important things. They always say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. That is has been totally debunked. And that is one of the most important things in regards to having the opportunity to pattern disrupt. Because a lot of us go through our lives on autopilot and we just keep doing the same thing over and over and over, and we don't understand why we're not getting different results. So neuroplasticity is in the sense of where if you have the neurons are either on or off. There is no other thing on that. And you have to have the dendrites and the synapses that fire these beautiful electrical pulses inside of your brain that then has these grooves. They stated that if you have a very wrinkled brain on the inside, like an Albert Einstein that they were able to curate, you have all this wisdom and intelligence, because those neural pathways are things that you have, etc., that enable you to have memory, recall, all sorts of other things. But ultimately, what also happens, though, is the fact that we have the ability to grow new ones. Even though the developing brain in childhood is much more malleable and much more easy to be able to be impressionable on that thing, as an adult, we can be very intentional in being able to get those synapses and dendrites to start to fire. So how do you do that? So in 2016, I was diagnosed with a chronic illness. I kind of thought in a lot of ways that my life was over in different senses. But around 2018, 2019, I started realizing that I needed to start focusing on looking at things from a completely different perspective. So the pattern disruptor is a really, really important thing, because what we do oftentimes, especially like with work, we always drive the same direction to work. We go to the same route all the time. We end up being almost on autopilot, and we arrive there and we're like, oh, I don't even really remember driving. But by challenging yourself, maybe every week that you go, I'm going to take this street instead. I'm going to take this freeway instead. I'm going to go here instead, etc. Those are pattern disruptors that allow you to still create the ability to bring yourself fully current and fully present in the moment. I am driving a vehicle and I'm going to my destination, which is in many ways an analogy for what you're trying to do to live an intentional life. So that neuroplasticity allows you to be able to continuously reprogram yourself in a higher frequency that is very, very intentional. So for me, what I did in the last few years was I listened to deep sleep things. So now I'm a Newcomb lifetime member. So now I'm listening to Newcomb at night, and then I'm listening to Focus and other ones when I wake up. And that way, then I continuously go into the concept of entrainment. So in quantum physics, there's something called the law of entrainment. What happens, like, for example, when I work with the client, I work in the quantum field in the sense of where I create an energy bubble for the two of us remotely. And I've done this all over the world. I don't need to be physically present. And then what happens is you open up the quantum field, you disaggregate all of the particles, and then I can see all these different things that need to be cleared out and transmuted back to source energy. And I know that sounds a little strange, but when it actually has 3D implications in someone's life, you can see the power of how much that is. So we are all, when we are with other people, we are entraining ourselves with their energy. That's why you might be with somebody that's negative and they are like an energy vampire and you feel drained. You're around somebody that's positive and you feel like you're enriched because of the fact that they provided something of value to you and you want to be more like that. But what happens is a lot of times we get totally overwhelmed by all sorts of other people's emotions by being entrained with that we have to cut the cords, or what are called akka cords, to be able to clear that off from ourselves for the lower vibrational frequencies that no longer serve us. And I like to use the analogy of a hot air balloon. A hot air balloon, you literally have all of the sandbags to hold it down, but when you cut the sandbags off or you pull them off, the next thing you know, boom, that hot air balloon is up in the sky and it's going wherever it's going in that beautiful destination. And that's exactly what we want. We want to be able to release all of those sandbags and to be able to get to a point of where we go up higher. So by, again, and training the brain in the sense of where we're now focusing on positive webinars, we're listening to positive frequencies, we are watching positive content, but we're also hanging out with other people that are like-minded and not allowing the energy suckers and the people that are what I call dream poppers to be around on a regular basis, because ultimately, until that idea is baked, it's like the souffle in the oven. If you open up the door, it all falls down. So you have to wait until it's baked. And then once it's baked, then you can share it with people that you're not sure whether or not they will celebrate with you. So the other thing too is having the opportunity to be able to look at trying different parts of your persona on. So when I interviewed Dr. John DeMartini last month, he said that he looked in the dictionary, and yes, he's someone who would go through the entire dictionary. And there were over 4,000 characteristics of the human being. And so if we have 4,000 or more ways of expressing ourselves, why are we staying in sad, mad, and glad? I mean, a lot of times people they have the 3 different kind of emotions that they're focusing on a scale and not anything else. But we have all of these other things. That's why we have synonyms. And I'm just gonna drop something, and I'm not dropping shade, but I just want to tell you how this works in some ways. So we have what's called right now, we're on the beautiful platform of the Los Angeles Tribune. Tribune is a noun, and then you have a tribute, right? It's not a tribute, it's a tribute. So the pronunciation of the Los Angeles Tribune, not Tribune, because of the fact that we are around other people. And depending on who we learn it from, if you have been associated with it with Tribune, that's how you're going to say it with the friends that you know. If you have been introduced to it as Tribune, then you're going to say it that way as well. The way we learn and the way we pull in information the first time is very, very imperative. Because if you're learning a second language and you're pulling that in, again, allowing those dendrites and synapses to fire, if you learn it wrong the first time, it's going to continue on a loop over and over and over and over again. You need to correct yourself and recorrect yourself and recorrect yourself. It's the same thing when you have a key. When they cut a key and have the tines in it, if one of those little tines is not fitting, you're going to put that into the key and try to open the door, and it's not going to happen. So the exactness and the frequency of that is very, very important, because what you're doing is you're intentionally putting yourself forward to be able to have that energy of where you want to be able to allow yourself to create the life that you want. So back to when I was talking about having the chronic illness, I felt horrible. I didn't want to get up out of bed to go to work at all. And so I really thought to myself, okay, what can I do to be able to pull myself present so that I can survive the day? And it was just survive at the moment. So what I started doing is I started experimenting with lashes and hair pieces and fashion and finding different things. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of like the Supreme Hype Beast kind of stuff, but I started making it a game. I started to entertain myself, of where I thought to myself, it doesn't matter if it's a Tuesday. I'm going to get fully dressed up like I'm going out, and I'm going to walk out into the world. And from there, if I was dressed to the nines, but I felt like a 2, I could survive through the day, because I was kind of at the level of a 6, which to me became almost a mathematical formula and being able to come correct. But what happened is the fact that then my energy was a certain frequency, and then that entrainment happened, of where then the people around me started behaving very, very differently. And as a result, people started having these amazing results around me. So I had these groups of people that were speaking, and I would give them assessments in advance. And then, you know, a lot of people, when they do test taking, I did SAT and LSAT tutoring when I was in college, and I passed all of my tests like with flying colors the first time. You know, some people have to take the bar 6 times to be able to become a lawyer. But what ended up happening is the fact that people said, "Why are you such a good test taker?" And I said, well, the reason why is that I basically drown out all of the information that I hear from other people. I don't listen to the negativity of, oh, this test is so hard, or other things like that. But we have the amygdala, and the amygdala is the reptilian brain in the back, which is a fight or flight. And it has no idea if it's a saber-toothed tiger coming at us or if it is a test. So what happens is a lot of people would go for a test, like a 4 or 5 hour test that was really important for the rest of their life, and they would blank out, because the amygdala, it's fight or flight. Oh my God, saber-toothed tiger. It doesn't know the difference. So what I would do is I would take these control groups. I would have morning and afternoon control groups, and I would give them an assessment and see what they scored on it. And then I would give the other group an assessment and see what they scored on it. I would start to do emotional freedom technique, AKA tapping, that Gary Craig invented. I would do tapping with them on test anxiety to be able to help them get to the next level of performance. The afternoon group, I would not give them any kind of an assistance at all. They were on their own, and they didn't know that they were in the study. So I would start to go out with where you do the setup of, even though I know that this test is going to be really, really difficult, I'm going to do the best that I can. And then starting up here, even though I know this is difficult, even though I'm stressed out, even though I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, even though this is stressful, even though I know this is stressful, I'm going to do the best that I can. I got this. And I would have them go through patterns on that over and over again. Most of those people were able to, in the control group, they would go 20 to 30% higher in their aptitude. It was amazing. And nobody told me to do this. I just wanted to see for myself. But then the amazing part is that people said, oh my God, I started doing this for jogging. I started doing this with exercising. I started doing this with the amount of reps I could do in the gym. I started doing tapping before every important thing I did. Now I'm doing this with my work, and I made more money. Now I'm doing with this, and I've done this too. So really resetting that amygdala is so crucial and important, to be able to reset that of your wiring, in the sense of where your meridians get reset. And then from there, you can go back to focus, which is, again, why something like Newcomb with the focus part of it. And I have really noticed, if I'm wanting to be very much in concentration, I listen to focus, and I have this ability to go into a different zone. I mean, I literally can feel that. So another thing I want to talk about is the law of entanglement. And that's another quantum physics thing. And it states that when two particles experience a shared state, they no longer exist as separate entities. They exist as one, even separated by great distances. So for a lot of people, you may know that in Asia and China or Japan as the Chinese red string theory, that those are destined to meet will meet despite matter and time and distance. So those are the kind of things that where we can't necessarily figure that out. We don't know exactly how that happens. But again, what that means is that by me speaking to you right now, you and I are now one. We have now been able to blend our energy together. And so whatever is the golden nugget that's right for you, you will pull that in for yourself and say, wow, that's something that I can use in my life at this moment. Because ultimately, again, if you have the belief that you have this neuroplasticity and you have the belief that you can change what is happening for you and become very, very intentional in that, then the next thing you know, you have these beautiful things that are happening. And I mean, even like, you know, I've had like clients like last year, one of them could not get pregnant for 6 years and gave birth to a baby girl on Christmas Eve and sent me a picture with a Santa hat on it. I mean, and then you have people who are in remission from diseases that were told that absolutely, you know, they were completely fatal and they're not. So again, how do these things kind of happen? Well, again, it goes into that biology of belief that Bruce Lipton talks about, is having that ability to be able to see that we are also entraining ourselves into that energetic frequency of allowing. And to me, a lot of it is that joy, the childlike wonder, the suspending disbelief. And so what JB Owen was talking about, I was that weird kind of punk rock goth girl too, where I remember I was an exchange student in Austria and it was like town of, I don't know, it was like 200 people and 1,000 cows. I mean, it was that small. And I remember that the little old ladies would sit on the porch and they would try to bet us what I was wearing because it was the 80s and I had my hair spiked. I had fluorescent earrings. I had crazy lipstick. I had weird clothes that, you know, definitely did not belong in the countryside in Austria. But again, it's that indomitable spirit that wants to be individuated, that wants to be you. So ultimately with the neuroplasticity, the way I look at it with quantum fields is that this is an unlimited universe. Everything is holographic. We have the ability to recreate and reinvent ourselves. I look at someone like Madonna. We grew up with Madonna, and whether you like her or not, she reinvented herself practically every single decade where she explored and looked to another version or emanation from herself. And then after her came Lady Gaga, who did a lot of the same thing. And you've got someone like Cher in the background, who was also someone who was always a risk taker and had all these beautiful, those Bob Mackie dresses that she would have. She would just come out and blow people away. So again, you don't have to make it extreme, but maybe you try a different hairstyle. Maybe you try something different. If you're wanting to manifest things in your life and you want a new car, go to the car dealership and get in that car and take it for a test drive. If you want to hang out in beautiful hotels, go sit in the lobby for a couple of hours and feel what it feels like to be in that hotel. It's free. If you want to buy a new house or you want to be able to visualize manifesting that, go to an open house. Again, I just gave you opportunities that are just brand new things that are totally free. Don't take any investment, but it's about that embodiment. You have to embody that energy of, yes, ooh, I can feel myself in this car. Ooh, I can feel myself in that house. Ooh, I can feel myself at that hotel going on these beautiful trips and things like that. And I'm a huge believer in vision boards. I think that's one of the most important things. And I know some people here were at the Mind Valley Live event in 2020, just like I was. And on Friday, February 28th, I was at the Lifebook Mastery group and I was the last person to share. And I jumped up and I just said, you know, my life is on fire and I'm just going to go for all of these audacious, huge goals. And I know that they're going to come to fruition in some way. The what and the why is my job, but the how is the job of the universe. And lo and behold, again, what like Mo and Adora were saying, there have been so many things that have happened that are beyond my wildest dream, but it's because I want to stay in that miracle energy. I choose my frequency every hour on the hour. I choose my frequency, say, okay, has it gone down? Has it gone up? Has it gone down? Has it gone up? It's being intentional of that. And I know my time is almost up and I will leave you with one last thing. And that is this. When I was 14, I wrote this book in honors English and I found this in a box recently. And on it says, on the bestseller list for its 8th week, brilliantly planned for the New York Times, a page turner, you've got to read it, from the Chicago Tribune, exciting from the LA Times. So this was 40 years ago, you guys. I don't even remember that I even put it out. But again, thoughts are things. And that's the kind of thing too. I mean, all the people here who are familiar with the Napoleon Hill thing, it's like, if you can believe it, you can achieve it. It's those kind of things of putting that in motion. And with that, I hope that you have the opportunity to ignite your life, just like what JB was talking about, to be able to allow yourself to be able to step into that greatness. And one final thing too is that Isaac Newton discovered gravity during the pandemic. There was a bubonic plague, and he got sent home from Cambridge University, sat under a tree, an apple fell on his head, and he figured out the law of gravity. So daydreaming also is a secret superpower. Giving yourself time to be able to daydream and just think about the fantasy of whatever, how much that big, hairy, audacious goal is, just fantasize. Get into that mode in the sense of where I can change. If you don't like what your life is right now, pattern interrupt it. Pattern interrupt it however you want. Try something new. So with that.
Well, Barbie, thank you. We're getting so many comments about your passion and your energy. I love that you found that book and that you're actually on the Los Angeles Tribune and you've done all of these other things. And that is, I mean, was pre-written so many years ago. It shows that your heart knew, your soul knew already the path that you are walking toward and currently on right now. So thank you so much for your light, for your energy, for all the tips. I know people are going to dress like a 10. I loved when you said that. So you felt like a 6 because you were feeling like a 2, you dressed like a 10. But it really is so powerful how the way we take care of our body, our being, our energy matters. So thank you for all of the great tips. And I'll let you have a closing thought before we bring up Dr. Yasmine Saad. And anything you'd like to say about her is really great too.
Absolutely. So actually, I would just like to say that I really appreciate having the opportunity to bring this side of myself out because this is not information. I have a master's degree in spiritual psychology from University of Santa Monica, and it's a part of about where a lot of people talk about healing and things like that. But this is also a passion. I'm a data nerd, and I love to learn new things. So being able to bring this stuff about brain is fabulous. And with that, Dr. Yasmine is obviously a psychologist, an award-winning one, and she is also a Billboard sister because she has been on 2 billboards as well with the Unfair Advantage Live in New York City as well. So I think we have that distinction in this panel. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And I hope I fired some people up to go out there and try something new.
Awesome, Barbie. Thank you so much. And I need a little help from the admin team. It's been a minute since I've used this. We're going to bring up some of our other team members there. Look, we're all color coordinated. Oh, yeah! So beautiful. It's so great to see you. Where are you, before I introduce you, where are you these days?
I am in New York right now. I'm currently in New York, so hometown.
Where were you last?
Last I was in Europe, Paris.
Okay.
Before that, Spain. Before that,
yes. So everybody watching, I want you to get ready with your notes. I know you've already been taking notes. Turn around, shake it out, do all the things because Dr. Yasmine Saad isn't only a psychologist, she's leading the way with psychology by empowering lots of other psychologists to really understand that psychology is not just about the science, but it's very holistic and includes our spiritual nature as well. And you are doing so much in a really forward way and supporting so many helpers in your field to fully embody and own that transition out loud so that they can offer a higher level of support. And you and your team of psychologists that you train, you get results really fast. It's like gone are the days of, lifetimes of sessions. You're really making incredible moves in this field. And it is so awesome to have you in our circle. We're with you in many spaces and to watch the world embrace what you're doing. Like Barbie said, you've been on billboards, you're always in the media, and you're leading the way in our mental and emotional health, which is so important. The whole world, we know that. And that begins with the brain. So before I remove myself so that we can hear from you, is there anything you want to say back to me before I disappear?
First of all, thank you so much for this wonderful introduction, Adora. I love you. I love how we're coordinated. I didn't even realize So cute. And thank you for the Los Angeles Tribune for inviting me. I'm very grateful. I wish everybody knew what I knew, because I believe like the world would be different. So it's really my mission and my passion to share with the world a bit how to decode their thoughts and their emotions so that they can be free to live the life they want.
Awesome.
So that's what
So
I'm
with
going
that,
to
take notes. The floor is yours.
Sounds great. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Yasmine Saad. As you heard, I use ancient Eastern wisdom to cure modern Western problems. So what does that look like? What it looks like, it's the idea that every thought you have, every emotion actually carry everything with you. It carries your present, it carries your future, and it carries your past. So with just one thought, you can actually know what are your obstacles in your life, where you're aiming, what is your future, where you want to go, and what you need to rebalance within to get there. So I'm training psychologists so that they can very quickly help their patients to really understand what is the intention, what is the purpose, what does this person want. And so I'm here to help you do that. So I would love for this to be very interactive. I'm going to start a bit explaining a tiny bit of theory, and then I'm really going to ask you to give me some of your emotion, negative thoughts, and I'm going to help you decode them with you. So like that, it's going to be very real in the moment. So the first thing I want everybody to know is we all have relationship issues with our thoughts. So what do I mean by that? I mean your thoughts and your emotions. So I'm going to use thoughts because it also applies to emotion, and it's a bit too long if I use both words. So everything I say, you can apply to emotions too. So I'm going to just talk about thought for this presentation. So every thought you have has an inner message for you. You are just not understanding it. You guys are not communicating together. We're not communicating with our thought. We're not understanding them. So if you have a thought, I'm not good enough, most people think I'm not good enough, and it stands there when there's so much behind it. And I'm going to show you how and what and everything. So the first thing is to understand your thoughts are actually coded messages. And they're very easy to decode. They're not that difficult, but you want to first start there. That everything that is expressed through you comes from your energy being. And as you know, energy always moves up, always moves forward. So your thoughts are actually here to rebalance you. Your emotions are here to rebalance you. The life happening outside of you is here to rebalance you. There's this energy that's always trying to create what we call homeostasis, which is if you veer too much to the right, it's going to bring you to the left. And so that's why it's really important that you become very aware of where your thoughts go. And naturally, if they go too much to the negative, you're going to want positive. And that's how positive psychology was born, because there was so much focus on the negative and pathology that positive psychology came in. But now we're at a place that people who are embracing positive psychology are a bit jailed by it. They're handcuffed by it because they have bad days and they have negative thoughts. And so they have to go even more with forceful thoughts of positive and positive. And this chain that, positive brings negative, negative brings positive, and you are entangled. And we want everyone to get disentangled. You want to be able to observe your thoughts. It's really, really important. You want to be able to understand them, not take them at face value. So a little bit, I want to see, do you have any thoughts? Anybody in the audience, any thought, any emotion that they would like to be decoded so that I can show you live what it looks like? If not, I'll just pick one. Or if you have somebody in your life that is going through something, you want that decoding, let me know. I'm going to look at the comment in the chat if you can come up with anything. If not, I'll just pick up something. So I'm going to talk a little bit, 2-3 more minutes to see if there's some thoughts coming in. And then, okay, I can't lose weight. So good. I'll start with that. Okay, Ava, perfect. That's a perfect thought. Totally. And the reason why it's perfect is because it's so common. So I can't lose weight. What does it say about your present? In the present, it means that you're at a place where you're not happy with your weight and you would like a bit of a better body. I cannot lose weight means there's a discrepancy, there's a distance between where you want to go. Where you are and where you want to go, there's a difference, right? There is like, I want to have a body where I'm skinnier at least, and I cannot achieve that. So what is the coded message here? The coded message here is there's something that you're missing within yourself, either a knowledge, an ability, an aptitude to get you where you want with your goal. The other piece, I cannot lose weight. What does it say? It says that, you want to lose weight and you're using a negative. So you are focusing all your attention on what you cannot do. Now, you want to lose that weight. So why would you do that? Well, you do that because something that is negative motivates more than something that is positive. I'm going to give you an example. If I want to teach my child not to put her hand in the fire, I'm going to talk to her about it, explain it to her. She won't put her hand in the fire. But, that will not leave an imprint as deep as if she were to somehow put her hand in the fire. Now, I don't recommend you put your hand in the fire, but I'm just using this as an example that this thing that hurt leave an imprint and you will never, ever do them again. So our mind does the same thing. Our mind translates an issue into a problem and we focus on the problem because that problem will give you a kick in the butt. So you will go to the negative. Instead of looking at all the things that you have to help you lose weight, you're going to look at all the negative because you want that motivation. Now, unfortunately, what happens with most of us is that you end up believing the negative so closely that the I cannot lose weight, the inner message is you have a desire to lose weight, you're focusing on the negative to get there, and you're focusing on what's missing, what's wrong, what you don't have. So that's one of the message. But what is going to happen to you? You're going to just believe I cannot lose weight. And so you're going to see all the steps that are interfering with your weight loss. You're going to lose the motivation. You're going to end up being a bit defeated because you're going to be one with your thoughts. You're going to be one with that negative thoughts. And so I always say the intention is a kick in the butt to make you move forward, but a kick in the butt makes you move a kick in the ground. And that's the issue with negative thoughts. They're here to motivate us. They have a message for us, but we take them at face value. So with that thought, what do I know? I know that you're someone who will focus on the negative to motivate. So I would want to work, because that's actually an obstacle. I would want to work on looking at the positive, not I will not tell you, hey, focus on the positive, because then I'm taking you the other side. I will show you, okay, right now you're focusing on the negative. How come? Has it worked for you? What's going on there? How come you're not noticing the negative? And I want you to notice how come you're not noticing the positive? I want you to notice how often you are not focusing on the positive, just as an awareness. And then gradually you will rebalance yourself naturally. You don't need to go and tell yourself positive thoughts. You just need to stay where you are in your truth, see what you do, and it will naturally shift. It will naturally move. That's why I'm not a big it's not my favorite to use positive thoughts or negative thoughts to motivate. My favorite thing is to start with where you are, because where you are tells you where you're going and where you've been. And so it's really important. So I use a bit this basic thought to show you some of it. I'll get another thought. Okay, having an issue starting other project before completing one, then on to the next, then letting the mental sink in and get on focus. Okay, perfect. So I will repeat it. Having an issue starting other projects before completing one. Okay, so what does it say? In the present moment, the way you worded it, right, is you're having an issue. That means you would like to complete a project and see it to fruition, but you're noticing something about yourself and that you're not finishing. So that is more a behavior you're giving me. You're not really giving me a thought, but I'm going to use it as a thought anyhow. And the thought is going to be, I never complete project. Let's say that's the thought you're having, because here it's more behavior, but I never complete a project. Okay. So you have a desire to complete things, to see things to fruition. You are noticing that you have a way of avoiding things. So what you need here is more challenge, because you're always seeking comfort and safety, right? Because not completing is comfort and safety. And so what you're telling us with that thought is that you are uncomfortable with challenges. You are ill-equipped to deal with the adversity that will come, because you see completing a project at something that is a bit more adverse, that can have an impact. Most people would think that completing a task is very positive, but a lot of people feel that completing a task, well, they can be judged on it. Then it really reflects who they are. So it's easier in some way to not complete a task because nobody can judge you then. So what we know about you is that you seek comfort and you're a bit avoidant of challenge. And what you need in your life is to build this ability to deal with adversity, to deal with challenge. And adversity and challenge, what they are really, it's in your mind, the anticipation that some harm will be coming your way. That's what adversity is. Adversity is, I'm scared that something bad will happen within me or outside of me. So in some way, what you're telling us is you're not very well equipped to deal with something negative. And so we want to see, well, what do you need? There are 3 ways to deal with something negative. One is you need to have some sort of faith. How do you build that faith? So people who are religious, it's very easy. It's already in them. Some people who are spiritual have faith in the universe, also very easy. Some scientists have faith in science. Quantum physics have faith in quantum. So that's very easy. But if you have none of those, where does faith come from? Faith comes from knowing who you are. The moment you say, I am, and you fill the blanks, the blank that you filled it is safety, and it will bring you faith. For example, if I say, I am a psychologist, even if I say I am a good psychologist, suddenly I relax. Like, I'm a good psychologist. I have faith. I can give you anything you need. I'm good at this. It's just there's a peacefulness that comes. It really helps you deal with adversity. So a lot of people don't have the I am, fill the blank. I am talented. I am artistic. I am creative. I am, they think they're average, or they haven't spent time figuring out who they are. You want to take time to see the I am. And in this I am, what can be useful for you to deal with adversity, right? So let's take my example. I'm a psychologist. So I can totally regulate emotions, thoughts, behavior. Well, that will give me a lot of peace with dealing with adversity, right? So you're not a psychologist, you won't have that, but you will have other things. So I want to really show you how you break and you go further and further. So I was talking about the 3 things to deal with adversity. One was faith. And the other one, part of the continuation of faith, is identity. Figure out who you are. And the third one is really sitting with emotion. It's about, again, being. When you're really, really, really scared, if you just stay in it, just I am scared, but peacefully, gradually it will go away. It's like exposure therapy. If you're scared of elevators and you sit in an elevator long enough, that fear will go away. It's just the being in one space helps you create an ability to deal with adversity. So you see how I took one thought about not completing a task, and look how much I know about you and how much I know where you need to go and what is your future. You can do that for yourself in much easier way. So what you want to think about in order to do it yourself is the first, what is the thought? Let's say I'm going to say I'm not good enough. Let's put that one as a thought. What you want is usually the reverse. Your mind has created a problem out of what is needed. Usually it is like that. I'm making it general for you to be able to apply it to yourself. So people who say I'm not good enough, they want to be good enough. Now, that's what the first step. The second step is see how what you did, you focused on the negative to get there. So that shows you your journey, your path. Your current journey, your current path is to give yourself a kick in the butt to get to where you want. So you want to look at what does it mean? This means that you're focusing on effort, struggle, fighting, pain to get where you want to go. So you will get where you want to go, but it will be through those 4 modalities. There's no other way. Your thoughts are showing us that. So now that you know that, you want to look at, do you actually believe that another way could get you there? And if you don't, why? And what do you need to build to get there? So most people don't believe that maybe they're supported or things naturally will come to them. They were not raised in that way. So they have to tilt their focus to question what has been brought to me naturally in my life, what I have received. You have to look for the evidence on the other side, because right now you're really focusing on what you know, the safety, the comfort you know, which is in your life, effort, fight, struggle, pain have led you forward, have moved you forward. Now we want to change that path. You want to change that path. So you have to see evidence for the other side. And so you have to look and see how you might not believe the other side yet. And that's what we need to heal. We need to heal your ability to believe that you can get what you want with ease. And that's your mind has to get on board first. We have to get your mind on board to get you to an easier way. And so this is a journey. This is an inner journey. Whatever thoughts you have is you have to bring it back to inner. A lot of people say, I'm not good enough, so let me ask my friends for support. Let me ask other people. But this is an inner journey. When you focus on the war outside of you, you kind of lose the focus on the war inside of you. And the war inside of you is really what matters. And your thoughts and your emotion are showing us the war within and the path forward for you. So I hope I was helpful. It sounds like a little bit more minutes. I'm not sure. Tell me, did I do?
Yes, we were enjoying the way that some people probably thought you were partially psychic with the way you were able to do that. And I feel like you could have a job as a psychic because of what you know about psychology and just how revealing a few sentences are. So I want to talk, Yasmine, about how do you get your mind on board? Because some people are going to find you, work with one of the psychologists that work with you, but those that don't, or in the meantime, how do you get your mind on board with this new way? And you talked about this inner war, that when we're focused outwards, it distracts from what's going on inside. So really getting centered on the inside will allow you to heal those things. So anything you want to say about that?
Yes, that's a fantastic question. Getting people on board is the big task, is the big job. So first, you have to know 3 concepts, because you need those 3 concepts. Your thoughts contain a piece of something that you need to heal, but they are not to be taken at face value. It's really important, because I would say 90% of the world believe their thoughts. They believe what they think, and their mind is just a translator. It's like dreams. When you have a dream, you don't fully believe the dream, but you're trying to figure out, why is it here to tell me? Thoughts are the same. So we need to change our relationship by believing that thoughts are like dreams. Emotions are like dreams. So first things, do not believe them at face value, but they hold a kernel of truth. The second that people need to know about this is that you are an energy being. It's really important that you see that, and that you are creating with a mind, a body, and an essence of who you are. Like when I come, you know me already. You feel me. Like we feel Adora, we feel Mo, we feel everyone. We already know. You get the essence of the person right away, intuitively. We have an intuitive sense. And so there is everything within us is always guiding that. You need the body, you need the mind, and you need that intuitive sense about the essence of the person, and all have a function. So the mind has a function of decoding problems within you and outside of you, and translating into other problems. That's what it do. It's a decoder of imbalances. And so really understanding that 2 principles. Third principle, and I will stop soon, is that basically the third principle that you want to know to get your mind on board is you are able to do this very easily. You know, it's like you have to start with your present. I can give people a little guide, but the first step is your thoughts always point to unmet desires. So you can connect to that unmet desire. Your thoughts point to the path. The path is the way you're doing it. Your thoughts carry your past and the obstacle. And so those are the 3. So I hope I a bit answered it, how to get your mind on board. But those principles are so important to first, because if you have them, your mind will be on board.
Well, that's very powerful, looking at your thoughts and your emotions the way that you look at a dream, that it's not the total truth. It's something trying to point or show you the way. And when you just said your thoughts always point to unmet desires, for a moment I thought, so every thought is pointing to an unmet desire, but then you listed, or it's pointing to a path that is on your way. But will you say a little bit more about that, the points and decoding
Yes.
those thoughts? And for a lot of people, I mean, how many random thoughts that we've all had? I mean, just Halloween alone and the trailers will put thoughts that are uninvited, in our minds and on the screen. And to know how to just have that grace to go, this isn't reality. This isn't my total identity. This is pointing to something, so I can decode it.
Yes. Okay, so good. So first of all, I'll be a bit more precise and refined here for you guys. When you're aligned internally, you have positive thoughts. Naturally, you feel grateful, you feel good when you are online. When you are unbalanced, and what makes us unbalanced is when we're stopping to grow internally, when we go too much into safety, we don't have enough challenge, or when we go too much in challenge. We need balance about safety and challenge. That is so important. And stuck emotion makes you unbalanced. There's a lot of things that makes you imbalanced. Things that you receive from others makes you imbalanced. The moment you are in balance, and we all are, we're all a journey of balancing, rebalancing, unbalancing. The moment you are unbalanced, you will have a negative thought. That's why 99% of our thoughts are negative. Every single one of these thoughts point to unmet desire. You're watching a Halloween movie, because you pointed to that. You get so scared, an emotion, or you get scary thoughts. What happens here? What's happening, like, I'm scared of this movie. In this present moment, you're scared of the movie. What does it say? Well, you're ill-equipped to deal with what this movie is bringing you. What is the movie bringing you? Maybe it's violence. Maybe there's something within you that you have not figured out a way to deal with violence. And so you want to look at, okay, what is violence for me? Violence is destruction. Violence is the bad of humanity, the evil of humanity. So you have difficulty dealing with that. So you can see how that negative thoughts, I am scared of this movie, that looks so simple, you will never think, but what is it? It's scared of the violence. What is the violence? It's the evil of human beings. So there's something deep within you that is craving for a world where it's all good and it's very peaceful. And from that place, you'll have difficulty dealing with evil, dealing with violence. So
That's very powerful, because I don't even watch the scary movies. I get mad when the trailers come up that I didn't want to see. So what you're telling me is I'm craving a world. Part of it has been the 20 years of self-development that says, hey, watch what you put into your mind, your energy field, and your emotions. But I think even at 15, 16, I stopped enjoying very scary movies, you know? It's so you've given me a lot to think about, and and here comes Carissa with some more to think about.
Wow, thank you so much for being here, Dr. Yasmine. It's been a pleasure to be on the backside of just like receiving what you have been saying behind the scenes a little bit. And thank you so much for the opportunity to ask you another question or two while we have, just a few minutes left with you. You've been talking a lot about safety and sort of these ways to navigate emotions and things like that. And something I'm really sort of obsessed with in this season of my life is performance, but from a lens of being balanced. And there's a book that I'm reading right now called Peak Performance, and I think it's over here somewhere, but I think it's by Brad Stulberg. There's a variety of authors that are on it. And one of their equations to performance or like productivity is stress and rest, right? You sort of need both, that you get into burnout when you're stressed out and you don't have a productive, or how they would identify, or like a happy life if you're not also kind of having this positive stress. Can you speak a little bit to what positive stress means, how that impacts the brain, and why it's actually necessary for growth and performance and an overall happy life?
Yes, absolutely. Such a good question. So I'll answer your question and I'll tie it a bit with something Adora said, like that I can do 2 in 1 for you. So life is really like a yin and yang symbol. There's the dark, there's a light, there's the path in between. And with the two, the dark has a purpose, the light has a purpose by themselves. And they are here to rebalance each other. And when you walk that middle path, you get the whole. Everything in our life is designed that way. So in order to get your peak performance, if you stay too much in safety, too much of rest, you will not be able to. If you go too much into performance, pushing, effort, doing, you will burn out. It's not going to work. You need the balance. You need day and night. You need rest and push. So what happens? Most people side on one or the other based on their comfort zone. Some people's comfort zone are on the effort side. Some people's comfort zone are on the safe side, the rest side. So to tie it back to Adora with the horror movie, the comfort zone is on the avoidance side. But what will happen is with that is you will always have to avoid that. And you always have to stay away, but it will come to you in other ways, like the evil of the words or dealing with it or something. And you always move away from it. There won't be a growth where you feel like, wow, I can deal with this. So with rest and performance and getting to your peak, it's really important that you analyze, who are you? Where are you? Because you will have the people who be like, go, challenge, push, and all of that, but they will burn out. They will burn out fast, and it won't be good. They don't have the other side. They don't have the rest. And the other people who are so much in the rest, well, they won't have the challenge, but life will bring it to them, will bring it to, because there's this homeostasis. Everything is ruled by energy, and energy wants you to be a balanced human being. And your mind and where your focus goes to unbalances you. So peak performance, it's really balanced life.
Yeah, that was a great answer. Thank you so much for that. And I want to just go a touch deeper, if you're open, is how do we discern when we're on too much of one side or the other? What does that feel like? What are some signs or signals that we can look out for? Particularly, I'm more concerned with burnout. I know a lot of people who are watching shows like this are more developed into personal, or wanting to be in personal development, authors, speakers, writers. So they have more of a tendency to burn out. So I'm curious if you can talk a little bit about maybe some warning signs or some things that we can notice or look out for, so we can discern when we're on too much of one side or the other. Because for some people, they might think that they're balanced, but their nervous system might be telling them otherwise. Like, no, I'm good. So what does that actually look like from whether it be a mind perspective or physiological perspective? So people can start to notice, okay, I'm a little off balance here. This is maybe when I should be resting or taking better care of myself.
Fantastic. So I'll start with the mind piece. The mind piece is, you will do what you like. You will do what you like. So if you like to get results from working hard, from overcoming, from being, which a lot of people are. A lot of people, they get their self-esteem from achieving, overachieving. So they will do that. The moment you like something, you have a bit already unbalanced yourself, because you're going to already be doing too much of it. It's just the reality. The moment you are doing something you don't like too much, like the people who are actually like, I want to constantly be uncomfortable, because now there's the other side. There's both sides that come. I constantly want to be uncomfortable. Then you're totally unbalancing yourself. The moment there's a like and a dislike, you're about to get burnout in just little further. And we're all so close to it. We all are always so close to burnout, unfortunately, because we all just want to do what we like and we want to avoid what we don't like. It's just the reality. But the best way is to be like, ooh, I'm liking this. Okay, that means there's something within me that is not fulfilled that I need from this. And what is it? And ooh, I'm not liking this. There's something within me that doesn't have the ability to deal with this. So what is it that I need to build within to get there? The moment you ask yourself those questions, you will avoid burnout.
Yeah, that's a beautiful answer. And I know burnout a little bit all too well, because I've experienced it multiple times. And it's a lot of what the elite professionals that I work with also experience. And something that I share with them is when they start resenting the thing that they love, kind of like how you're talking about, when you're like, wow, well, because you like the thing already, you're kind of naturally going to do it more often than not. When you start to resent the thing that you love, whether it be writing or coaching or mentoring or whatever, and you're starting to get upset with your clients and not wanting to show up, I think that's a pretty good telltale sign that you're headed, or if not, in like a deep stage of burnout. Would you agree?
Yes, absolutely. So what you described there is so good for my message, which is you like someone, you like something rather, and that resentment comes as an emotion to rebalance you, because you were so much into it, it's trying to pull you away. So you see, it's guided within. You think resentment is bad, it's actually here to rebalance you, and it's so good. But at this point, it's too late. The moment you have resentment, it's too late.
Yeah, all of these emotions are warning signs, or just things for us to look out for. They're signals, they're not bad or good. They're just things to look out for. So thank you so much for the answer. I know we have Mo, who's joined.
Well, this has been so powerful. Of course, you're tuning into the Neuroscience Summit 2022. We're alongside Dr. Yasmine Saad, somebody who I have publicly said is one of my favorite teachers in the field of psychology, because she really understands how to take both East and West and bring them together. And I want to check in with Adora, because I know, Adora, you had such an engaging conversation with Dr. Yasmine. I'm curious if you had any final questions or comments you wanted to make here before we move on. Please, Adora Evans.
Yes, and that burnout comment is huge in our society. So thank you for bringing that up, Carissa. So Dr. Yasmine, I'm still a little hung up on this horror movie thing, right? Because am I supposed to go watch these movies in order to balance my uncomfortable feelings, or no? Okay.
No,
I'm like, I spent so long focusing on what, so do we go seek out all the things that we've trained ourselves not to watch? Okay, so more about that. But rather, if it comes up, notice it and go, where am I uncomfortable with the evil in the world, and how can I, so that I'm not in resistance, attracting it all the time. But the assignment isn't go get comfortable by binge watching a whole bunch of horror movies. Okay.
No, the work is not on the outside. Yes. So that's such a good question, because people's mind go, oh my God, I have to now go do this. You have to do nothing on the outside. Nothing on the outside. The outside, you'll be a bit wasting your time, because inside is so much more powerful. But what you want to decode your thoughts and emotion. That's really what I want everybody to do. You want to see, like, ooh, what does it say about me? The fact that this trailer triggers me in such a way, what does it say about me? It just says that in my life, the way I have dealt with adversity is by kind of looking the other way. So I'm not the best equipped to deal with it. Do I want to continue that, or do I want to change path? And if I change path, I need to work internally on how can I be sitting in front of adversity and still be standing. And that's the next step for you. It's inner work on that. Not the horror movie. This is just a signal. This is just and you can do it if you want. If you don't want, you can decide, no, my way is very good, and you will do it in other way. Life will bring you what you need. You actually need to do nothing. But I'm helping people really understand what their thoughts and message are. It's just signals. It's just is that.
Isn't that funny, this idea of decoding? It's almost like a frequency is coming in, and the realization that we hear so much in meditation, that you're not the mind, you're a spirit and a human experience. So then being the observer to go, what is this, these thoughts, these emotions, what are they signaling, so that I can rebalance and yeah, interesting. Awesome. Thank you. We kept you a little longer. It was so fascinating. Yes, Mo.
I'm grateful for you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mo, Carissa, Adora, and everybody here. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much to Dr. Yasmine. Always a pleasure and privilege to have you share your wisdom, share your knowledge with this global community. We've had people from over 17 countries register, so we want to give a special thanks to all of the expert speakers, Dr. Joe Vitale, Michael Beckwith, Dr. Yasmine, all of these incredible global thought leaders that are coming together to make this event possible. So thank you again, Dr. Yasmine, and we're going to take a quick break for about 1 minute, and we will be back to continue the next segment soon.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Awesome. Welcome back. And I'm, of course, alongside Carissa Johnson and Adora Crystal Evans. And when we had Adora join us, we had a chance to mention very briefly, jokingly, but also seriously, that when I met Adora, she was not yet a television star. But this last year or two has been so incredible for her life and career that now I'm flipping through the TV channels. I'm like, hey, she looks kind of familiar. And, once upon a time, Adora, when it came to business, would call me. Now I got to call her. So, you never know how the tables turn in life, but I'm so proud of the work she's doing with Dining Divas Television and this internationally syndicated show. So we're going to take a few minutes, Carissa, and actually talk with Adora before we continue on in about 20 minutes with the next group of thought leaders. And we're going to do a deep dive into the work she's doing. Of course, many people in this community already know her. The last couple of days, she's been busy working behind the scenes on production of this new reality TV show. So the fact that she was able to make it today and find time in her schedule, we're so humbled by that. So I'm going to step back, Carissa, and let you just pick Adora's mind for the next few minutes when it comes to law of attraction, manifestation, and of course, this new hit television reality show she's working on. Carissa and Adora.
Oh, awesome. Okay, this is cool. I get to catch up with you a little bit because I haven't had the ability to. So I have many questions for you, but I'd love to reverse engineer this in a way that the audience can probably really appreciate. What I'd love to do is talk about, where you're at right now, and then kind of reverse engineer what sort of practices have supported you in getting there. And then of course we'll include the neuroscience and psychology and things like that. So give us an update. What have the last couple of months for you been like? I know we just wrapped up a few months ago, the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich event, and it seems like things have just exploded in the best way possible. So please give the audience and me personally, I would love an update on how's life been? What are you working on? What are you most excited about right now?
That's so fun, Carissa. It's great to catch up live, right? And Mo is, man, his media voice is powerful. So from his mouth to God's ears and to the universe, that whole, so thank you, Mo, for all the kind words. Yeah, we all went through, it seemed like after that tour, all of our lives, it had a ripple effect. And for people who are fans of the Napoleon Hill Foundation and Napoleon Hill, he often talked about infinite intelligence and going the extra mile. And I feel like if Napoleon Hill's energy was supporting us after, we were all blessed. I mean, I've watched everybody's life expand since then, but yes, I did take on the Dining Divas show. It started with, we were just going to co-produce an episode, and my background in production with Pat Summerall years ago, and then the production with Mo Rock and the Los Angeles Tribune, we found ourselves in this synergy. And after working with so many amazing men, I'm going to tell you, it was like a glitter party, joining all the women, because how many men were with us in that tour, from Don Green to Jack Canfield to Mo to, all the names that we got to spend time with. It was that balance that Dr. Yasmine was talking about, just being surrounded by a bunch of women who love business and heels and travel and food. So we did a mastermind in St. Lucia and recorded an episode there. That was so much fun. And we have a lot of episodes coming up. Yeah, in January, we're filming in California and Mexico and lots of other places. So that it's been really fun to bring transformation to the show. So all of the women in the show have different entrepreneurial backgrounds. And of course, my favorite and first love is this industry of transformation and so I love bringing that conversation. And so a lot of the episodes that I executive produce are featuring thought leaders or around a mastermind or a really cool event or something like that. And then the other ones I get to co-host and go eat and travel and dance, and that's a lot of fun. And it was totally unexpected. I didn't have it in my 2022 January goals, it's just fun.
Wow. Well, sounds like you became a perfect vibrational match for getting paid for or getting to do all the things that you love to do: travel, eat, be around women, and be in this transformational field as well. And so with that, I'd love to hear, you've been here for the better part of the day, as well as maybe popping in the last couple of days. what principles, what practices do you think have supported you in having the success that you want? And what's interesting about you is you have a very different perspective about success and leadership. You come from a little bit more feminine, energetic, but you also still have that very gritty aspect to you. I saw your post the other day about like, I'm really disciplined with where I'm spending and utilizing my energy. So can you talk a little bit about more what practices and principles, rituals, and disciplines that you use in order to really support this transformational process that you've been going through?
Yeah, I mean, every time I've popped in here, I hear things and I'm like, that's so me. I love that too, right? Because I think that birds of a feather flock together and we're all learning and looking to create that balance that Dr. Yasmine's talked about. I'm also a lifetime member of Newcomb. And like Dr. Yasmine mentioned, what we like, we tend to overdo. So lately I've been doing all the Ignite tracks and haven't done any of the deep mode, which says where my energy is all about the pump right now and the go. But often life will then speak to me and say, hey, like, I'll feel that if I get too far in momentum and my discipline and my drive and my excited, ignited energy, that the parts that really balance me and the biggest leaps in my life happen for me usually when I'm in my heart and in a more receptive or playful place. And the biggest leaps also happen when I'm in contribution. And that's something I have to remember because, there have been a lot of years where, especially in my early 20s, where I gave and didn't ask for the levels of compensation or, so a lot of my learning was to use my voice to set boundaries, to set rules. And so a lot of wins come out of that and it's needed, but the biggest leaps, including the first time Mo and I co-produced something together, it was in the thought of contribution to honor Dennis Waitley, my dear friend, and now our dear friend and, mentor. It came from this birthing place of love and heart. And those seeds that then I put action to, they always take me further. They get me past my stuff. They get me through, embarrassing moments, but they create being in my heart and being in that feminine, being attuned to contribution and what am I receiving from spirit or from, my embodied practices. That's always where the big miracles are, whether it was working with Mo, the Think and Grow Rich tour, Dining Divas, what I'm doing next with Dennis, what I'm doing with the Rich with Connections, teaching people how to connect at high levels, the way that I do. So it is a balancing act, figuring out, okay, because I get momentum in any direction. Like when I'm aggressive and that's working, I get more aggressive, like it gets momentum, right? And then life will show me, hey, chill out a little bit, relax a little bit, go back to contribution. And sometimes if I get so far just hanging out in the feminine, the receiving, the ooh, the ah, the kumbaya, the howling at the moon, dancing with friends, then rent or bills or employees will remind me that I better get, some structure in place to make sure I'm showing up. Also, and I see Mo's here, so I'll shut it down.
I don't know why whenever I come on camera, people stop talking. I'm just here to enjoy the conversation, Adora. I didn't mean anything by it.
I'm used to co-hosting instead of
right.
I'm like, oh, pass the mic. So the momentum in either direction will usually show me. And the reason I talk about disciplines is it just happened to me. I planned November, I would do another event. And then there was a rearrange of, nope, you're going to do an event in December. And I found my emotions kind of coming up, confusion coming up, uncertainty, like really in my feels, which I honor all of those things. And then I realized, oh, what's happening is I don't have my vision scheduled in my life. And so my emotions are hijacking the conversation, and I have time to just kind of burn energy. And so what I realized is that then it's just time for me to take action, schedule contribution, then schedule a summit, do a one-day event, give back. Like, what could I do? Could I add in my November that's aligned with who I say I am? Even if it's, you know what, November is going to be your flex month instead of December.
Yeah.
But so for me, it is all about the balance of disciplined actions that I plan to live the vision that comes from my heart. So I find the vision and the mission in my, like, what moves me, what does my soul want to do, how can I contribute, and then put actions, you know, in a disciplined way that have me show up and be who I say I'm here to be. And there are lots of breakdowns and breakthroughs along that path. But when I'm leading from a heart-centered seed, and then aligned actions, and then being surrounded by great people like you guys, because I really want to say a cuss word, but instead I'll say, because when you're with great people, they'll call you on your shiz, right? And if it's vision oriented, you're all doing that, and you all realign with what do we say we're here to create. And so it doesn't mean that there aren't, you know, little mini breakdowns. And if you're doing something worth doing, there are going to be a lot of them. But it's really about, like, but where's the vision, and how am I balancing that?
That's beautifully said. A couple things there. You're talking about being aware of the feedback of the universe when you say things along the lines of, you know, as I go off into the right hemisphere of my brain, sometimes certain things happen, responsibilities happen in life that require me to be aware of the feedback that I get from the universe. And so there's wisdom there, because it's about awareness. And to your latter point, to call people out, that's the expression of love. When people call other people out and they do it for the right reasons, it's an expression of love, right? Because what more, how can you possibly express love to somebody else more than speaking words that you know will inevitably make them a better, stronger, more aware person? And sometimes an expression of love is self-sacrificing, because it's so easy to tell people what they want to hear, but it actually takes real love to tell people what they need to hear. Now, here is a book in my hands, and what's interesting about this book is that I'm actually currently on my third read of this book. Now, the first time that I read it, I was amazed, because there's information that I had never known about, research that was conducted that I didn't even know existed. Second time I read it, I was less shocked by the material, and I allowed it to kind of go into my mind. And now the third time, I'm using the technique that Napoleon Hill spoke about, which is auto-suggestion, making part of my subconscious mind. I want to talk a little bit about this book, Adora, because this is a #1 bestseller. Don Green called it one of the best books that he's ever read. Dennis Waitley. I mean, you have living legends that are full of testimonials here. And I want to let the audience know that the title, you didn't have to make me so big, producer, but the title here, we want to share the screen because I'm about to step off. The title says The Rich Queen Movement Series Book 1. That's a misleading title. This is a book for men and women. And when I say misleading, I say I don't want people to misunderstand the title, because as a man, I learned a lot from this book, and I'm excited to be on my third read. So talk a little bit about some of your favorite principles that you wrote about in this book, Adora, as we close out the next 10 minutes or so with you and Chris.
Oh, awesome. That's so fun. I wrote that for women, and it was designed around a 30-day game that I played with a group of women that were really focused on manifesting money, which is why the book is called Majestic Money. And while the women really did manifest incredible things, like one woman manifested her dream home with a horse paddock and presents for her kids. Another woman manifested a car that was down to the peacock color. Like, that was on her manifestation list. And it was all in this 30-day container the funny thing is what the work, the majority of the work is about receiving your own worthiness, because we will only allow ourselves to receive what we actually feel worthy of. Meaning, even if you receive the pay, the love, the career that you want, how many times, I know, especially in my younger years, I would be receiving something, but in my heart, I wasn't really taking it in. I was more like, did they mean to give that to me? Did I really earn that? Is there someone who's better for this? There were all these other questions. And so one of the greatest gifts is actually being able to receive the love that is around us all the time, receive the money. And when we're really good at being able to receive that and to stand in our worthiness, then we do attract more money, relationships. And it was funny because I'd been teaching these principles for a while, but once I put money as the manifesting game, what ended up happening is the women played full out. Like, they really went all in because they wanted to manifest the money, but the work was like healing mother wounds, healing father wounds, really accepting our power as women. And so some of my favorite, and men have actually reviewed the book as much or more than women on Amazon, which is so interesting. And there are so many stories in there of my girlfriend gave this to me, or my wife, or what, because we all have feminine and masculine energy. But one of my favorite, I'll give two of my favorite principles very quickly. So one of them is, and by one of them is that, there is masculine and feminine in everything that we see in nature, male plant, female plant, masculine, feminine. We all have that energy inside. And I think to really understand manifesting, we get to look at both sides of that. And so women, whenever something in spirit, like a spirit, comes to this earth game, this physical game that, we all landed in, if we have a body and we're talking physically, the portal for that happening is a woman's body. So, you see sci-fi movies and there are these portals of people jumping from one reality to another. Well, the reality is women and our bodies, and the women who have become mothers, you are a portal for that spirit into physical reality. There is no gateway. We are the dimension jumping in points, which is so wild, right? Isn't that so cool and so awesome to understand? And so a lot that I had learned about manifesting, I learned from awesome men describing it from mostly their own nature, go the extra mile, work hard, have a vision, take action, do all these things. But there is this whole mysterious part of spirit, Wayne Dyer called inspired in spirit. So anything from the spirit realm that comes into our physical reality, whether it be an actual spirit who showed up as Carissa or Ava or Mo or, John or Joy or Parisa, whether it's a spirit that made it into the physical reality, or the vision for our book, the vision for our business, the vision for a song that is in spirit, for it to come into the physical reality. I really believe the feminine is the portal. And so it's a major player in the whole thing. And when we're only focused on the more masculine side, which is really needed, but it's all do, go, achieve, be, make it happen, grind, grind, and, we could say a lot about that. So the balance is where we are, not only as humanity, looking to create more of spiritual progress into physical reality, but as women, it's so powerful to realize, hey, your DNA knows how to manifest. Like, you are a portal. You're a walking. I don't know how many women are going to be walking around like, I'm the portal for inspiration into reality. But even knowing that is a total different come from than how do I get this thing outside of myself. Or men are great at business, or men or women. It's not even about that.
Right.
It's about understanding that our feminine nature, with the emotions, the ebbs, the flows, the intuition, the heart-centered, the way our brains work on both sides, all of that is powerful and important to manifesting physical reality. And it impacts what we earn, what we create, how we communicate, how we collaborate, it all of the things. And so, and the second thing is just embracing that intuition, that body, those inklings. So while we don't say our emotions are the final thought, or our feelings are, the final truth, or our thoughts are the final thing, the suppressing of them has been a problem. Like, business isn't personal, it's just business. No, it's very personal. The person who created it for a reason. You're dealing with clients and you're meeting their personal needs. And so when it's not personal, it's not connected. And so, really connecting in and honoring those inklings, those intuitions, and then balancing it with structure, balancing it with rules, balancing it with wisdom. I think that's, divine business in action, divine humans in action. And we're the ones powering these businesses. So until it's just an AI robot running everything, and God forbid that be the reality, or we are going to be extinct soon, right? Until we need to be more personal. We need to be more in tune. We need to be more connected, and not in an out of balance way, right? Not where we're just a charity, unless that's what you're here for. All right.
I absolutely love it, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, we're here with #1 best-selling author and reality TV star Adora Evans. And, we're about to segue into our next group of thought leaders. But before we introduce the group, we're going to spend about 5 minutes with one of these individuals, and she's another incredible #1 best-selling author. Of course, I'm talking about Joy Willett. Here you see a copy of a book that I have in my personal library. I Am Joy and So Are You. And just like the book by Adora Evans, these are both books that I've learned a lot from, that I revisit, and I highly recommend folks check out both of them. Both of them have very different points of views and very different aspects of life that will help us with our lives and with our businesses. So I'm going to step back, and for the next 5 minutes, we're going to speak with Joy, and then Joy will be a part of a continued discussion with a group of thought leaders as well. But we want to bring her up now. And Joy Willett, #1 best-selling author, welcome to the 2022 Neuroscience Summit. And I think blue is the theme of the day, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Now, I'm going to step back and let these two incredible folks pick your brain for the next few minutes before we continue the discussion with other thought leaders.
Awesome. Wow. Joy, thank you so much for being here. It's such an honor to connect with you again. I know every time I get a Facebook notification as of the last week, it's you sharing about this summit. So on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, we just want to thank you for how much you've been promoting this. And we're excited to celebrate you, get to know a little bit more about you. And so I want to ask you though, what has it been like being on the other end of this summit, getting ready to prepare to speak something? What have you been noticing? What are you excited to talk about today?
Oh my gosh, where do we begin, right? It has been a true joy, right, and delight to be listening and hearing all of the expansive, I will use some funny puns, right, but mind-blowing and also very logical. That's the beautiful thing about this. Logic in terms of neuroscience, spirituality, who we are as human beings, having this incredible experience here on the planet and making sense of it. And so listening to Masajati and his frequencies, Jim Poole with Newcomb, which is shaking the world, Diana Wentworth, just a beautiful goddess of wisdom and love. I mean, where do we start? Stop. Michael Beckwith yesterday, and Sherry, and you all. I mean, we had Gerald this morning talking about the super conscious, and oh my goodness, Barbie. It's been amazing to be on the level of listening, and again, just all of the love, the support that's pouring in, all of the different countries that people are tuning into this. It really is amazing, Carissa. And you've been also, wow, I'm so impressed with you. You channeled the most amazing questions and insights. So thank you.
Oh, what a beautiful compliment. Thank you so much. And it's very clear to me how loving you are in the comments. You're saying kind things to people. You're going back and forth. You're just a being of light. So thank you so much for that. And so I have the advantage of knowing a little bit about you. I've been, peeking around behind the scenes. Plus, we've been exchanging some words, and we got to meet in person at PubCon. You happen to know a lot about the mind and the brain and psychology and neuroscience. So I'd love to give you the opportunity to share a little bit about what is your education, your study about the mind. What do you find most interesting about the mind and its capabilities?
Well, yes, and the mind and the brain are kind of different too. And I think Joe Vitale brought that up yesterday. And so my expertise has been working with and learning about the parts of us that are running the show. I'm going to call it the unconscious mind, because the unconscious mind is running our programs, our filters, everything that we experience in life at a whopping 97 to 99% now, they find. Now, when we can get into understanding that and knowing what's behind our thoughts, our behaviors, then we can somehow ride that horse. And I'll call the horse as kind of the unconscious mind. We're on this horse, and it's taking us places, sometimes to a place where we're not even sure we really want to go, or it bucks us off or something like that. And then we also have the conscious mind, which is the part that we think we're really, thinking all these thoughts. We're only running that at about 1 to 3%, right? So, and then we have the superconscious. The superconscious mind is the infinite intelligence. It's our connection to all that is. Also, it's where we can go in and recode a whole bunch of stuff that's happening at our conscious level and our unconscious level. So I did get into the NLP world, Carissa, as you know, in the early 90s. And it was kind of the new kid on the block, even though it was developed in the 70s. I was a hypnotherapist in the 80s. And so I look pretty good for 25 now. I'm just kidding.
Girl.
Yeah. And so I got really, really excited about these tools that were coming in. So, and again, think Tony Robbins. He comes out on stage. He's one of the top global NLP trainers, and can just suddenly shift somebody from a state into a state of well-being and wholeness. So that's what I put my heart and mind into. And also I was a successful entrepreneur using these tools too. So, and here I am. My joy is about helping people to understand who they are and to become free. It's all about becoming free in my books, free from limitations and those, thoughts, those feelings that are holding us back. So using the superconscious, the unconscious mind, and directing the conscious mind, we can really get into frameworks where we can live our life and create that reality, right? And also about quantum creation. Oh my gosh, I mean, I'm in the right place, right?
Oh my gosh, I have so many questions to ask you. I'm like, how do we just have a show about joy right now? and you'd be the perfect person for that, right? Because your name is Joy and you help people facilitate joy. And you're mentioning something that is really interesting about joy and freedom. And, in my experience, and I'd love for you to elaborate on this, it seems what gets in the way of that is often beliefs and something along that nature. And if I remember correctly, I think you put in the chat box, you said something about a cognitive loop. So I'd love for you to elaborate on what is a cognitive loop, and then how would you, is there a framework that you would use to facilitate somebody through moving through that loop, or what does that look like?
Right, a cognitive loop, and there's probably a lot of different definitions to this, is when we're looping around, when we have our thought pattern that gets stuck and it keeps looping around, whether it's a limiting belief that is I'm not worthy, I don't deserve this, I can't do this. These are the things that pop up, especially when you're, say sitting in a car and you're at a stoplight and suddenly all of these things come up. Usually, and this is coming up for your unconscious mind or your subconscious. And those are your loops, your negative self-talk pattern loops. Some of the ways to get out of these things is we need to get beyond that part or that loop. There's different ways to define it. Some of the ways are through the techniques of neuro-linguistic programming, timeline therapy, which is what I teach, hypnosis, which is all it is, hypnosis. It's not woo-woo, it's just using subconscious or unconscious patterns of the brain to access that subconscious pattern. The other things like NLP and timeline therapy, we're using consciously techniques to get into the root cause of those negative pattern loops. So there's just a lot of different ways to do this, and it's my passion. And I'm also in a process of learning how to recode through the superconscious. So that's a whole new bag of tricks I'll be unveiling very soon. And using all of these things, those recodes are using timeline therapy, NLP. It's just jargon for talking that these are the ways that we are discovering now as we're moving into new paradigms of, I will say, human evolution and understanding that we are truly spiritual beings having a human experience. And so now we're starting to bring those fields together. And that's where quantum reality, quantum physics, and science and spirituality come and do this beautiful melding. And that's my passion too.
You definitely have a lot of passion. You have a lot of skills, and I'm really excited to continue to learn more about you. I know that we have Adora in the background and Parisa, so I'd love to bring them up and to contribute a little bit to this conversation. Thank you so much, Joy, for giving us the honor to speak with you briefly about the work that you do, and I know many people will be very interested about that.
Thank you too, Chris. Yay. Hi, guys.
Hello, Parisa and Adora. Adora is back. Hello, Parisa. I'd love to give you the opportunity. What have you been taking away so far from what Joy has mentioned about neuro-linguistic programming and some cognitive loops? What has come up for you before I know Adora or somebody might give you a little introduction here as well?
Well, first of all, hi guys. First of all, one of the things that just kind of caught me off guard was your little joke, like, oh, don't I look good for 25? Like, it's that humanness that you brought forward in it, that no matter how much you work on everything and how much transformation you experience and all of like the ahas and the real healing that gets to occur, like you're still so human about it. And I think that's like the sweet spot here. I think that's the beauty in it, is that being human, allowing yourself to be human and experience your humanness in full flesh, is that, that's what connects all of us, truly. And so your little joke about that, like, oh, don't I look good, about doing NLP in the 80s, I'm like, this woman is incredible. I'm familiar with your work, but I'm like, just to even hear you speak in real time, I'm like, this woman's incredible. I love this. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Yay.
Yeah, awesome. Joy is a joy. It's written in her name. It's written in her name. And I know we have John in the background we'll bring up soon, but we want to enjoy the lady vibe for a bit. So Parisa, many of you are familiar with her because we have her on every show that we do, Olympian, and has done so much work in the world of sports, but also in leading the way and helping people really take action and live the lives that they're aspiring to live and break through the blocks that are holding them back. But personally, I am forever will hold Parisa in a very special place, because some of you don't know, when we were in Hollywood, having the Think and Grow Rich live event in the after hours at our Airbnb. Parisa came to visit. And my then 10-year-old daughter, 11, yeah, she just turned 11, who is also a swimmer and who was kind of in the background. You know how masterminds go. It's all about just smiling and being the best kid if you're a kid. You know, she had this moment where Parisa came to visit her specifically. Mo arranged that. And my daughter just got to ask questions that we didn't even know were in her mind. And I think Saji took some photos I'm still waiting on, but the love in her eyes and the adoration as she was listening to Parisa. And Parisa, the way you were speaking life to her about her opinions, her choices, her feelings, regardless of the adults around her or me or anyone else. As a mother, and I know you're a mother as well, it's giving me chills. It was one of the greatest parts of going to Hollywood for that event was who you were and the seed that you planted, that at this point, you know, when kids are 11, it's now about who can you put them in front of that will speak life, because the parents are kind of like, they already know they're ready to be in the world. So I love and admire you so much. I'm a super fan because of that moment. And I know that who you are is a woman of great integrity, grit, work ethic. And so I'm super excited to have you here.
Wonderful. That's beautiful, Adora. I love the energy between the two of you. And now I know about Parisa even more, just from your describing that beautiful moment and how special.
I have no words, Adora. I have no words. None. Thank you. Thank you. Wow.
Well, thank you. So now as we're on the topic of neuroscience, I'm sure as soon as you found out, you were like, I have so much to say about this. So, you know, what do you want to share? Because I know you work with people understanding what it takes to be successful and how to move that into their current lives. Most people will never be Olympians or even attend an Olympic game or do any of those things that you've done. But I know that you're quite an advocate and help people work with their brains and their beliefs. So anything you want to share,
right,
we can deep dive.
I think the number one thing that two things, I'll already correct myself. Two top things that I will share that have radically shifted how I experience life. And these two things also are the two things that I continue to preach day in and day out. Number one is stay curious. Remain curious. It doesn't matter what's going on in life, no matter what hardship, no matter what challenge, no matter what you might be experiencing and what you might be seeing all around you, no matter what, remain curious. And when you allow yourself to remain curious, your mind is malleable. It stays soft. It stays open. And you may not have the solutions. You may not have like the most brilliant ideas in the moment. And who cares? You don't need those all the time. All you need is just the ability to remain curious. That's one. The second one is when it comes to seeing how far you can go in whatever it may be, how far you can go even within like the trust within yourself. Okay, I would ask you and present this question that continues to remain within myself is, how much am I willing to release and continue to release that does not match what I want to experience? And I know that's a very typical statement and typical question to ask, but what it actually looks like is looking at one less Instagram story. It looks like watching one less episode on Netflix. It looks like one less phone conversation. It looks like blocking your time so you're responding to messages and emails certain times of the day. It means that you're not picking up your phone the first minimum 30 minutes of the day. What are you willing to release that does not align with the life you want, the mind you want, the world you see around you? What are you willing to release? And if you're having a hard time releasing certain things, it's okay. It's just being human. There's a huge element of grace here that gets to be put in place. Grace is the key here. And as you continue to allow yourself to ask yourself these questions, like, am I willing to release this? Am I willing to release this? So that it allows me to have the space to hold what is already here now, what is coming, and what is to be. And if you're having a hard time stepping into those things, if you're having a hard time saying yes to these things, first of all, it's okay, you're human. And second of all, see what you might be so attached to within it. Are you afraid of something? Are you, they have that saying, FOMO, like fear of missing out, right? Like, are you afraid that missing out on this one thing is going to be this? And ask yourself what meanings you're attaching to things. And I know I presented a lot of different questions for that second part, but truly it's something that I assign myself on an everyday basis. What am I willing to release? What am I willing to place on my calendar every day that actually aligns with this and actually is going to support me? Sometimes it just means like resting in bed 30 more minutes in the morning as well, and giving myself that grace, because I'm human and there's a lot going on in this world. And if I don't allow myself to be human in all of those elements, then this human is not going to show up really well and then be able to help others and talk to awesome girls like your daughter, Adora. So that's what I would say.
That's awesome. And release is a topic we could all, I'd love to hear from Joy a little bit. I know it's something that is talked about a lot, but it's because we have a hard time with it, letting go of what is comfortable, what's life going to be like if I let go of this and I don't know what's next. So I love all the questions that you brought there. So Joy, what about you with this thought of release?
Release is really, really, like you said, Prisa, such a key thing. And also that part about grace, because when we surrender, when we release, when we allow grace, these are very feminine, flowy terms. We also get out of the push. We get out of the have to. We could talk about it in terms of brain waves and all of that stuff. We go more into that state of flow, and we're just allowing. And then the negative self-talk, the limiting beliefs, all the yada, yada, yadas that is running below the surface, right, gets to kind of ease away. And then we also are able to make some new choices when we say, yeah, I'm just human. It is. This is really the neuroscience about being human, right? We are human, and we have, our unconscious mind, our egos, all of that has a definite purpose, and I like to say a porpoise, right? To keep us safe, to create the boundaries. And then so part of these different tools that we're all using, that we're exploring, that we're excited about, are to help us to get beyond those barriers that are keeping us in. However, once we allow that surrender, we're actually getting back into that part of ourselves that is running at that unconscious level, which is why stories, the power of stories, right? Because it goes right in to that heart level, the unconscious mind level, the soul level, whatever you want to call it. And so again, it's the power of surrender, release, letting go. And that is about the story also, the metaphors, the power and the magic of that. So it's just to allow us, right? To allow us. And I love this, that right now, before Mo and John get on here, and that we are this circle of feminine energies and the goddess energies too, which is so important, because we have our masculine. Yeah, there we go. We have our masculine, all of us contain masculine and feminine, of course, energy. And so, however, when we are in that feminine part of ourselves, we are allowing for that flow, that grace, that getting out of our own way. How cool is that?
Oh, so cool. So cool, Joy. So I'm excited to bring my friend John up here, who also comes from a family of athletes and the fitness realm. And then he moved into the financial world and is a trader. He trades Forex and educates people around Forex. And we have a lot of conversations about the psychology and the emotional being of being a successful trader and how it really plays out in life. So I'm so excited to bring John up. I do need help with the production team. Producer.
I got it.
Yes, thank you. John Spencer, great to have you here with us. Welcome to the Vortex of Ladies.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound great.
I'm glad you brought me on. At first, I got kind of nervous. There's so much feminine energy. We need to sprinkle a little bit more masculine. I know we got both ends, but I'm thinking let's raise that masculine level a little. Can I get Mo in a second too, so I can kind of feel a little more balanced?
Yeah, he'll come in.
No, but thank you. Seriously, thank you for everyone that put this summit on. It has been mind-blowing. I personally have taken a lot of notes. And then even what Joy said, I love the part where we all just need a little grace. I think Parissa said it too. We all just need a little grace. And I always try to remind, as a Forex educator, as a day trading educator, I remind anyone that I encounter, like, we're human, we just need grace. And so I actually wrote that down as a reminder for myself. So thank you for having me.
Awesome. And so I want to talk a little bit about, because I know you've created incredible financial freedom for yourself and you are helping a lot of different people do that. But, when we're thinking of neuroscience and also the game of life, because many people are never going to enter the Forex trading market. We'll go in a deep dive there somewhere else. And those who are, they can certainly look you up. But what are some of the lessons one that you could share, one of the top lessons from trading and dealing with your emotions and your thoughts? Because I know you said it's very revealing and important, and one that we can use in our own lives.
I'd have to piggyback again what Ms. Hamlet said, and that's those loops, those negative thinking patterns that we create for ourselves, limiting beliefs. But I'd say if one word I had to choose, it would be probably being relentless. Learning more about a skill like day trading can be very intimidating. Most of us, we don't get taught about money in school. We certainly don't get taught about the other half of our brain in school. And so coming into, the day trading life, it hit me. No wonder most people are intimidated. We're all intimidated of learning something new. And for whatever reason, the financial markets just scare people. And I think the main thing we all need to realize is money's abundant. It really is. It's a limiting belief to think that it's not. And once you understand that money is abundant, then trading kind of falls in your lap. And I'd say that was my big secret, was I had a scarcity mindset when I'm shifting out of being a fitness entrepreneur and getting into day trading. I'm like, I don't even know really what I'm doing. My business finance degree did not dabble deep down a rabbit hole. Like, what am I doing? And then I realized the guys at Wall Street, it's just a gang of them. A trading floor is a bunch of guys like me. And if they can do it, so can I. And that was it. I got out of my own way. And I think, personal development and things of that nature, just constantly listening to the right things, being around the correct people and allowing the right people in your space is going to help with the subconscious mind, which then you begin to reprogram yourself and realize money is abundant. It's not scarce. And so if I lose a trade or, it does require risk to be a day trader. And if I lose, it's not the end of the world. Money's abundant.
Incredible. And it's great to be here with the Rhino, John Spencer. I think that is such an appropriate and awesome name because, rhinos are tough. And to be a trader, you got to be tough and you got to keep going, keep bulldozing. So from here on out, when I see a rhino, I'm going to think of John Spencer. And there's a couple things, John, you mentioned, one particularly about limiting beliefs. And I know that we have Joy here that is one of our experts on this powerful panel, including having Parisa Rose, NCAA champion. I mean, this is really a group of awesome thought leaders. And so producers, please don't put any graphics up while I'm talking. Thank you. And so with Joy, I want to hear her speak a little bit about this idea of limiting beliefs. And I know you just did a powerful retreat where you spoke and taught and facilitated for several days with regard to limiting beliefs. I know that's a big pillar, one of the pillars. I mean, I've seen actually the workbooks that your students practice. There's not a shortage of incredible material, but I'm curious to hear from an NLP standpoint. I know you've been a practitioner now literally for decades, and you're one of the OGs of NLP, as I like to put it. So from an OG standpoint, I want to hear what are some tools, resources, words of wisdom you can share with our audience about how to tackle limiting beliefs like a rhino, right? Please, Joy.
Okay, and first I have to ask, what is an OG? Or do I want to know?
It's a term of endearment, please, Joy.
Okay, all right, I'll take it as such. Well, everyone has limiting beliefs, and these are, most of you guys know this, and I'm preaching to the choir here, of course. It's what we make up about ourselves when we're usually from the womb till about 4, 5, or 6. But when we're really tiny children, we take everything in. We're like open filters, and we take everything in and we believe it. We believe it to be true from our people of authority, our parents, grandparents, teachers, religious figures, the kids on the playground. We take everything very, very personally because we are so connected between we'll call it the unconscious mind and our conscious mind. We're like open sponges, open books. So we make up these decisions. We delete, distort, and generalize in the NLP jargon what we take in, because we're taking in the world. We can't take in everything. There's too many bits per second, right? So we have to filter this. This is why everyone's heard about your programs, your filters, and that's how we look at the world. They are our personal, unique filters. Everybody is a unique snowflake who are here walking on this earth. So when you think about if somebody doesn't understand you, remember they are looking through their own filters. So our limiting beliefs are what we've made up about life. And usually they're when we're really, really tiny. And again, they are working at that unconscious, subconscious level. So as we grow up to be big human beings and adults, we still are carrying these through. We replicate patterns where we keep attracting the same thing over and over again. It's part of the function of the unconscious mind to keep us safe. And so in order to bust through them, we have to also own them. And we have to go, okay, what am I thinking? What am I, become conscious of them. And there's a lot of different ways to do it. However, even just going, what am I running right now in my mind about myself around money or relationships or my ability to, succeed or to do a career path, to write a book, right? All those things. And so write them down. And so part of it, then there's different ways that you can bust them out. And one of the things you can do just on your own is just say, is that really true? Is that true? And you will start to reframe yourself just from being in your own seat, even if you're not trained in any of this neuroscience mumbo jumbo, as I like to call it. You can just question yourself, just ask the question, is that really true all the time? No, of course not.
I want to hear from the Rhino on this. Rhino, what do you think about what OG Joy just shared with the audience, please?
I think she's spot on. It's so true, but I want to add a little spark to that. And it's just about being relentless. Being relentless. I love that she said bust through. I literally had to hold myself on that one. I love saying bust through because I say this in relationship to rhinos, that they're going extinct. Aren't we all going extinct? So we have to be relentless about getting rid of those and just working through those limiting beliefs. And I think she was spot on. I don't know that there is a better way to put it except for being relentless, and being relentless is busting through them. She just said that. I love that.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And of course, what other answer would you expect from the rhino than bust through? I love it. I'm curious from an NCAA championship standpoint, Parisa, as you're listening to Joy, as you're listening to the rhino John Spencer, talking about breaking through limiting beliefs, you set records that still to this day, and when I say still to this day, I'm not calling you old. One day maybe someone will break your records, and I know you'll celebrate the day that happens, but nonetheless, your records still stand. You've had to deal with limiting beliefs. You've had to be a rhino like John Spencer and go out there and break some records and bust through. So as you're hearing these two incredible thought leaders speak, I'm curious to hear what's resonating with you, Parisa Rose.
Okay. Wonderful question, Rowan. Thank you. Because as both Joy and John were speaking, I was like, this is literally my inner monologue, is in order to bust through, you have to be relentless with this question. Why not me? Why not me? Why not me? And ask it like an annoying 2-year-old. I have kids, so I can say that with grace. Okay. I say it with grace. I mean it with grace, receive it with grace. But like a persistent little toddler who's always asking why, apply that persistence and that relentlessness. Why not me? And if you allow yourself to ask yourself again and again and again, and genuinely start answering those questions, you'll actually start to see a lot of the voices, the doubts, the people, the places, the experiences, perhaps the traumas, the unresolved emotions that have seeded that belief, that thought that has become that a limiting belief ultimately. And so combining what the OG and John said, bust through relentlessly with this tenacity of asking, why not me? Why not me? Because as you're asking it, you're also positioning yourself. Why not me? Of course, me.
And, one of my favorite quotes, Parisa, is many see things as they are and wonder why, but I dream things that never were and wonder why not. And so as I hear these incredible thought leaders that are actually making a powerful impact, the rhino John Spencer, who is helping people take charge of their lives and bust through obstacles, Joy Willett, who in her own way is doing the same thing. Now, Joy is not the rhino, right? But she does it in her own way, which is a beautiful thing. And coming together with Parisa, and I'm going to step back and let Adora guide the next few minutes. But thank you for sharing the stage with me, Parisa, John, and Joy, 3 incredible thought leaders. I want to do a quick plug again for Joy's book. I Am Joy and So Are You, #1 bestseller. I highly recommend Parisa, John, everyone watching to get a copy of this, because it truly is an incredible book that talks about principles like busting through. Talks about principles that John Spencer, the rhino, has helped people from around the world learn to apply to their lives, to apply to their businesses. What I know about John is that there are people that came to John broke, and they're no longer broke, right? And part of that secret sauce is that John helps people break the limiting beliefs, right? It's okay to be broken, but those limiting beliefs are what need to be broken. So I'm going to step back and let Adora take the charge.
Take the charge. I love we had this feminine energy, and right away I was like, we're rhinos, we're relentless, we're tough, and the funny thing is that both of these women, and like we've been talking about this whole time, represent both. Parisa said that's her inner dialogue, and I know you personally, John, you're also very intuitive and the angel numbers and all the things. So I got to sell you out there a little bit and let the world know that you're very balanced here. And so, Joy, as we're talking about breaking through beliefs, being relentless, and whether it's taking on money and abundance, let's go there for a minute, because that is a hot topic right now is like what's going on in the world of money. And when it comes to embracing financial well-being, what do you have to say about thoughts and how to step into an abundant mindset financially?
Okay, you're talking to me, right, Adora, right now? You wanted me to address it. Okay. So,
yes, Joy.
And so money is a structure. Everything that we're in is a structure. When you understand the structure, then you can understand how to change things. And so I know a lot of people say money is energy. Yes, it is, but it also is you're giving something of value and receiving something back. So to get to the bottom line of this is to have abundant, and there's all the ways, excuse me, I'm just going to jump in. There's all the ways that we can also get into how do we quantumly create money, abundance, prosperity. And we do this through our mind as well as through our emotions. All right. So it's a combo, right? It's that power of our thought, our focus. And again, I will throw this in. This is going to be one of the most important things that I throw in on this summit, if that's okay with everyone, that because our unconscious mind, which is also running it's that horse that we're riding, cannot process a negative. When you're wanting something and say, I don't want something, what you're doing is you're programming your unconscious mind for what you don't want. So a little quick mind hack is, always, when you want something, ask yourself, what do I want instead in the positive? All right. So and then focus on that. It's all about focus to create, how we create things out of the quantum field and bring it into an existence. We get out of our own way, right? As John and Parisa know, out of our own limiting beliefs and emotions. And we ask ourselves, what do we want instead in the positive? And we focus on that. And so it can be really that simple. So when we are also tuning in, programming, there's so many different things and ways to quantumly create money through visualization. I know, Adora, you know this, and Parisa and John, it's all of those wonderful visualization techniques, seeing yourself. See yourself in the picture, by the way, of what you want. This is something that I've been taught by my highly trained, adept mentors. See yourself in the picture, because otherwise you could create it for someone else, right? So you want to also put yourself in the picture and freeze that moment in time, add the emotions, because then the reticular activating system in the mind will go after it. And that's the thing that, for people listening here, that's a fancy word for the thing that when we think about something like, oh, gee, I want a new white SUV, right? Which is what I do want. I will start seeing new white SUVs or white SUVs on the highway. Or if you're pregnant, right? Free from that for anyone that doesn't want to be pregnant right now. That's, by the way, a little sign to your unconscious mind, because your unconscious mind's recording all the time to let go of something if you don't want it. But anyways, that's how we go and create.
I want to acknowledge a few folks in the virtual auditorium. Thank you for that, Joy. Larry says, I love wisdom, insight, and teachings of Joy. We see that folks are saying Joy is a rock star. We have folks talking about the Rhino, folks talking about Parisa. James Andrews says that was a bar from Joy. Well, James, what else would you expect from an OG other than a hot bar? So, of course, that's how we're going to do it here. And I'm going to step back again. I just wanted to acknowledge the folks in the virtual auditorium. Please let us know what part of the world, what part of the country you're tuning in from. Over the course of the last 3 days, we've had people from 17 different countries register for this event, and we're super excited to have everyone participate, engage, listen, take notes, but also chime in the virtual auditorium. Adora, please.
Yes, thank you for that. And for those of you in the virtual auditorium. So, Joy, that was so beautiful. And thank you for drawing attention to actual tools that we can use. But also saying there's a structure. And so speaking of the structure, structure, there are a lot of times that we're visualizing, seeing ourselves in the picture, feeling the emotion, but you really need to actually get into the game with the strategy. And, there are people going, I've been reading the books, I've been doing the things, I've been willing, I've been coachable, I've been paying for mentors, just give me the structure, give me the vehicle, to jump into. So I know you're working with currency exchange and the actual structure of money. So whether people are going to jump into trading or not, what can you speak to people about finding their strategy, finding their structure, and, finding out how they're going to get that money moving for them?
I think the answer to that is quite simple. It's what I've always said about achieving anything. Find someone in the field of what it is that you have interest in and begin to be friends, rub elbows, ask the questions. I was able to meet some high-level traders out of Chicago and Wall Street. I became a member of a financial group. I just started to raise my belief due to the people that I was around. And then Joy made a huge mention about, channeling the right frequency to get our thoughts in. And that's important with timing. I think, yeah, you're right. People say, oh, I read the books, I joined the group, but there's beta, theta, and delta brainwaves. I'll leave that to everyone to go research. There's your homework from me. But there's a certain window and timing of day where you can program the mind to the highest ability. I know you all know this, so shout out to anyone tuning in online here. But you need to work on raising those belief levels at the right time of day, which is you're semi half asleep. Now you're saying, I'm a master trader. My money grows effortlessly. I've surrounded myself by powerful people. And you say it at the right time, because you're not going to reprogram the mind by just blatantly throwing it out there. It's the same thing with trading. I would love to tell you, just throw your money in the market. You're going to make money. No, you're not. It is a timing thing. It's a skill thing. And I just don't think we speak deep enough about there's a certain sauce to it and it's timing, and you can't rush the process. So
awesome. That was very loaded. Get in the room with people that know and are doing what you want to do, and know the process, the timing. You heard your homework. So thank you for that, John. Parisa, I want to talk with you because you have your background, and so often athletes go, and have their time where they're earning income. John, this, your father was a professional NFL player. And then what? And then how do you find that next level? For some people, it was COVID that caused them to pivot. But the reality is we all, if we're going to receive abundance and prosperity, we find a structure where we can give and receive value. So as far as structure and mindset, what advice do you have for people that may be in a transition or maybe looking for that, way to earn income that's aligned with their values? What do you want to say about that?
I love that question, because this is something that I talk to my kids often about. Back to kids again. Who knew that I'd be the mom speaking forward right now? And that is that there's, to think that you're one thing is the initial limiting belief of life. Often we ask kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? When we're asking that question, it's typically a singular thing. There's nothing wrong with that question, but I think we can also reframe it a lot. And so if you're an elite athlete, you have a career and it's just not sitting well with you, or perhaps you lost your job, or perhaps you even quit. You had to relocate, whatever the situation is, and you're in this transition period of time. Remind yourself that you are more than just this one thing, even if you're really great at that one thing. Because if you can be really great at one thing, I promise you, you can be really great at many things. Not all things necessarily. I don't know if that's necessarily the best steward of our internal resources necessarily. Who knows? I'm down to be challenged in that and with that. But I think that allowing yourself to really remember the greatness within yourself, because if you're in a transition, you get to also acknowledge that transitionary periods are blank canvases. And those are the best times in life that you get to reprogram all of the stuff that's going on in here, whether it's a bunch of garbage or it's a bunch of glorious, gorgeous things and thoughts. It's the perfect time to program things because you're in a transition. You're not in a fixed state. You're not in a structured environment. You're not in this routine every single day where you're seeing the same things, you're experiencing the same conversations, you have the same stimulus. Transition is one of the best and most powerful times in lives. And I remember from my own personal experiences that when I was going through my biggest transition in life, it was I was working on my mental health, I was working on my emotional health, I was working on trying to navigate living a better quality of life with PTSD. And I was no longer an athlete at the time. I was a mom. So I had a lot of these new roles with more challenges than I anticipated really ever experiencing in life. But that was also the most powerful time in my entire life. And although it was treacherous and it was gruesome and it was heartbreaking, that was the most powerful time in my life. I stand by that to this day. And I'm thriving compared to those days. Yet those days were the most powerful because I had the choice and I could choose and explore and remain curious and continue to release what did not align. And even if I didn't know exactly what I wanted, you can start to detect what you are not wanting, releasing, so then you can allow. So blank canvases are powerful, people. Transitionary periods are powerful, powerful. Don't ever see it any other way. They're powerful. That's a great question, Adora. Thanks.
Oh, it's a great answer. And it reminds me of the Ignite conversation we were having earlier about those moments that can be challenging, but end up being the most monumental and contain those seeds of, Napoleon Hill called it, when adversity is there and it contains the seeds of the newer, better opportunity. I love this question too. Dr. DeMartini is the one that really shifted this for me the most lately. And it's because he says we're all wealthy. We're all wealthy, whether you know how to swim, you know how to be a mom, you know how to run fitness camps, NLP. We all have these, you decorate your house well, you put on your makeup like awesome makeup artist, Parisa. We're all wealthy in these different areas. And when you acknowledge where you're wealthy and then exchange that, package it to someone who is poor in that area, that they will then exchange their currency or their finances for that. And I love that. And I love the call that we are dynamic. We really are. And I think our generation and the generations after that, we're showing it more than ever, whether it's women that get to be the mom and sexy, or it's, the career choices of, we're not just choosing one career path for 80 years. It's more honored even if we have these diverse experiences that we can call upon. So very powerful. Stay curious. Don't label yourself. I love that. Joy, we're going to come back to you now, having gone full circle. Have you figured out what OG is? I want to know that.
No, I mean, I'm thinking things, and I don't want to say it out loud, but what is OG, and what are these bars?
Someone tell her in the
OG
comments.
simply means original. That's all it means. It just means original. OG, original.
Right,
and so, in my view, because of the background you have as a neurolinguistic programming master practitioner, and the fact that you've been doing it as long as you've been doing it, and folks would be surprised to know that Joy is one of the pioneers of that field. And so that's simply all it means, Joy. And we're honored to have a legend such as yourself here to speak on this Neuroscience Summit. And hopefully that answers your question. But Adora, I know you had another one.
Oh, I love when you fly in like that. It means I've got to be politically correct. So it does mean original. It does mean original, and we'll go. It's awesome. So
Oldie but goodie, right? Oldie but goodie.
right. Oldie but goodie. There's another, right? There are no labels here. So, as we're in this Neuroscience Summit and we're looking at beliefs, we're looking at structures, we're looking at where the two sides meet, that internal dialogue, but then creates a physical reality outside of us and reflects back. Earlier, you were talking about being in the picture, and that this was one of the greatest things that you could share. Can you explain, if someone has a hard time putting themselves in the picture, like they can visualize things, do you have a quick tip you can give us for how to help activate that being in the picture?
Sure. Yeah. So a lot of people, when they're like, whether they're doing a vision board or envisioning what they want, usually you'll think of something, you'll have a picture of it, like, oh, I want a new house, or I want a new car, whatever it is that you're thinking you want, whether it's a plant, or I want this puppy, whatever it is, right? So you're usually going to imagine seeing it through your own eyes, right? And you'll see it in front of you, right? Whatever it is. And so when we are creating, and this is using a lot of, we'll say, spiritual laws, neuroscience-based laws, they all coincide. It's hard to separate these things out. And so it's really, you get into the emotion of feeling it, of oh, I've got this, what I want. You're looking through your own eyes, whether it's even like imagining that you've gained or not gained, you've hit a certain weight, right? So, with my clients, I'll say, okay, what's the last step you need to know so you got it, right? So for some people, it's, I'm stepping on the scale, I'm looking down, I'm seeing that my weight is saying this amount, right? And you're going, and what are you hearing? What are you feeling? And yes, okay, so you get the emotion, turn the volume up on that, turn the dial up. And now I'll say, okay, now I want you to freeze that time, that picture in time, step out of the picture and see yourself in the picture. So you want to get that emotion first. You want that emotion first, because motion, the picture and the emotion is what actually creates that movement towards creation, quantum creation. This is how you create.
Absolutely
this is how
incredible.
Everybody creates.
Absolutely incredible. And folks, this is the Neuroscience Summit 2022 with the likes of Michael Beck, with Joe Vitale, Joy Willett. I'm here with Parisa Rose, the Rhino, John Spencer, and we're going to wrap up in just a couple minutes. I can't believe how fast time has been flying. But John, the Rhino, if the Rhino has any final words of wisdom he wants to share, 60 seconds or less, please, with our audience.
Yeah, sure. Great question. I think it's as simple as that. Be a rhino. That's relentless. You're laughing, but I'm serious. That is being relentless. That's being focused. That's charging forward, never looking back. Period.
Absolutely incredible. I want to thank Joy and John for being with us. And with that being said, I'm going to now take a second and shift gears a little bit. We're going to take a 50-second break, and I'm going to be back with Parisa Rose, where we're going to talk about something for a couple minutes.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And of course, I'm alongside my friend Parisa Rose, who is a NCAA champion, and in fact, the only Iranian American NCAA swimmer champion who has ever held that reign. And the reason why I'm bringing that up, Parisa, is because through the course of this event, as we've been broadcasting to over 17 different countries, we've been taking breaks and we've been speaking and acknowledging human rights matters in the world, acknowledging women's rights matters in the world, and acknowledging current events, because we believe here at the Los Angeles Tribune that with a platform comes a responsibility. And so we are not going to bury our heads in the sand with various different global affairs that are happening. And so Parisa Rose, being a leader, being a women leader, being an Iranian American leader, we want to give you the floor to acknowledge for the next couple minutes your words of wisdom as you speak directly to this community and to the people of Iran about some of the human rights matters that are happening. Parisa Rose, please go ahead. You're muted, but let's go ahead and unmute you so you can speak. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mo. These events that are going on in Iran are, I lack words, and I don't often lack words. Thankfully, I think there's a lot of information out there that if you have no idea what's going on, I encourage you deeply to allow yourself to learn what's going on. But overall, there's an extreme humanitarian crisis. There's a human rights crisis. There are human rights violations through and throughout. And it's not just an Iran thing. It's a world thing. It's a human thing. Because I think if there's one thing that if you've gathered anything from this summit, hopefully, is that thoughts become things, behaviors become tangible, we affect one another. So even if there's one thing going on in one country, nothing is isolated in this world, nothing. So this is where we get to step up as humans and do what we can. Each person can do a different thing and in different ways, and there's no comparison, but we each can do something and contribute to something. And for me personally, this thing is, to call it a revolution yes, it is. That's exactly what's happening. It's a women-led revolution. And the thing that is so beautiful and so powerful, and something that has just moved me on a daily basis with this, is that these women, these Iranian women, I feel, personal opinion here, I feel have been chosen for this time. I feel that these Iranian women have been chosen for a time such as this. They've been chosen to rise above, rise up, yell out, and do all things with whatever is necessary to call attention to what is going on, that's been going on for 43 years. These women are paradigm shifters, and they are, I personally believe, they are ushering us into a new era of feminine leadership. Each person has the feminine and masculine within themselves. Some women are more feminine-led, some people are more masculine-led. I'm not talking about a gender here. But I think that these women are allowing us, the world, with a world stage here, these women are allowing us to see what feminine leadership looks like. And feminine leadership looks like allowing themselves to be supported by men that are willing to stand up and stand forward and do what they can to support these women. And I know that these men are doing so many different things to support these women. It's a both and. It's women and men, and it's women doing their part. It's the men doing their part. So to any of the Iranian women out there, I applaud you. You are so strong. You are so courageous. I'm so inspired. I'm so encouraged by you. Keep going. We may not be there on the soil with you, but we are beside you and we are behind you, and we're not going anywhere until you all are free.
Thank you for that, Parisa
Thank you,
Rose. Thank you for that. And again, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we have a fiduciary responsibility to utilize this platform for free speech, human rights. No matter who you are in the world, no matter where you were born in the world, you deserve to have basic human rights. And with that, we're going to take a break. There was another incredible leader that sent us a message a while back. We're going to watch that clip, come back with Joe Ingram and Paul Fink, who are going to be educating, inspiring, and uplifting this audience. We'll be back in about 3 minutes.
Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm grateful. You know, during my career of over 21 years, all I've ever wanted to do was to help transform, help impact, up-level, elevate the lives of those around me. When I started my career over 20 years ago, I never knew that I'd be here. I was a woman from Los Angeles wanting to change my life and my son's life. And when I found that education, motivation, inspiration, and action led to transformation, and when I began to have my own transformation, all I wanted to do was to help as many people as possible to have the same experience or their own experience similar. I know that 2020 was a year of uncertainty, unexpected and unwanted change. 2020 was a year of unacceptable made polarized. 2020 was a year of release, relinquish, reset, recharge. 2020 was a year that we all navigated through, but we made it to 2021. We made it to 2021 still with hope, with dreams, with belief. In spite of global and national upheaval, we've pushed through it and we're here today. I'm honored by this award because it's an award that's acknowledging resiliency as well as commitment. And each and every one of us have that. I'm grateful that I can inspire someone else to keep getting up. I say oftentimes, I didn't avoid being knocked down. I simply was always committed to getting back up. And as I kept getting back up, I continued to have more faith in my ability to get up. And then I was able to strategize on how to avoid so many knockdowns. So I want to thank you again. I want to thank the LA Tribune for seeing in me something that adds value. I want to thank the Quantum Leap Forum for seeing in me something that adds value to the lives of those around me. I am who I am because of the energy that lives and the vibration that flows through Los Angeles. I am and will always be an LA girl, no matter where I live, where I am, or where I serve in the world. So it's an honor to be able to do good work besides good people like you. I cannot wait until I can turn a virtual hug into a physical hug. I'm your sister in prosperity and in possibility. And from my heart to yours, I say thank you. I believe in you and I love you. Be well.
Thank you to the incredible Lisa Nichols for sharing that lovely message with our community, our network, and our audience. And up next, Adora, we're going to bring on two folks, two individuals that really, I'm really excited and pumped up about this because both of them have a lot of energy. You know, I've been called by other folks. I would never, be bold enough to give myself this name. And I know other people have called Paul the same thing, a maverick. And so I'm super excited to speak to the Maverick millionaire. I'm super excited to speak to Joe Ingram, who's been called the sales genius. And the next segment is really going to be about the science of business. And I know a lot of business owners, a lot of folks that need to develop their ability to develop business, to market, to sell, to speak. You want to tune in and listen to these two gentlemen. Right? I mean, if you've never seen a genius and a maverick before, I mean, a genius and a maverick once walked in a bar. And I'm going to tell you the end of that joke at the end of this segment. But with that, let's welcome Joe and Paul. Welcome to the 2022 Neuroscience Summit, where we're going to talk about the science of business from the perspective of these two incredible gentlemen. Let's kick it off with you, Paul, the Maverick millionaire. You've been a friend to the LA Tribune. You've spoken in our previous events. Our audience here is very familiar with you. In fact, many people from around the world are familiar with you. So we're going to have you start off with just sharing some opening statements, what you felt so far about this event and what you want to share with our audience. I'm going to step back, and Adora is going to lead the way for the next few minutes. Paul Fink, Maverick millionaire.
Hey, Mo, thank you so much. And I will say that it's an and world, not an either or world. I can be a maverick and just brilliant as well. So, you know, we can have both. Is that okay? So that being said, I'm Paul Fink, the Maverick Millionaire, and I come to the table with an understanding that money is important, and money is important in all that we do to create the abundance for others. And it's one of the things that sometimes people miss is that when we bring in the abundance in our life, it enables us to share abundance elsewhere. And that happens in all levels. And the Maverick part is that we do it different, and you must do it different than you've ever done before to get something different in your future. And that's what we've been talking about and sharing all day long, is that to do it different, to create a different mindset, to create a different energy, to create a different result. You want something different in your world. You've got to approach it from a new angle. Einstein says, keep doing the same thing over and over again, you're going to get the same result. We want something different in our future for ourselves, our family, our community, our society. We want something different. We've got to approach our challenges in our world and our life in a different manner. And that's what all this discussion is about.
So awesome. I'm excited to be with both of you. You don't know that probably royal blue is our theme color today. Way to go, guys. Way to go. And
my wife dressed me, so I'll give her credit. Yeah.
Well, you know what?
My tailor dressed me, so we're good.
Well, Joe, that was a great segue, because I am looking forward to getting to know you better here. And what I was about to say about Paul is that we have been talking this entire summit. It's come up several times that who you hang out with is who you become. And it's really important association. And one of my favorite types of businessmen to be around are men that love their families and that are showing us how to have the and that you were talking about, where you can really succeed in business and also be great father, dad, husband, all of that. And you two represent that. And I love men that hold it down the way that you're holding it down. And I know that's probably more like surfing than holding anything down. And so then, Joe, you came right in with, well, my wife dressed me. So, there it is. You're the kind of, I love all the kinds of guys out there, but I think we need to see more men like you that set the example, both of you. So, all right, Mr. Maverick, that was a great way to start. Now, Joe, I want to pass it to you, as you've been watching this event and you're the sales genius, and we're talking about business and the science of business, the brain work, the neuro work of business. What do you want to say to our audience?
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, so Joe Ingram, the sales genius. I'm sure that the Maverick will agree with me. You don't have a business if you don't have sales. And so when it comes down to it, how do you obtain more sales than what you have currently? That's where my focus comes in. The neuroscience of it all is the part that intrigues me the most. And so to me, I look and say, how can I get someone to make a decision that they might not necessarily make when they first decide that they want to do something? So how do you get someone to act? How do you get somebody to do that? So when I look at what is business, business is me putting out something that I believe has value, letting the market decide if it has a value. And then I will come back and say, how do I now get these people? How do I persuade someone to believe I am the right one to do business with? And so that's where I'll stop, so we can start asking questions. Or
Adora, I know
Yeah.
I know I'm not scheduled to be part of this panel, but if I have an opportunity to spend some time with a maverick and a genius, I mean, I don't know if I think I'll regret it if I don't spend some time hanging out with Paul and Joe here. And of course, Paul Fink, who does so many incredible things and is truly a thought leader in his own right. Something that I do want to just discuss, the thing that I've brought up now a few times is, why is it that you have been given that moniker from your supporters and readers and fans of being a maverick? Because I think, Paul, it's so important to discuss that. And I'm not asking for the story of what happened. I'm asking for the essence of being a maverick in business, right? The essence of being a outlier, to being someone that thinks differently. Joe Ingram, the gentleman right next to you, he has a famous quote: "Never be normal, because normal people get normal paychecks." And so I think that it's really apropos, divinity, synchronicity, that you two gentlemen are on the same panel together, or maybe just good planning by us, one of the two. And so I want you to dive into this a little bit, Paul. The essence of being a maverick, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am in total agreement with Joe. Sales is the key underlying, and that was some of my background. I started in the sales environment, and as I got clear with my internal game, I was able to activate more and more of the training and the core sales components that created the abundance. However, without the mindset piece, it didn't work. And the maverick component is about acting and doing things different, counterintuitive than what the norm would do. So one of the things I talk about is the 95-5 rule, where we know 95% of people act and do a certain thing in a certain way. Well, it's sometimes you don't know what the 5% are doing. They're beyond your scope of understanding. However, you can see the masses and what they're doing every day, and they're getting stuck and stopped. So all you got to do is see what they're doing and do the opposite. And chances are you'll end up in success, because they all are messing it up. And I say that with all love and respect, that the 95, they just don't know. Only be counterintuitive, go the opposite direction, go in the opposite way, approach things in a different manner, and watch the manifestation of everything that you want. One of the things, someone just asked me literally 10 minutes before I came on here, what's the essence of sales? What makes you so good at sales, for instance? And I was just training on negotiation and sales. And one of the things I answered was, I dared to press further, to talk further, press the line beyond where most people will go, because I'll be real with the people. I'll tell them what's really going to happen. You're doing X and you're going to lead to Y. It's a given. Whatever you're doing, it's an obvious where it's going to lead, and most people will never tell them that. And they'll hold back, well, whatever you want to choose. Well, no, you've got to be choosing with intelligence. When you choose to go down that road, this is what's going to happen. And once you understand that, well, then you can actually make an intelligent choice. That's part of the sales maverick way, is that you dare to tell them the truth on where their path is leading, unless they do a different decision today and a different choice.
Great points there. And both of you are talking about nothing business moves through a sale, having, whether it's the tailor or the wife dress you, it's someone got sold on who was the best at picking the clothing. And so we're always selling, and it is a very important business tool. So Joe, a lot of people are very uncomfortable with that, though, with the idea of being the salesperson. So are there just some people that are born to do it and they should take the path, and others should go be accountants? Or, what's your answer? And you are muted.
Yeah. So I'm going to tell you right now that everybody is a salesperson, because even your accountant will tell you why you need to come to them to get all of your accounting needs done. So to me, sales, persuasion, those two things go together. And it's a transfer of belief, mindset, or passion using logic and emotion to directly affect a decision or a course of action. So how many people have recommended a movie to a friend, family member that goes and sees the movie? And then you go, but I'm not in sales. Well, yes, you are. You are in sales. You just choose to lock up whenever you're on the sales stage. When you believe it's an outcome of sale or no sale, then you say you're not, right? A lot of the people that assume roles in companies for customer service always tell you how great they are in sales. And the reason they say that is because they don't have an outcome or a compensation plan set up for sales. They don't have a pressure. So they talk to somebody. They talk to somebody in an original way of speaking, so that the customer is matching them, going back and forth. And now all of a sudden they make a sale and they go, I'm so great. If you told that person tomorrow you're in sales, do you know what happens? Nothing. Because now they've put in their head, I'm in sales and I have to sell and I have to do that. And it takes it the other way. My whole approach when it comes into sales is the reason I nicknamed the sales genius is because I come in and I make it as simple as possible. Right? I'll quote Einstein, like my Maverick friend, Paul. He said, if you can't explain it to someone at a third grade level, then you don't know it well enough. And so can you take something as complex as sales and put it in? And the reason I look at business is you don't have a business if there is no product moving. There is no sales. So to me, what I like to tell everybody is I have to play with someone's brain in a fashion to which they now can trust me and like me. So my thing is 4 steps: like, listen, believe, and act. And this goes for every relationship, goes for everything that ever has happened in your life. Your best friend, you talk to them, you said, hey, I kind of like this person. You listen to that person. Now, when I listen to that person, I bounce back and forth, go, I really do like them. Then I say, I can believe you. And I believe you. And now I can act on a friendship, act on a relationship, or in business, I can act on a referral. I can act on a promotion. I can act on a purchase. And that's why, to me, fix sales first. And so that's me.
What kind of sales first?
You have to fix sales first. Once you have the sales wheel running, then you have the revenue to actually do everything else that you need to get done. And so you can have the greatest product in the world. You could advertise the heck out of it, but if you can't build it or sell it, it's not going to go anywhere.
And like you said, we're always in sales. And I saw Doria's comment that anyone who's ever seduced anyone, you're in sales. But we're all selling ourselves on, I'm not a salesperson, or I am a salesperson. We're always making sales. I hear that.
Well, it's a label we attach. And if I don't like the label, then it's going to be ugly. Right? Yeah. And so I go, ooh, because I always told, so before venturing heavy into sales, I was at a criminal defense law firm. Okay. So when I said I work at a criminal defense law firm, I was in sales at a criminal defense law firm. But as soon as I say that, everybody looks over and goes, oh, and their lip comes up and they're like, oh, you're a lawyer? And I'm like, no. Okay. And so then they go, oh, but they judge you here. Then when you go, no, I'm in sales, right? You come up like 2 rungs higher on the socially acceptable ladder, right? But you're still way down here. If I told you I sell used cars, right? What happens to your lip? You're like, oh no, I don't want to talk to that guy. He's slimy. He's whatever. It's a preconceived idea, and it's perpetrated throughout movies because it's funny.
Right.
It's really funny to watch these people go and be shady so we can laugh at it. But the problem is, right, and I'll run off for a second, then I'll shut up so Paul can jump in. Anybody know of the helpful Honda guys? Right? Honda says all of our salespeople are helpful Honda people. Okay? It's a national thing. 5 dealers out in Southern California put it together. And they took salespeople and they did a promotion saying, our salespeople just want to be helpful. They're so stupid that they couldn't take advantage of you. They're just dumb. And they had people laying on the ground with children jumping on their stomach because the jump house was late, right? Or carrying people around because their Uber didn't show up. And so all of this stuff was coming out of these commercials. So when you said car salespeople are really bad over here, this is bad, right? And you go, the helpful Honda guys are way over here and they're too dumb to take advantage of me. It brought up the viewpoint of salespeople to say, oh, we can put you up in the middle. And so now we can be salespeople without our family members' lips going as high. So it's still going up, Paul. It's still going up. There's no doubt about that. Yeah.
I got to jump in. Joe, you and I need to talk more and more because we're in such alignment. When my wife and I first started dating 36 years ago, I was in medical sales. And she said to me, when are you going to get a real job? So understand completely. And yet every corporation, every business, every venture that you ever want to do, sales is a component. What I would say is that you mentioned something about the belief and that the other person needs to believe in you. And one of the things with the neuroscience theme that we have going on here is I do tag into the mantra that, man, the number one thing we need to do to be better in the sales and in the arena of everything that we do is believe in ourselves. And as a Maverick, usually you have a mantra of A, B, and C. Well, I have a mantra DCBA. Nice. And the D is decide what you want to do. Decide specifically what your target is and what your goal is in your life and in your business and everything. Decide specifically, commit wholeheartedly to what that is. At a level 10, nothing will stop you. You're going to achieve it. So a high level commitment with nothing that's going to stop you doing whatever it takes. That's the C. And the B is the belief. You've got to believe in yourself. You got to believe in your ability to move forward. You got to believe, and this is really key. Most people won't take action in their life because they don't believe that the action will lead to the results that people say will happen. And when you believe that as you walk through the fire, heaven's on the other side, you're more readily going to walk through the fire. And most people just don't believe. They don't believe in themselves. They don't believe in their product. They don't believe in their service. They don't believe in their company. So they won't push the envelope. They won't do the things to create that motion. And they won't take the A, which is the action, which you and I are both in agreement with. You've got to take action. Follow the game plan and do the thing. Otherwise, you will not get the results. And all that DCBA, decide, commit, believe, take action.
Action solves everything.
Everything.
For everybody, right? And I love the neuroscience aspect of what we're doing because neuroscience is the focus of the brain and its impact on the nervous system. What do we call our nervous system? The body, right? So the brain says, I'm going to coordinate all of this stuff, your internal representations, your external representations, everything that's going in, it's going to go take it. My body says, okay, I'm just a bunch of cells and materials, tissues, organs, and what have you. And then we use emotion to get people involved in where they're supposed to go. And what are emotions? They're just brief, coordinated brain, atomic nervous system, behavioral changes. So if you break it all the way down in sales, how do I not trigger fight or flight? Right? How do I not come off as that person in the movie? How do I not do that? And how do I put myself into a light of somebody different than that person?
This has been such a fun, energizing, dynamic duo. I mean, look, we have a Maverick, we have a genius. I'm just humbled and honored to even have an opportunity to be on the same screen as you two gentlemen. And we're going to ask the two of you to stick around. We're going to get, we're going to roll into another panel in the next few minutes, but we're going to ask the two of you to also stick around and participate in that as much as you can.
Are the others wearing blue as well?
Well, we're going to find out. I mean, that's part of suspense, Joe, right? Stick around if you want to find out the attire of the next panel, right? That's going to definitely keep their interest peaked. But, you know, we've talked about so many different things in such a short period of time with the two of you. And one thing that I think stuck out to me most, Joe, is something that you said, not to take anything away from Paul. Sorry, Paul, but there was something.
I was louder than Paul.
That's
true. Why it's stuck.
That is true. That's why. Was that we're all salespeople, and that this idea of sales is just a title. And there are a lot of people that, and then Adora brilliantly said, well, she has experienced people seducing themselves out of calling themselves a salesperson. Or there are some people, Joe and Paul, they're like, no, I don't do sales. I'm not there's like a sticky thing attached to it that some people want to avoid. And I want to just have the two of you discuss that idea a little bit more, that it's kind of unavoidable, right? Now you can pretend you don't do sales as much as you want. You're still doing sales. I think that's brilliant. So I'd love to hear the two of you talk about that distinction a little bit more, that sales is essentially unavoidable. Let's start with you, Paul, and then Joe. Paul, please. I don't know why Joe's laughing already.
I'm laughing at the comment.
Joe, I haven't even said the punchline to my joke. A genius and a maverick walk into a bar. That was where I made the suspense.
Right.
Paul, please.
You think I would have saw Paul hit his head on the bar and I wouldn't have walked into it, but yes.
You would think. So I'm sorry, Mo, what was the question? Yeah. So why is sales inevitable? Because nothing happens without a transfer of value, and sales is that culmination of that transfer from product or service to money and what I have to offer to what I am getting paid for that offer. That transfer is inevitable for commerce to happen, for any business to happen, for any engagement of two humans. There's a transfer of value at some level or another. That's influence, persuasion, sales, whatever you want to call it. It is the motion of moving people towards that. And every business, you want to learn and sharpen your axe in the sales process. You want to sharpen your axe in what I talk about a lot is communication, understanding how to read people and how to engage with people at a level which they want to be engaged with. You will end up increasing your bottom line, increasing the magnitude of leverage of time and money and resources, because you're much more effective in a shorter period of time in building a greater result. And all that happens when you are more effective at sales.
I agree with that. Fantastic. And again, we are pretty synergistic in our approaches as we go through. But understand that the biggest differentiator of you being a salesperson or not, most people assign that differentiator as money exchanging hands. Okay. So you're looking to say, so you can be a salesperson if money's not involved. You can turn around and go, oh, yeah, I told all my friends to go see this movie, made $0. Okay. So now I feel better because I'm not really a salesperson. And so if we're not a salesperson, then, oh my goodness, what am I going to go do with myself? Okay. If I'm a salesperson, money has to exchange hands. And I think you have to define to yourself, what is it you're trying to say? Okay. Because sales can be one of two things. It could be persuasion or it can be manipulation. And that's where most people get confused. They assign the word as manipulation. Manipulation is me. Okay. Not me. I'm not manipulative, but me telling you that was manipulative. But manipulation is the use of my skill set in sales for my own benefit. Where if I'm going to sell you something utilizing my influence or my persuasion, that's me helping you to make a decision or take a course of action that will benefit you. And so we've all heard before, it's got to be win-win. It's got to be a win-win scenario. Guess where the win is for me? If I help you make the best decision possible for you, you feel better, I feel better, I get referrals, and I get commission earned from what it was. Or as the business owner, I get to stay open again.
And I want to follow up on that. Absolutely. And it's that exchange of value and being able to chart the exchange of value is more than just the money. However, accepting the money is okay, because when you do that, it not only builds your family and your society and your company, but it builds everybody's world. That the money has to keep flowing from person to person to person for our economy to grow. And our economy is world economy. And when we get stuck and we don't move that money from our hands to somebody else, our whole economy shuts down. And that's a challenge. And manipulation is about intentionality. Keep strong in your heart, keep strong in your mind that you are doing for others, and everything else follows.
This is incredible. And if you're just joining us, this is the Neuroscience Summit 2022. We're alongside a maverick, a genius, and a rock. So who would have thought? And we're about to go ahead and bring in a few
Which one of us
people.
is in the middle?
We're about to find out, Joe. We're about to find out. And I'm going to bring back Ava to help co-host, to help guide, to help facilitate. She is on par with the theme of blue, which is something I didn't get the memo of. So glad to see you on par. And I'm going to do some quick introductions for the next group of folks that will be part of this conversation. Of course, we have Dr. Bill Janishak, who is a business owner and a teacher of multiple different modalities. We have Kim Lay, who, of course, is a master heart healer who's worked with some of the most well-respected, well-known thought leaders in her own modality. And of course, Vincent, who's an entrepreneur and a leader, a community organizer, community leader from Southern California. And everyone here has a different, a relatively different background, point of view, perspective. And so what we want to start off with, and Ava's going to help make sure everyone answers this question to get the ball rolling, is what is your definition of success? How do you really define success? Because everyone wants to be successful. I mean, so many people, especially folks in this community, have heard some of the biggest names in self-help, personal development, success studies, a part of this program, the Michael Beckwiths of the world, the Joe Vitalis of the world, the Paul Finks of the world. And so we're going to step back and have that question answered by each person. I'm going to start off by asking Dr. Bill Janishak to answer it, and then Ava will make sure that everyone else also has a chance to answer it. Dr. Bill, please, floor is yours.
I believe that success is bringing your purpose to fruition. So one of my favorite things is the word became flesh and dwelt amongst us. So whatever's inside of you, if you bring that out, and you can be a great sales genius or maverick, or as long as you're living out loud with your purpose, or you could be the best quilter in the world. And that's success to me.
That is beautiful, Dr. J, living in purpose. Wow, that's already a powerful start to begin that question.
Yeah, feel free to use it.
Yeah, let's go around. Vincent, what's success to you?
Success to me is knowing that I've utilized my gifts, my knowledge, and my ability as an entrepreneur, as an influencer, as a motivator for my clients to allow them to achieve their destiny. That's what success is for me.
Thank you. Thanks for that. And Kim, would love to hear.
Thank you. To me, success, I love all the definition of Dr. Bill and Vincent sharing. Be able to live my missions freely, to express myself, to have the freedom to express whatever I believe in with joy, with love, with reverence for life. Success is, to me, be able to living out loud with your soul purpose, with your calling, with no apology. Just the freedom to express oneself freely in that space, whether in sales, whether in healing, in coaching, in invention. So whatever that we choose to do, the freedom to do so. So that is my definition of success.
Powerful, the freedom to do so. I'm gonna go and ask the sales genius, what is success to you, Mr. Joe?
Thank you, but that means Paul has the hardest job of trying to answer it last. So good thing he's a maverick. He's gonna say failure, right? By definition, he's a maverick. He has to go opposite of everybody else. So when you look, and I text Bill that answer, that's why he said it. So,
I appreciate that.
Yes. When my definition of success is leaving someone, whether it's a person, a group, or a company, better off than when I got there. So I like to train individuals where when I say something or I share something so they don't have to go through it themselves, and that spark fires in their eye, and I go, oh, I changed that person forever. That's when I go, check the value I've brought. So that's where we go.
Absolutely wonderful. And this brings to a perspective that success is moment to moment. Like how you're bringing value here right now. And this trend, this shows up as successful because you're bringing value. So thank you for that. Now, the millionaire maverick.
Apparently the pressure's on.
It is.
So I do agree with the concept of that purposefulness. I talk about purposeful intentionality. every day, being intentional to live within that purpose. And the rest of it is to have an idea, to have a vision of what your dream world would look like and have the resources to be able to manifest it in reality. That's success.
Thank you for that. You know, to me, success is really complicated. And thank you for this question. While you teed us up to a very important discussion, because a lot of people are stuck judging themselves with being unsuccessful. You know, like there's a sense of dissatisfaction, especially, you know, with us as entrepreneurs. We were always made to kind of like always want the next step forward, right? And so how do we balance ourselves with moving ourselves forward and at the same time not being discontented with being unsuccessful? So I'm going to tee that back up to the last person who answered it, Mr. Paul. How do you balance, you know, judging yourself being unsuccessful and at the same time celebrating little successes in life?
Great question. And it's probably the number one thing that entrepreneurs struggle with every day, is that the concept of desiring and wanting more while being satisfied with where they are, the balance and that dichotomy of I'm not doing enough, but I'm completely satisfied with who I am and what I am. And it comes from an understanding that
when we said we wanted Paul to be a maverick, when we said we wanted him to be a maverick,
he listens to me more than anybody else.
Yeah.
I'm the
being a
reason
maverick.
he's
And I
so
want to take a
successful.
moment to just point out that, Joe, you spoke that into existence, my friend. This whole program has been about the law of attraction. We've been speaking to experts from The Secret, the law of attraction. Joe said it. You know, he said that Paul is going to be a maverick. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to take a 50-second break. We're going to come back and continue this incredible conversation. We have so many thought leaders here with us. Man, that was funny, though. We'll be back. Thank you for that. And again, live television, you never know what's going on. This is a Neuroscience Summit 2022. We'll be back in a minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And we're having a lot of fun here as we're closing out day 3 of the 2022 Neuroscience Summit. And we have a real eclectic group of folks here. And I'm going to step back again and have everyone answer the fundamental question that Ava was speaking about. And I'm going to reframe that and basically say that, first of all, thank you all for those awesome answers to help define success. And there's a major distinction where a lot of folks don't really recognize that success is a journey and not a destination. And so I want to start off by going through and having each person answer the question, what is the distinction between success being a journey versus success being a destination? What does that look like in your life? We want to start off with Vincent, please.
With success being more of a journey than achieving that ultimate destination that you're heading towards, I believe all the small wins and the small moments where you get to showcase your ability and your belief in yourself to achieve the destiny that you have envisioned within your mind and within your heart, that's truly what the journey is all about. Those small moments when you experience the growth, you experience the acceleration of the vision that you've manifested in your mind and it appears into existence around you. That's the most important element, I believe, when it comes to attempting to achieve success. You'll learn a lot from it. I personally have failed a lot, on purpose and try things as much as possible, not just for myself and my dreams, because I've been on a journey for almost 11 years now, doing some of the things I've been doing. I really feel like it's the most important element when it comes to trying to achieve success. Getting to the, the promised land, that the thing that you've envisioned in your mind is really important. But at the same time, it's most effective when you really push yourself and try to achieve what you define to be success. For me, it's a little bit different because I'm very self-taught in what I've done, in my journey, but I truly feel like that's what we're trying to achieve, when it comes to success.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Thank you for that answer. Like, profound. It really is a journey. Dr. Bill, welcome to the stage. Thank you for joining us. And of course, we're gonna pass the mic right away to you and ask you, how are you defining success in that it being a journey versus a destination?
I think it goes back to what I said before. It really goes down to purpose and clarity. Once you're clear on who you are, what you're doing, you're going to have ups and downs, and you're going to hit benchmarks along the way. You have different levels of your whatever you call success, and just knowing that you're doing something every day towards that. Not every day is sunshine and rainbow. As entrepreneurs, as we're looking out here, do you wake up and go, oh, everything's great? No, we got employee issues, we got tax issues, we got marketing, sales from the genius, we got all this other stuff. Sometimes it's up, sometimes, but are you getting better all the time? And do you have the grit to stay your purpose? And as long as you're on that same journey, you never get bored. I think where people get frustrated is it gets hard and they quit. And if you take it more than just a meme act, looking at a meme and saying, just keep going and keep going, it's all going to work out. No, sometimes it's a shit show. But if you're taking that experience along the way and knowing that you're still on the journey, you're going up, you're living success. It's not I've never seen somebody hold success in their hands. It's here, but it's how you live that out. So it was just like Vincent was saying, it's what's inside of you and how you're bringing it out, and staying focused on, this is what I do, this is who I am, I'm going to live out loud, and I'm not going to be afraid to do that at all. So that's kind of my definition of that, and that's kind of how I live my life.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Bill. Oh, that's a beautiful question. Joe, would love to hear. I don't know how you manifested Paul going sideways, and now he's still not back with us. So I'd love to hear, what's your definition, especially in sales? Like every sale doesn't always close, right? So how do you define success in that, it being a journey versus a destiny?
Okay, I'm different. I think if you don't get to the destination, you wasted your time. Okay, so I look at it and say, I'm known for saying this all the time. If you're going to go out and tell me that success or your life is about the journey more than the destination, it means you've never got there. And so that's something we tell ourselves when we don't hit our goal, and we go, well, yes, but I learned a lot and I had a lot of stuff happen and I think it won't. So it's all up to, are you doing what you need to be? Can you grow through your journey? Yes. But you need to be the person worthy of the destination, and not getting there is what I think a lot of times prevents people from acknowledging their areas of growth or their need for an expertise, or finding a coach trainer along the way to say, how do I get there? Because your unique situation, there's people that have succeeded because of what has happened, and there's people that have failed because of what happened. So if you're not getting to the destination, that's all on you. That's all on you, and it's up to you to sit back and say, "It's not, my journey is not over yet because I have not got there."
And that brings to a point, Dr. Joe, that we get to set goals. Like I see it more as, yes, it is a journey, and we get to define our journeys. You know, it's not like an endless destination. Like we get to set our kind of like markers, markers, that's this is my destination for now, and there's going to be another destination, and then we get to measure ourselves is what I'm hearing from you, Joe.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. But my overall goal is get to the destination. So again, if I set the destination to say, I now have $1,000 and I'm going to be a millionaire tomorrow, well, then you better be spending that whole $1,000 on lotto tickets, right? It's not going to happen overnight because you just said that. But my answer is, if I say I have a 3-year plan and I'm going to become a millionaire in 3 years, and in the end of 3 years, I go, but I learned a lot and I still have $1,000, right? That's not the journey I'm excited about. That's not the journey that helped me to grow into that person. I should be at my goal that's there. Now, foolish of me to say 3 years and not have a 2-year, a 1 year, a 6 month, right? A 3 month and a 1 month goal that would be telling me if I'm on my way.
Yeah.
And I can hit the mile markers as I go through.
And that right there is a sales genius. We all get to go by measures, and all by numbers. So I appreciate it, Joe. I'm going to go and ask Kim. Kim, what is your definition of success? It being a journey versus a destination.
Actually, I agree with everyone here, Dr. Joe, Vincent, Dr. Joe.
I'm a doctor too.
Yeah. Dr. Joe, okay. Dr. Bill and Vincent, I agree with everybody. What I want to redefine the success here, we have all different definition of success. For instance, if somebody really, really sick, their success goal as the moment is to get well. Like for me in the past, that as a divorced mom with 3 kids, my success, that's long-term and short-term. I will agree with both. Yes, we hit the goal. So our short-term goal is just to get well. Like as a divorced mom with 3 kids and 2 dogs, my goal of success is to raise this healthy, successful kid. So I achieve my goal in that journey. In business, of course, we measure by influence to help my client to heal the heart, to achieve the financial goal. So the majority of us here, we measure by the number, by the money. So yes, we hit our short-term goal, whatever we define success is. We hit that little goal like stepping stone. We walk up the way. And then the journey is our lifetime journey. By the end of our journey, we measure success. What have I contributed? What have I accomplished? What I learned this from my son, who is a captain. He's a major now in the Army. So Daniel was telling me this, and I hold it highly in my heart. He said, Mom, this is the beginning of my divorce 30 years ago. He said, Mom, remember this. See, everything that you accumulate, all the material wealth that you have in your life is only here to stay. The relationship that you accumulate, you connect with, that your true wealth that you take home too. So we can define success on long-term, short-term, or we can measure the journey of our lifetime evolution of our contribution. So that is my answer. Thank you, Ava.
Thank you too. And Mo, I am going to ask you to rescue me because my keys are sticking. So
well, I don't know what Joe's been putting in the air. We got people flipping around. We got people getting their keyboards all sticky. So with that being said,
neuroscience, baby. Neuroscience.
Oh, now we lost Mo while he's talking.
No, I think Mo was trying to talk. I was watching him in the background. There he is.
Oh, it's all good. So we're actually, hello, Carissa, welcome. And so we're going to wrap up this panel in the next 10 minutes. So at this point, we're actually going to ask all of our leaders here to just take a couple minutes and share their final thoughts. We're going to start with Mr. Joe Ingram, sales genius. Final message, final thoughts for our audience, please.
I can definitely do that. So I want to break it back to our neuroscience theme. Okay. On neuroscience, I want you guys to understand, how can you trigger something in somebody else for a positive effect. Okay. One of the biggest things you can do is tell a story. So if you tell a story, telling that story allows that person to participate with you and also with themselves. And so the idea of getting a story and creating emotion, when you get an emotional high, at that point, that's when you drop in the data, the reasons to buy, the reasons to engage with you, the things that are there. The higher the emotion, the easier to drop logic and data into that point in time that will be retained in their brain, as opposed to just droning on with nothing but data.
Thank you so much for that, Joe Ingram. Joe Ingram has been an incredible friend. I've learned a lot from Joe over the course of the last several years. He's really a leader in his own right. An honor to have you share some of your wisdom with this audience. And thank you so much, Joe, for all the help you've done, even for the Tribune, helping get so many positive messages out to the world. Mr. Vincent, we're going to give you the floor for your final thoughts, please, sir. Vincent.
Muted.
Oh, Vincent, you're muted. You're going to have to go. I'm going to try to unmute you. Ooh. There you go.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, my final thoughts. When it comes to achieving success, I believe that most of us need to put our purpose in focus, mainly on our own journeys and the things that truly motivate us. I come from a family where slavery tactics were practiced from the Caribbean in my household. So a lot of what I do as a man in business is based upon things that happened to me as a young man, growing up, dealing with certain circumstances. I've learned to take a lot of the tragedy in my household that I've experienced inside of myself and turn it into triumph in business by assisting other people, by teaching them the things that I've learned about what happened to me as a young man, how it molded me and my character, and utilize that in business. So when it comes to success, when it comes to going on the journey, when it comes to achieving your destiny, I really feel like a lot of what occurs that benefits us, it truly happens from within inside. And we have to do our best to activate that inner world and magnify that to transition it into the outer world, to impact those that believe in us in their business.
Wow, beautiful answer. I want to just reflect. I can feel the passion behind your words. So thank you so much for that. Joe, I'm going to save you for last because I know that was a request. Oh, you already went. So I already went. I feel like I wanted to save
Don't
you.
think I can't keep talking.
Oh, it's been
gift.
a long day.
Yeah.
My brain is getting tired. Dr. Bill, how about you?
Well, I would like to really bring this up as a practicing functional neurologist. We've got a lot of stuff that's, a mindset based. And I'd like to just kind of remind everybody out there that the science of neurology is actually catching up with the metaphysical and the physical processes, that this is in fact real. So if anybody's out there and thinking that, wow, this sounds really good, this sounds just like I can think it and there's an energy and we're processing, that it absolutely is real. We're finding stuff in the brain and new research is coming out of that's proving absolutely without a doubt that our minds and our brains are controlling everything, not only that we do, but the manifestations that we can create in our lives. And I think the key is to getting around a group of people, Jim Rohn's quote, you're the average of the 5 people that you hang out with the most. Those are based on mirror neurons. Who are you mirroring? Who are you inviting into your life? And who are you, catching and pitching with? And that's what I want to get people to understand is this is real, but you've got to be able to put it into action because, Joe, what happens about action? Everything's cured by action.
Action solves everything. Everything.
And don't be afraid to live out loud because it's real. You can make anything you want come true.
Wow. Thank you for that answer and bringing us back to the science behind all of this. So thank you for that. Kim Lee, how about you? How would you like to close out this panel with us?
Well, I want to follow to Dr. Bill. Science and spirituality, they are one. Now, earlier, I forgot the name of the speaker was sharing that, finally science and spirituality, they marry now. There's a couple. So there's so much we can learn and explore because science study matter and spirituality is energy that unknown, but the marriage the two is powerful. As a master heart healer, almost 30 years now, when our heart, our mind in coherence, in unity, manifestation is magical. Whatever that our mind is a powerful computer. Whatever we think, therefore we become. So in the aspect of manifestation, when we have a thought and we have that heart mind in unity, we are in higher frequency. When you step into the gamma brainwave, I have experienced and witnesses within a short, 10, 15 minutes, I can help to grace my student who cannot walk within 10 years, walking again. Because when the mind is open in a higher frequency, it opens up for a suggestion of the new possibility. When we believe within that possibility, we change the trajectory of our life. So today, I just want to closing, heart mind must be unity, spirituality, and science when we come together to create the new solution for this human evolution of mankind. We create the new paradigm of love, of collaboration, that we all grow together in this new journey. We are co-create together for a better world. Because as we heal our heart, we heal our life. Together, we heal the world. Thank you.
Wow. What a great closing statement for this amazing panel. Go ahead, Mel.
Truly perfect, truly perfect. And I want to thank all of our thought leaders. And I want to thank Joe for not flipping anyone else around. I don't know what Paul Fink did to you to offend you, but thank you for not doing it to me or anyone else. I was a little worried that, Joe might use his superpowers again. I want to thank all of our incredible thought leaders. We're going to take a quick break and come back. Again, this is the 2022 Neuroscience Summit. I also want to take a second to acknowledge Carissa Johnson and Alva Manuel for sticking it through, for grinding it out. We're now going on over 7 hours strong, and these two are right there with me. So thank you to the two of them for grinding it out and for sticking it through. We're going to take a
and may
quick
I mention
break.
Julia, who's
Yes.
also in the backstage.
Oh my gosh. Yes, absolutely. So many incredible folks that have been participating and helping make this possible for the folks that registered from over 17 countries. So we'll be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And we are wrapping up day 3 in just a few short minutes with one final speaker. Before we do that, we want to bring in another pioneer of this program, Julia, who works with Top Talent Agency, our partners, our proud partners for this event. And what I know, Julia, is that there are some real exciting things that we want to help bring awareness to, acknowledge, and bring light to. And this particular event that we are proud to be affiliated with and help be one of the media supporters of is actually an event happening in Kenya. And we'd love to give you the floor so you could express details regarding this awesome event with some familiar faces that many folks in this community have already gotten a chance to learn, to listen, and to grow with. So we want to just have you speak some more formal details.
Okay, yes. So in November, all of these lovely people are going to be going to Kenya. So while they're there, they're going to be speaking at multiple universities there with thousands of people. The Los Angeles Tribune is going to be covering that, so it's going to be really exciting. They're going to do safaris. They're going to do some community projects. I think they're even going to be buying some livestock for a few of the villages there. I know that some people get really excited because when they have men there, they try to marry them to certain women in the villages. So it's just something that you have to just deal with when you're a man coming to Kenya.
That went from 0 to 100 real quick, Julia.
Sorry.
You went from 0 to 100 real quick, but hey, it sounds very exciting for sure.
Yes. Yeah, so it'll be a lot of fun. This is the second time the Top Talent has gone. So hopefully this will be something that we'll be doing on more of a regular basis. The only one we're missing is Carissa. I think she's also coming to this Kenya trip. Is that right?
That is something we are discussing. We are in the process of discussing with David Fagan's mastery of persuasion.
Oh my gosh. You're in for it if it's David Fagan's persuasion.
No, I have to say that anything that Top Talent Agency and the Los Angeles Tribune put on is definitely worthy of considering and investing and looking into.
Absolutely.
So
and this is a Top Talent Agency event. We are just proud to be able to bring awareness to it through our events and through our publications. And so this is a Top Talent Agency event that I 100% endorse. And I'm so looking forward to learning more about it. And thank you so much, Julia, for sharing. And we'll actually talk more about this tomorrow as well, because I think it's real important to bring awareness to all of these incredible things happening around the world and bring opportunities and insights to all the thought leaders that are part of this community. So thank you, Julia. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
Nope. I hope that more people get to go next time so that more people can talk about it and it can be more reaching.
Thank you. And I also want to take a second to acknowledge you, Julia. You also have been working relentlessly behind the scenes, doing so much work to make sure that the folks that registered for this summit had a great experience. And we just want to thank you and thank all of our friends at Top Talent Agency for all of the work that you're doing to help make this possible. So thank you, Julia, as well.
Thank you.
And I'm going to keep you around for a second, Julia, just because this next speaker who's going to close us out, finalize the day, is going to be joining us soon. And of course, he is somebody very exciting. We're going to talk about him in a moment, but before we do that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and have the final speaker of day 3.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And friends, we are wrapping up day 3, but we decided to save the best for last. And consequently, this next gentleman, this community is already so familiar with this gentleman. He has not just been a contributor, but also a co-host and a friend to this summit for all of the people around the world. And he's so busy. He's an actor, he's a best-selling author, he's a trainer. So getting him scheduled to be on here is a challenge. So we're so excited that he did manage to come back today in his busy schedule. and help be our keynote and final speaker of the day. So we want to thank him, despite the fact that he had so much going on in his busy schedule between running his business and having an acting career. He did manage to squeeze in some time to be our keynote and final speaker. Of course, we're talking about someone who's really a pioneer in the field of neuro-linguistic programming. He doesn't like it when I pigeonhole him in as a NLP master, but in my view, that's something that is so incredible that I love to highlight that. So before we bring him on to close and to be our keynote speaker to end day 3, Carissa Ava, what are some comments that you want to make about this next speaker? Starting with you, Carissa.
Every time Rex speaks, I learn something new. And I don't even think he intentionally means to drop wisdom, but I feel like he is just a ball of wisdom. And I know one thing that has really stuck with me, he said on a call we were on, I think it might have been another summit, he said, when people tell me that they don't have energy, he says, I laugh because you're made up of energy. And I think that speaks so much truly to what we're doing here today about the science of energy in the mind and the brain, is that we are powerful forces of nature and that we can stick it out as best as possible. So that's something that has stuck with me.
Thank you for that, Carissa. Ava, I know that you work with Rex. You're actually the producer of his television show, and you've had so many incredible guests, and it's reached over 500,000 people, and has been a big hit. So you work with Rex, and I'm just curious what you have to say and how excited you are to have him be our final speaker of the day. Ava.
Well, I am so excited to actually really have him speak out this whole time before the closing, because Rex is full of just tricks and hacks, I mean, he's the creator of mind design. And this is why he doesn't like being pigeonholed to just NLP, because there's hypnosis included in there, and there's all kinds of other things that he just formed through personal experience, walking through his personal challenge himself. So it's not out of theory, but it was out of necessity that he was able to come up with the teachings that he has all mushed together into what he's going to share with us right now. And I'm so excited to be introducing, of course.
And with that, Rex, welcome. We're going to now give you the full floor. I'm going to be sitting back taking notes. I encourage everyone that's watching to sit back, take notes while we have an opportunity to delve into the knowledge, the wisdom, and the transformation led by Rex Sykes. Go ahead, Rex, floor is yours.
Wow, well, thank you very much. And I am both honored and humbled by the marvelous introduction from you and Carissa and Ava. And I just want to say that I hope everybody's enjoying the Neuroscience Summit, brought to you by Mo Rock and the Los Angeles Tribune and Top Talent. I'm going to talk to you about resources and connecting up with your inner abilities. And one of the things that I love about Mo Rock is that is part of his mission with the LA Tribune, is to connect people to resources and to help people live the life of their dreams by tapping in to what most people will never ever tap into. So this is a man, and his paper, the Los Angeles Tribune, is on a mission to help the world, not just report the news, but to actually edify and uplift and to make the world a better place. And he's collected so many wonderful people around him to help him in that. Yes, I'm Rex Sykes, and I am honored again to be here with you. And thank you, Mo, and thank you, Carissa, and thank you, Ava. I'm the author of Life on Your Terms, Create the Life You Want. I am the developer of something called Mind Design, Directed Questions, and the Attitude Activator, plus numerous positive, powerful programs to help you transform your spirit, your mind, your feelings, and actions to get the results you've always wanted. Now, all of them are available through my website, rexsykes.com. And by the way, I'm going to tell you this up front. I have a free gift for all of those who are here at the summit. It's at my website, so just be sure to go and pick it up. It's a 22-minute MP3 audio to help you whenever you're struggling. And plus, when you get my book, Life on Your Terms, from Amazon, I'll give you a bonus online training valued at $497 on how to master your thoughts, your speech, your behaviors, and your pocketbook. It's called The Mastery Loop, and it's for free. And all of the instructions are at rexsykes.com. So I say that now because if I run out of time, I want to make sure that I connect you up with resources. And while we're here, we've talked about a lot of things. I don't know if we've talked about mirror neurons yet or entrainment, and I'm happy to do that at some time. But I know you've heard some about the placebo effect during the summit, and I'd like to expand on this important topic for a bit. Now, we could talk for days on this subject, but here's the thing. Attitude is the number one predictor for success in all areas of your life. Now, it's why I created the Attitude Activator. I'm going to repeat this. Attitude is the number one predictor for success. And this comes from studies on the placebo effect, or as Mark called it, power of your beliefs, and imagination. And that was Mark Waldman I referred to. Now, more than 4 decades ago, when I began my research and work in this area, I worked with evangelists, healers of all kinds, medical practitioners, psychologists, psychics, meditators, gurus, and mystics. Not only did I research, but I spent time with living examples, and I practiced everything I modeled and studied. I did a deep dive, and I encourage you to do the same. And it is from experience and this research that I speak. And I rolled what I discovered in my work with hypnosis and meditation and NLP and other related disciplines. In fact, I even incorporated acting and performance and presentation storytelling skills into the mix. Now, at that time, way back when, there were only a few studies on the placebo and health. Now, it was dismissed, the placebo was dismissed by medicine as, well, that's just the placebo, or that's just the placebo effect. Now, today, there are thousands of studies, and we are beginning to understand the power of this, and yet few really ever do. Now, and we may never, for that matter. Your brain and your mind is so very incredible. It's so much more wonderful than you can even begin to appreciate. It's designed to do 2 or 3 things. The first one is to keep you alive by noticing threats so you can avoid them, so that you can fight or freeze or flee. Now, here's something important, and if you're taking notes, we do not have a negativity bias. That's just BS. We have a survival bias. Our brain is designed to keep you alive, and it's designed, number 2, to keep you thriving so you reproduce. And what does that mean? It means it keeps you alive so that you can have sex. You can say that with me. You can have sex. That's the fun part about being alive. Now, to do this, it keeps you consistent through laying down neural pathways. This is number 3. It streamlines everything so you don't have to learn it over and over again. It conserves energy so that you survive and thrive and can have sex. The fun part. Now, this has an upside and it has a downside. You have habits which are wonderful, and they support you in surviving and in thriving, and that's the upside. Now, the downside is you have habits, and some are great and some are not so great, but all of your habits, all of my habits are learned and they're wired in. And again, this is very good news, because it means that you can learn and wire in new ones that serve you better than the old ones that you grew up getting from your conditioning. Now, here's something really important. Your brain only does what it knows to do. It only does what it's been conditioned to do, been trained to do through growing up and having experiences. It's like your computer. It's programmed. It can't do all sorts of other things. Your computer can't work against you. It only carries out its programming. So it can only move in one direction, and that is to serve you by what it has been programmed or conditioned to do. And that came through our experiences. I cannot do what it does not know to do, and it only and always says yes. It is a complete and utter servant. So if it determines that something is a threat, now, by the way, it doesn't say anything to you. It's not a human in there talking to you. It's electrochemical processes and neural networks, all right? It doesn't judge and it doesn't label. It doesn't understand much of what you do consciously. There's a division of labor between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. So imagine this for a second. Before humans were on the planet, there were earthquakes and volcanoes and lightning strikes and fires and floods and all that. And there was no one around to call it good or bad. It just was. It just is. Okay? Well, that's the brain. The subconscious mind is the very same way. It doesn't make any judgments. You do, I do. We go, a house burned down. We go, that's bad, that's horrible, that's terrible, or whatever. Or somebody got a job or a promotion, or somebody, oh, that's really great. We consciously have learned to make judgments and make labels, but the brain doesn't judge. It doesn't judge you good or bad. If you smoke, it doesn't go, hey, I suck, I'm a smoker, and that's horrible. It just does it because it learned it. It carries out the behaviors that it's learned. and it will carry them out until you change them. It doesn't think smoking is bad. It doesn't think overeating is bad, or drugs are bad, or too much sex is bad, or too many. It just does what it's been programmed to do. You and I may think it's bad, but the brain doesn't. So today, we know what we've known for thousands of years, and what I started teaching in the 80s. You can rewire your brain. It grows and it evolves. It is a use it or lose it phenomenon. It's called neuroplasticity, and we didn't have that word until recently, okay? But that means you can train your brain and recondition your brain. It used to be thought by experts, by scientists, but not by the mystics, that the brain was like a jar, and that once it was full, it filled, you could do no more with it. In fact, all you could do is kind of slough stuff out of it. But the brain really is more like a jungle, a living, thriving, exciting, evolving, living organism. And that's so cool. If you nurture it, if you use it, if you take care of it, you can rewire it, you can grow it, you can evolve it. Stop using it, and it's a use it or lose it. It cannot sabotage you. It cannot sabotage you. This is a silly psychological subject that came up. You know what? I discuss this at length in Life on Your Terms, because your brain can only do what it's learned to do. So it can't sabotage you. We can talk. It's more true that you attempt to sabotage it, but you can change that too. And this is a topic for another day, or you can read about it in my book. Okay. The power of attitude as the predictor, the top predictor for success, and the placebo effect is part of attitude. We know from numerous studies. Now, back when I started, there were a handful. Now there's over 45,000 studies about the placebo effect and imagination and visualization and how this all works together. But one study I want to quote or cite is the Travis Air Force Base Cancer Study, and it demonstrated long ago that attitude toward the treatment or the success of the treatment is the number one predictor for the success of the treatment. That means if you believe it will help, it will help. And if you believe it won't, it won't. And by the way, there's a placebo effect and the nocebo effect, and we won't get into all that. But no, if you believe it will help, it will likely help. And if you believe it won't help, it likely won't. And you may have heard Mark Waldman on day one say acupuncture works even if you only believe the needles are being put in place. Now let that sink in. There's another study. So if you imagine the dumbbell studies, I think Mark or Dan mentioned the lifting weights, but there's a dumbbell study. There were many of them, but the one that I want to cite is, in this particular study, it shows that you can benefit just by imagining. Now, how you imagine is important, and I discussed that at an upcoming NLP Master Summit on generating new behaviors, like next week. But it's in one of many studies on visualization and imagination with weights. There were 3 groups, and they were divided and were given tasks. The first group was told to lift a certain weight a certain number of times for a certain number of days, and to actually lift the dumbbell. The second group only visualized lifting the dumbbell a certain weight, certain number of times, certain number of days. And the last group was a control group. They were told to do nothing. So the first group improved 31%. They had a 31% increase in muscle size and strength. The group that only visualized had a 17% increase in muscle size and strength, and the control group, as expected, had a 0% of change because they were not told to do anything. Now, think about this. By only properly imagining lifting, they benefited in increased size and strength measurements by 17%. And someone will say, well, that's not as important, as good as 31%. No, but guess what? It's by more than half they improved just by using the power of the mind, by more than 50%. Now, as I said, there are numerous studies demonstrating this. Bodybuilders have always known this. They lift and they imagine their muscles growing, and they imagine the body sculpting itself. The athletes know this, and they use their inner work to improve performance and develop muscle memory. I mean, wow, right? This is so very wonderful. I hope you're excited, because what we can do and who we are is phenomenal. It's truly amazing. And what you can do and who you are is phenomenal. So celebrate this, celebrate it. If you believe something is difficult and requires great effort, then it's likely that it will. And if you believe you can do it more easily and effortlessly and accomplish it, then you're bound to find out that this too is true. You know, what you believe, this is the power of the placebo effect, determines what you see and what you can entertain and understand, and at least in part, or what you can understand at least in part. What you believe determines whether you will act or not. Now, I hope I made that clear. What you believe determines whether you will act or not. Research after thousands of years now verifies this. This is a primary benefit of the neuroscience research. It provides further validation for what we already knew worked. I mean, think about that. Mystics and others have been talking about this for centuries, and now neuroscience is coming along going, yep. And if you think it's possible, and you think it's likely, and you can do it, then you may go for it. But if you think otherwise, you most probably won't. You see, if you can do it, that may lead to will do it. And that's a decision that you make. To do it is a decision you have to make. But can't do it most likely leads you to won't do it. You get this? I hope so. Your beliefs are so powerful. They shape your relationship with the world. And whether you let circumstances, events, or others deter you is determined by your beliefs. Now, some won't do something because they don't think they can do it. And others act in spite of circumstances. One of my favorite characters in the Think and Grow Rich book is introduced in chapter 1 is Edward C. Barnes. Wanted to be a partner of Edison. He obsessed about this until he hopped a freight train, got to New Jersey, and put Thomas Edison, I noticed I'm going to go into partnership with you. And Edison gave him a job as a janitor. And he spent 5 years working as a janitor. And if you read about it, he says, for 5 years, nothing. There was no outward indication, no circumstances from people or other people that Barnes would ever be a partner of Edison. But inside his head, inside him, he kept the passion and the fire and the dream alive, knowing that he was Edison's partner. And after 5 years, an opportunity opened up. It did result in a partnership with Edison, and the rest is history. Now, R.U. Darby and his uncle is another famous story you're probably familiar with, called 3 Feet from Gold. R.U. Darby and his uncle invested in some gold mining equipment because they learned that there was a gold vein on a certain property. So they got the equipment, they went and they started mining, and they hit gold, and it was very profitable for a while. And they dug and they dug and they brought up gold and brought up gold. And then guess what happened? They stopped getting gold, and they dug and no gold, and they dug and they no gold, and they dug and they didn't find gold. And so they said, oh, better cut our losses. They sold the equipment to the landowner, who was smart enough to hire a consultant, a geologist, who said, hey, you know what? They stopped digging 3 feet from the richest gold vein in this property. So what's the difference between Barnes and Darby? Barnes didn't look at his circumstances and let it stop him. And Darby and his uncle looked at circumstances and said, well, there's no gold here. Obviously, we got to get out of here. And they quit. So consider this. There are quadriplegics who can't move anything, and yet they get up and walk. I read about one in my book, Life on Your Terms. My friend, 2-time Olympic high jumper Jamie Nieto, was paralyzed in an accident and could only flex his left pectoral muscle while on a ventilator. The prognosis was he would probably never, ever walk again. And now he walks, he moves, he's an actor, he's a writer and a producer in a television show and others. He's fathered 2 children with his lovely Olympic champion bride because he decided he would do it. He wanted to be able to walk his bride down the aisle at their wedding unassisted, and using the power of his mind that he learned as an athlete and his faith, he did it. Dan Clark, who you heard on the very first day, overcame 14 months of paralysis and 16 doctors, experts telling him he would never be the same. I mean, awesome, right? I mean, there are countless stories of cancer survivors and others facing death sentences or horrible prognoses who have proved everything to everything and everyone. They have proved everything and everyone wrong, and are living and thriving because they decided they would. no matter what the odds or what the experts told them or what the circumstances were or are. They didn't let that stop them. You heard from Amberly, who told us doctors gave her 1% chance that she'd have the use of her leg and they wanted to amputate it. And she said, that's 1% I have to live the way I want. And she decided it would be a different outcome. And she does. Today, she has her leg, she moves, she walks because of this, the power of belief between her ears. Your attitude determines what you will or will not do. Your attitudes and beliefs are the best investment area you can make. By activating your attitude, by developing a powerful, positive attitude, you can experience having incredible success, happiness, physical health, wealth, and spiritual well-being. I mean, wow or wow. Is that wonderful or is that not wonderful? I mean, you can't, now you can't undo all your beliefs, and nor can you find all the habits that keep you the same. And unfortunately, we don't have time to go into that here. I do in my book and in my programs, but you can absolutely recondition and reprogram your mind or your new habits more easily and with more fun and delight than most others will tell you. I hear that again. You can do this with more fun and with greater ease, with less effort and delight than most others will tell you. But it does require you to be consistent and persistent, but you do not have to struggle. Your brain works by these principles or laws, the law of conservation and least effort. That means it does things to save energy. It doesn't overwork, and it takes the fewest steps to accomplish an outcome, not the most steps, nor does it work the hardest. Remember, it saves energy to survive and thrive so you can have sex, right? So habits are the way it streamlines and saves energy and time. Oh, yet many people will tell you it requires hard work, sacrifice, and massive action, which is a myth, but it can work. But it's just more arduous. It's a more arduous path. And in many ways, it's meant to keep you the same and weak and dependent on outside forces. These people either don't understand how the brain works or how the laws work, or they really don't want you to get ahead because they want you to be dependent on them. Society certainly wants you a worker bee. Now, we can discuss more about this at another time, but suffice to say, when your attitude is right, everything falls into place, and the facts and the circumstances don't matter because you are using more of the full power of your brain and mind. Because you and me, you are a collection of miraculous, infinite possibilities, resources, and opportunities. But most people, including the people in the self-help arena, don't want you to know this, because then you understand this and you don't need them. Or again, they don't know it themselves. I mean, that's the other possibility. So who should you pay attention to? Who do you read and who do you listen to is an important topic. And thank goodness the LA Tribune brings us great people to listen to and to learn from. Okay. But first, know this: no one can teach you. No one can do it for you, and no one can heal you. You are the one who does all of this. You must understand you are the one in charge, even if you've never lived this way before. You're a learner, and everything you know and everything you do, you learned. So what matters most now is how open are you? How available are you to change and do new things? Because if you always do things the way you've always done them, you'll always get what you always got. You know that phrase, right? So in order to have a different kind of life, you have to change some things and you have to be open and available. But people don't like to leave their comfort zones. Again, that's because of habits. The brain's job is to keep you consistent, to keep you the same. Why? To save energy, keep you alive, and keep you thriving so you can have sex, so you can reproduce. It's all the brain knows. So the question I have is, are you willing to learn? Are you willing to be coachable or teachable and change? That's the question you should ask yourself often. Am I open? Am I willing to change? Am I willing to be coachable? Can I allow somebody to teach me? You are the actor. Okay? Others can't do it for you. Only you can do it for you. Only you are in charge of you. Only you are in charge of what's between your ears or what you do with your body. It's time to take charge of your transformation and train yourself how you want to manifest what you want to create, how you want to live your life. And 3, you are the healer. Your body knows already how to heal. And that's what it does. I mean, if you take a medicine or a placebo, your attitude to them is what matters the most. That's what the belief effect or the placebo effect is about. Your body heals, and it can heal with medicine or it can heal without medicine. That's what the placebo effect has demonstrated. And it's always operating. Travis Air Force Base demonstrated this. If you need medicine or assistance, your attitude toward these is important. You can never separate out the placebo effect. You can't divorce it from anything. You cannot turn it off. You cannot turn it on. It's why voodoo is effective all these years. It's why and how people get sick too. I mean, if you think, maybe I'm getting a little something, well, maybe you are, or maybe you're enhancing it. Got to understand this. If you think something will work, you enhance it, at least, in the very least. And there are studies with weightlifting and shooting baskets and all sorts of other things about the power of visualizing and doing, like lifting the dumbbells and visualizing, and how that works to make things better. So if you think nothing will work, you put power into that notion that nothing will work. Get this. If you put power into the notion that nothing will work, nothing will work. Okay. Your brain and your body, by the way, are no different. They're just different aspects of one incredible organism made up of trillions of cells working together cooperatively, simultaneously, and sequentially. I mean, you're a walking and talking miracle. But, if you're like most people, you aren't in awe of yourself. You just, whatever. You're not in awe of your natural abilities. You think, I'm too fat, I'm broke, I'm stupid, or a different day, same old shit, or nothing ever works out for me, or I don't like my toes. I mean, for goodness sakes, you have to know this. You are already that which you seek. There are infinite possibilities, opportunities, and resources. You have the power to heal and the power to act and the power to take charge, the power to be open and to rewire and reprogram yourself. You are so amazing. I encourage you, fall in love with yourself. Discover who you are and what you are capable of, and express and exude genuine gratitude and appreciation. I mean, the human's attention goes to problems. That's the survival bias. It's there to keep us alive. If you hit your thumb with a hammer, your attention goes to your thumb and what is wrong, so you don't keep injuring it. But everything else in you is working perfectly well. Everything else is fine. Everything is good. Focus on all the good and not just on the thumb. Yeah, take care of the thumb, but focus on all the goodness. Appreciate all the goodness that you are, and not on the problems that you think you have. You see, what consumes our attention, what consumes your attention, determines your experience. What you focus on expands. Now, you and I, think about this, we don't even know how to blink consciously. I mean, we can do it, but we can't consciously control everything we need to do it, okay? But you can do it. You can go blink, and the person can blink, but you don't know all the muscles, all the chemicals, all the electrical impulses, everything that has to happen just for your eyes to blink. Do you have any idea how incredible this is? I mean, think about it. So who you listen to is important. It's important to be discerning. And for this very reason, I want to talk to you about Jesus, but first let me say, there are many versions of Jesus, and we don't even for certain know that he even existed, okay? But there's the Jesus you know. There's the Catholic Jesus, the Greek Orthodox Jesus, the Jewish Jesus, the fundamentalist version, atheist have a version, and there are many others. And I am not concerned with which version you may have chosen. But Jesus, for me, is the example, not the exception. Now I repeat, you want to write this down. He's the example of what we all can do. He said, greater things than I do, you will do. He is not the exception. He demonstrated what are called miracles, but he said what he did, you would do greater things. So when he talked with people, he'd ask, do you believe you are healed? beliefs, right? Placebo, right? And when they said yes, he said, go, your faith has made you whole. Go and sin no more. And this is really important. He didn't say, I healed you. Praise me. He said, your faith healed you. Your belief, the placebo, you have healed yourself. Or God healed you. And who is God? The God within you. Now go and sin no more. Don't continue as you were. Stop making the same mistakes and live new. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Your faith has made you whole. He's the example of what we can do and who we are. He's not the exception. Now, he didn't draw attention to himself. He drew attention to the power within the individual. He helped people tap into their inner resources and their belief to transform without taking any credit. He didn't make people dependent on him, but freed them to live successfully by telling them, go and live your life. When he fed the 5,000, he didn't go, oh, and you can thank me later, by the way. There's an opportunity for each of us to talk about the message or the messenger, or to talk about the bus and not the bus driver. I mean, a tour guide doesn't talk about the tour guide, but what you can notice and experience. And this is important when seeking who to listen to and to learn from. Do they talk more about what you can do and what you must know, or do they talk mostly about themselves? Do they put the power where it belongs, and that's in you, or do they say they do it for you? Now, this is a crucial understanding. Where is the power to be found? In you or in them? Who's benefiting from the power? Now, look, it's true. It's very true. People like shiny objects and saviors, and that's how many people live in the world, and they give their power away to saviors or problems. And they focus on others that help them or that harm them. And they're victims of circumstances and events or other people, you know, the nasty people. They don't like the energy vampires. The stories that I shared of Barnes and Darby are very relevant here. Barnes didn't pay attention to circumstances and had his dreams come true. Darby looked at circumstances and went, this sucks, let's get out of here. There's another story about Jesus walking on the water. Peter sees him, he leaps from the boat, and he begins walking on the water too, right? And then he notices what he's doing, and he doubts, he becomes afraid, and he begins to sink. He lost his certainty or his faith. Jesus stretches out his hand, Peter takes it, and together they walk back to the boat. It's Peter's faith that allowed him to walk at first, and after he started thinking, it's the belief that helped him to walk again. You see, it's up to you. I can't do it for you. No one can. We're all healers. Healing is a part of life. And we're all energy workers. Carissa mentioned this earlier. Energy can't be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. What you are is energy. You are energy, and what you believe about this determines how you will use it. I mean, there are some people who go, I just don't have energy. I need more energy. You got all the energy you ever need. You just don't know how to tap into it yet. But your energy, you're alive. You don't need coffee. You don't need all this stuff. But you do need to know that you are energy, and you are a healer, and you have all sorts of resources and talents and abilities. Tomorrow, you're going to hear from Mark Victor Hansen and Mitzi Perdue. And one of the most important reasons that Chicken Soup for the Soul was and is such a gigantic hit is because it was about other people's stories. It wasn't about Mark and Jack. It wasn't about them at all. They created a platform for other people to share inspirational stories, examples for other people to learn from. And they didn't blow their own horn in doing it. And now, even while they've sold more books than anyone else in the world, Mark still remains humble and dedicated. And Mitzi, who you'll meet tomorrow, is a powerhouse dedicated to helping eliminate human trafficking and other issues. And her work is dedicated to outcomes. It's not about drawing attention to Mitzi. True helpers help others find the strengths and the beliefs and the resources within themselves without making them dependent on the helper. Go and sin no more ought to be the motto, but it isn't. It isn't useful in today's business practices. But Mother Teresa had immense power. It came from her dedication to helping others selflessly, while she helped others selflessly. Yet she was welcomed into the offices of world leaders all around. Nelson Mandela and Viktor Frankl demonstrate the power of attitude, mindset, and beliefs over imprisonment. So I'm going to conclude. Well, let me say this. Be discerning and be open. Be skeptical, and that is fine. But stop being closed or cynical. Realize the powers within you, and that's why we call it outlook. You look out at the world through your attitude and your mindset, and what you see reflects what you outpicture. It's a reflection of what you believe on the inside. And what you find on the outside is what you already believe. This is the placebo effect. Let this sink in and inform you. If you aren't enjoying the world as much as you'd like, you need to activate your attitude so it serves you. You must develop a positive and powerful and optimistic mindset. And then your feelings and your self-talk and your behaviors all fall in line. You'll take the right action because you align your inner resources to be congruent and you act with integrity. What you discover then is how easy and fun it is to skyrocket your results and live life on your terms. So realize this: exploration is the doorway to adventure, and curiosity is the key. Become curious. If you understand the power of the placebo effect, which is not the placebo, it's not the pill, the inert substance, or the amulet, or whatever. The placebo effect is the effectiveness of the power of your belief. And know that if your attitude is optimal, and you think you can, and you believe it, then as Napoleon Hill said, you can achieve it. If you understand the placebo effect, you could never say, well, that's just a placebo. You'd never dismiss it because you understand how powerful and how important it is, and that it is always and forever ongoing. We only think it applies in certain areas, but it shapes everything in life. Attitude is the number one predictor for success in all areas of your life. Get this. What you think and believe absolutely matters. And it is true. Faith in others is also evidence of the placebo effect in action. Because if you believe they are helpers, then whether they truly are or not, if you believe it, it is true for you. The same about an app or a technology or a program or anything. What is true for you is true for you. And in the grand scheme of things, you must realize it's all good. It is all good. There's far more good than anything else. Know this, and your world transforms. Reclaim your power. And know that you can do anything when you put your mind and your heart to it. And for me, there's no difference between the mind and heart. They're aspects of the very same thing. They're aspects of you. And you are an incredible and beautiful vibratory expression of wonderful energy. So believe in yourself. Love yourself. Tap into your exquisitely divine inner power because you can, and because you are already that which you seek. You are already that which you seek. I'm Rex Sykes, and I am very honored to be here and to be able to share with you. So come visit me if you will. And now,
wow. Mr. Rex Sykes, we just want to make sure 100% that you shared everything that you wanted to share, and that I hope we're not cutting you off, sir.
Yeah, well, just a little bit. But here's the thing. All I wanted to say was this. If you think something is a blessing, well, then it will be a problem. I mean, if you think something is a problem, it will be a problem. If you think it's a blessing, it will be a blessing. And so if you understand this, then celebrate everything. But I did want to say this, and please allow me. Have a blessed rest of your day. The Los Angeles Tribune, Mo and Carissa and Ava and all the wonderful staff will see you tomorrow for more of the Neuroscience Summit. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for sharing, and thank the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, and Top Talent, and all the behind-the-scenes workers, producers, sports staff, speakers, and guests for making this possible. So celebrate everything. I want to thank you, Mo. You have put on an amazing summit, as you always do. I know your heart, your mind is in the right place, and I'm so glad to be a part of this. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Rex, and thank you to David Fagan for really being the person that had the idea to do the Neuroscience Summit, and his team for helping make everything possible as our proud partner. So thank you to David Fagan, Top Talent Agency, Isabel Fagan, Julia here, and everyone else. And of course, we're going to properly acknowledge all of the wonderful people that put the event together tomorrow. But with that being said, again, I'll just reiterate, Rex, was there anything else? I want to make sure that
Rex can go on for 3 days.
I can talk for days. Believe me, I've done trainings that are 6 weeks long, and I train 12 hours a day, and I can talk.
I just don't want to cut off anyone and make sure that everyone can express their points. Again, this is the Los Angeles Tribune, a free speech platform where we acknowledge all different folks from all walks of life. I want to thank Carissa, Ava, Julia, Rex. We'll be back tomorrow for the final day of the Neuroscience Summit 2022. Thank you.